Marxist Theories of Imperialism, a Critical Survey, Anthony Brewer. In memory of Iris Brewer. Contents. Preface 9. Abbreviations 11. 1. Introduction 1. 1.1 Historical Outline 3. 1.2 Historical Materialism 11. 1.3 Theories of Capitalism as a World System 16. 2 Marx 25. 2.1 Capitalism 26. 2.2 The Dynamics of Capitalism 32. 2.3 The Origins of Capitalism 36. 2.4 The Expansion of Capitalism 42. 2.5 Colonialism 48. 2.6 Summary 56. 3 Luxembourg 58. 3.1 The Realization of Surplus Value 60. 3.2 The Process of Capitalist Expansion 66. 3.3 Summary 72. 4 Hobson 73. 4.1 Underconsumption 75. 4.2 Monopoly and Capital Export 77. 4.3 The Politics of Imperialism 82. 4.4 Summary 86. 5 Hilferding 88. 5.1 Finance Capital 89. 5.2 Protectionism and Economic Territory 95. 5.3 Capital Export 100. 5.4 Imperialism 104. 5.5 Summary 108. 6 Bukharin and Lenin 109. 6.1 Bukharin 111. 6.2 Lenin 116. 6.3 The Labor Aristocracy 123. 6.4 Ultra-Imperialism 128. 6.5 The Communist International 133. 6.6 Summary 134. 7. Baron 136. 7.1 Monopoly and Stagnation 137. 7.2 Growth and Surplus 142. 7.3 The Developed Countries 145. 7.4 The Origins of Underdevelopment 150. 7.5 The Persistence of Underdevelopment 152. 7.6 Summary 160. 8 Dependency Theories 161. 8.1 Frank 163. 8.2 Wallerstein 176. 8.3 Lacan's Critique 179. 8.4 Emin 182. 8.5 Dependency Theory, The Balance Sheet 196. 8.6 Summary 198. 9 Emmanuel 200. 9.1 Unequal Exchange 201. 9.2 Wages 208. 9.3 Demand and Development 210. 9.4 Methods of Production 214. 9.5 Critique of the Theory 216. 9.6 Summary 222. Appendix 222. 10 Classes and Politics in the Third World 225. 10.1 Modes of Production 226. 10.2 Indian Debates 236. 10.3 Origi 241. 10.4 Ray 246. 10.5 Lees 253. 10.6 Gallagher and Robinson 256. 10.7 Summary 258. 11 After Imperialism 260. 11.1 Multinational Corporations 261. 11.2 Central Capital, Unity or Rivalry 265. 11.3 Capitalist Development in the Third World 272. 11.4 Summary 283. Preface. My aim in this book is to survey Marxist writings on imperialism and, more broadly, on the emergence and development of the world capitalist economy. I have tried to maintain a sympathetic but critical position, critical because Marxist theories have often suffered from being accepted or rejected wholesale, rather than being subjected to detailed scrutiny and constructive criticism, and sympathetic because I think there is a lot to be learned from them. In revising the book for the second edition, I found few major new ideas to incorporate. The last decade has been one of consolidation and reassessment. Dependency theories were still alive 10 years ago, but the criticisms I and others made then have now been generally accepted, so I have gathered the story of the rise and fall of dependency theory into one, long, chapter. I have also added a chapter on Hobson which should, with hindsight, have been there all along. I have benefited greatly from constructive criticism from others. Roger Berry, Martin Browning, Aidan Foster Carter, and Andrew Friedman all gave me helpful advice when I was writing the first edition, but are not to blame for the results. Karen Snowden helped with translations. Gillian Baker, Pat Shaw, and Marjorie Lunt typed the first edition. The new edition, for those who are interested, was written and laid out in Microsoft Word, to produce a PostScript file, effectively using the typesetter to produce camera-ready copy as if it were a printer attached to my microcomputer. I owe a special debt of thanks to Emma Waghorn for firm but sympathetic editing, and to Alan Jarvis, David McCarthy, and others at Routledge who have guided me through the process. Finally, Janet Brewer has given invaluable support throughout. Chapter 4 is based on a paper presented at a conference on imperialism at Catania, Sicily, September 1987, to be published in the conference volume, Italia e Inghilterra nell'età dell'imperialismo, edited by Professor E. Serra. L. Introduction. The last 2 or 3 centuries have seen 2 interconnected developments that have transformed the world. First, production and productivity have increased to levels that would previously have seemed not so much impossible as inconceivable, and the whole nature of industry and of many of the goods produced has altered beyond recognition. How could earlier generations have conceived of live color television pictures from the moon, broadcast to a mass audience in their own homes, or flocks of aircraft carrying northern Europeans on their annual migration to the resorts of the Mediterranean? Second, inequalities of wealth and power between different parts of the world have grown to an equally unprecedented degree. Americans and Europeans sit in comfortable homes, watching televised reports of famine in Africa. These are facts that everyone knows, but we tend to take them for granted and to ignore the extent to which they determine the whole character of the modern world. They can only be understood and analyzed by looking at the historical process by which they have evolved, on a world scale, over a period of centuries. The same period has been marked by a third development, the rise to dominance of the capitalist mode of production, in which production is carried out by many distinct, privately owned enterprises which sell their products on the market and employ wage workers. Capitalism has almost completely supplanted earlier forms of organization, peasant agriculture, feudal estates, slave plantations, in the advanced countries. In the underdeveloped countries, peasant agriculture still supports a large part of the population, but these areas have been drawn into a world market and a worldwide system of specialization which has completely undermined traditional economic and social structures. The colonial empires hacked out by European powers, and the whole system of European and American military and political dominance over the world, which reached its peak in the early 20th century, can only be understood in the context of this process of uneven development. The basis for military supremacy was economic. Superior technology meant superior armaments and a capacity to transport armed men to any part of the world. Superior economic organization made it possible to finance the overhead costs of military forces, and to deploy them to devastating effect. The motives for imperial expansion were also predominantly economic. Some historians now seek to deny it, but the men of the East India Company, the Spanish conquistadors, the investors in South African mines and the slave traders knew very well what they wanted. They wanted to be rich. Colonial empires were exploited ruthlessly as sources of cheap raw materials and cheap labor, and as monopolized markets. The romantic image of empire, flags fluttering over distant outposts, and the like, may be appealing, but a serious study must concentrate on more fundamental economic issues. I do not claim that every incident in the history of empire can be explained in directly economic terms. Economic interests are filtered through a political process, policies are implemented by a complex state apparatus, and the whole system generates its own momentum. Much of the history of the British Empire, for example, pivots on the need to safeguard the route to India. British policy in, say, the Mediterranean should not be explained in terms of the economic gains to be made in that area alone, but in terms of the maintenance of empire as a whole. The drive to imperial expansion must be explained as one element in the whole process of capitalist development. Equally, the creation of formal empires, under a single flag and a single political authority, is only part of the story, and perhaps not the most important part. Formal political independence, with a flag, an airline, and a seat at the UN, does not guarantee real equality, though it may be a necessary condition for real independence and development. Some countries have never been formally annexed, and most Latin American states have been formally independent for a century and a half, but they have been drawn into a system of inequality, exploitation, and dominance almost as deeply as if they had been subjected to direct colonial rule. Underdeveloped countries still participate on very unequal terms in a world system of trade and investment. My purpose in this book is to survey the various accounts of the development of the capitalist world economy that have been put forward in the Marxist tradition. I shall not discuss non-Marxist theories, except where they are relevant to the main theme, pre-capitalist empires or Soviet expansionism. This is not to deny the importance of these topics, especially the last. It is simply a matter of drawing a line around a reasonably coherent subject area. I shall not attempt to define imperialism at this stage, indeed, I shall not present a final definition at any stage. Different writers use the word differently, and I shall follow the usage of the writer under discussion. Some of the authors discussed in the book did not use the word imperialism at all. The set of topics set out in the preceding pages, the emergence of capitalism, its spread through the world, the unequal development of different areas, the dominance of some countries over others, all hang together, regardless of which elements we choose to label imperialism. I have argued that imperialism, in any of several different senses of the word, must be seen in the context of the whole history of capitalism on a world scale. Correspondingly, any theory of imperialism can only make sense when seen as a whole. This dictates the structure of the book. The work of each major writer must be seen as a whole, since a vision of the whole system determines the treatment of particular aspects of it. The main body of the book will therefore be devoted to an examination of the work of a succession of major theorists in approximate, chronological order. 1.1 Historical outline. As background, I start with a very brief, selective, and inevitably inadequate outline of the historical record. The 15th century is as good a starting point as any. At this time, Europe was not particularly rich or technically advanced compared with, say, India or China. The Arabic cities dominated what long-distance trade there was, controlling the trading links between Europe and Asia. 4. And the main Indian Ocean routes. Certain parts of Europe had, however, a crucial lead in weaponry and shipbuilding, and the ability and incentive to take advantage of it. This was the basis for the explosive expansion of the Spanish and Portuguese seaborne empires at the end of the 15th and the beginning of the 16th centuries. During the first part of the mercantile period, roughly 1500–1800, Spain and Portugal dominated. The Spanish Empire was based on precious metals mined in Central America and the Andes, funneled through Panama to Spain, running the gauntlet of piracy in the Spanish Main on the way. The mines, and the agricultural estates that fed them, were worked by forced labor. The Portuguese Empire was more a string of trading posts controlling the traffic in spices and, later, in African slaves, but leaving social systems and systems of production relatively untouched. At the same time, the expanding mercantile cities of Western Europe came to depend on grain produced by serf labor on the estates of Prussia and Poland, shipped from Baltic ports. In the 17th century, the emphasis shifted to the production of sugar in slave plantations in the Caribbean and Brazil, while Spain and Portugal progressively lost control of the seas and of key parts of their empires, first to the Dutch and then to the English and French. Labor was scarce in sugar-growing areas, and the Atlantic Triangle was born. Manufactured goods, especially guns, were shipped to Africa, slaves to the Americas, and sugar back to Europe. As the 18th century went on, English, French, and Dutch trading posts in Asia expanded into territorial possessions, and there were signs of the more profound changes in Europe that developed in the following century. In the mercantile period, then, European commerce came to dominate much of the world, though the goods exchanged in intercontinental trade were still mainly luxuries: sugar, spices, tobacco, together with slaves and precious metals. The organization of society and of production in South and Central America was totally and forcibly transformed, with whole populations exterminated and replaced, while in Africa and Asia the impact of Europe was in general either superficial or wholly destructive: the slave trade, the looting of India. How this pattern of trade and production should 5. be described is controversial. Frank and Wallerstein, chapter 8 below, insist that it was a capitalist world system, while others such as Banerjee, Brenner, and Ray, chapter 10, would describe it as a system of mainly pre-capitalist societies, linked by exchange, with an evolving capitalist center in Europe. This disagreement is part of a larger debate over the definition of capitalism. By the 18th century, capitalist relations of production, characterized by the employment of free wage labor in privately owned businesses producing for the market, were well established in England and, to a lesser extent, elsewhere in Northwest Europe. Productivity was rising fairly rapidly, though not as rapidly as later, and was already well above levels in the rest of the world. One factor in this general technical advance was the scientific revolution, which was closely linked to military and mercantile needs. Astronomy and the measurement of time, critical to navigation, were at the heart of Newtonian physics, and thus of a wholly new view of nature. The decades around 1800 were a critical turning point, separating the mercantile period from the classical epoch of capitalist development. In the political sphere, the American and French revolutions created a new conception of politics. Britain supplanted France as a major colonial power and took effective control of India, which became the linchpin of the British Empire. Even more significant, the Industrial Revolution, centered in Britain, marked the start of a new era. It was a protracted affair, but taken as a whole it was one of the most important events in human history. Its short-run effects on the mass of the people were probably retrograde, but it became possible to conceive of the abolition of poverty and drudgery through mechanized production. Marx's vision of socialism was based squarely on the potential created by industrialization. The Industrial Revolution happened where and when it did because of a conjunction of external and internal factors, whose relative importance is a matter of debate. The organization of production in Britain was by this stage wholly capitalist, based on firms that were relatively large, by previous standards, but numerous, flexible, and driven by fierce internecine competition. They could recruit workers with the necessary skills from a 6. substantial urban proletariat, and lay them off again equally quickly when market conditions changed or when labor-saving innovations made them redundant. Britain controlled the markets of the world, a vital advantage since the most important raw material, cotton, had to be imported, while a large part of the produce was exported. The profits of empire contributed to the ready availability of funds for investment. This was a new kind of society, which the rest of the world regarded with amazement. In a wider sense, the Industrial Revolution went on for much of the 19th century, a period of sustained development in the main centers of capitalism. The new industrial methods were introduced into industry after industry, and spread to other parts of Europe and North America. This was the context in which Marx wrote. By the end of the 19th century, Germany and the United States had emerged as major industrial rivals to Britain, and Japan had started on the process of industrialization. The case of Japan is important, since it is still almost the only example of complete capitalist development outside Europe and areas of European settlement. Those who argue that subjection to Europe caused the failure of development elsewhere can point out that Japan was one of the few areas that remained outside European control, while those who argue that the success or failure of capitalist development depends primarily on internal social structures can point out that Japan started from a social structure that had much in common with European feudalism. The area effectively integrated into the capitalist world economy expanded throughout the 19th century. Most of Latin America achieved formal independence, but came under informal British control. Asia, the largest and most populous continent, was opened up for capitalism. The British established effective control of the whole Indian subcontinent, and forced China, at gunpoint, to permit the import of opium. The French got Indochina and the Dutch already controlled the East Indies. Russia was steadily pushing back its frontiers in Siberia and Central Asia. Parts of Africa were colonized, setting the scene for a scramble for the rest at the end of the century. North America and Australasia were opened up. It was in this period that the world was definitely divided into advanced and underdeveloped areas, and the basic patterns of 7. The present world economy were established. A new pattern of trade emerged, replacing the trade in luxuries of the mercantile period. Advanced capitalist centers exported manufactures and imported food and raw materials. The physical bulk of goods traded expanded colossally, but transport had been transformed along with the rest of industry and was able to cope. The end of the 19th century marks another major turning point, the beginning of what Lenin called the imperialist stage of capitalism. Following his lead, many Marxists reserve the term imperialism to describe the 20th century, using other terms for the expansionism of earlier periods. I will follow the usage of whichever writer is under discussion. There was a rapid increase in the size of firms and a spread of monopoly in the form of cartels, trusts and so on. The 20th century is often said to be the period of monopoly capital. Exports of capital had increased rather earlier, augmenting rather than replacing trade in goods, at first in the form of loans to governments and public utilities, but increasingly as direct investment in productive enterprises. In the early 20th century, investment was mostly in resource-based industries and related infrastructure. The natural resources of the whole planet were opened up for exploitation. At the same time, there was a scramble for control of the few remaining areas not already brought under colonial control, especially in Africa. Latin America passed, more gradually, from the British to the American sphere. Once the division of the world was complete, any further territorial expansion had to be at the expense of rival colonial empires. There was a sharp increase in tension between the main powers, especially between Germany, the rising power, and Britain, with the largest empire, which culminated in 2 world wars. That the rise of monopoly, the export of capital and the outbreak of inter-imperialist rivalry are connected is generally agreed among Marxists, though the exact nature of the connection is more disputable. This is the subject matter of the theories of imperialism worked out at the time by Hobson, Hilferding, Bukharin and Lenin, chapters 4 to 6. The 20th century has seen a number of developments. First, the area covered by the world capitalist system has contracted, with the subtraction first of Russia, then of China, Cuba, much of South 8. East Asia and so on. In all cases these areas broke away as a result of war or of violent internal struggles. The nature of the systems installed in these countries will not be discussed here, but the fact of their existence has had important effects on the world balance of power. Second, international trade has grown more rapidly than total production, while international investment by major firms has grown even faster, making them into multinationals operating on a worldwide basis. Markets for liquid money capital have also been internationalized. The world capitalist economy is much more tightly integrated than ever before, despite the achievement of formal independence by most underdeveloped countries. The system cannot possibly be understood by looking at particular nation-states in isolation. Third, the capitalist world became very clearly divided into advanced and underdeveloped countries, differing not only in income levels, but in almost every other aspect of their economic and social structure. There are, as in all previous periods, a few doubtful cases, but it is notable how small a fraction of the world's population they contain. In almost all cases there is no difficulty in assigning a country to one group or the other. This cleavage is clearly a major structural feature of the 20th century world system, though it may be breaking down as the end of the century approaches. The advanced countries, Europe, North America, Japan, Australasia, went through a bad patch in the two world wars and the depression of the 1930s, but then experienced the long boom of the 1950s and 1960s. Overall, levels of productivity have increased enormously over the century and the capitalist form of organization has almost completely displaced others. Trade and investment flows within the advanced center have grown especially rapidly, so trade with the underdeveloped periphery is now a relatively small part of the total. The economy of a typical advanced country has a relatively large industrial sector, and an even larger service sector organized on modern capitalist lines. Agriculture employs a small fraction of the labor force, using modern capital-intensive techniques. In some cases, a peasant sector survives with the help of subsidies. The majority of the population are wage earners, and trades union organizations, if they have not fundamentally altered the nature of capitalism, have 9. At least ensured that the benefits of increased productivity have been shared with the working class. Democratic institutions have become well established, with free elections and guarantees of personal freedom. The advanced countries contain the headquarters of the main multinational companies and are the main centers of technological development. They produce and export a very wide range of manufactured and primary products. They import some primary products and a growing volume of labor-intensive manufactured goods from underdeveloped areas. Turning to the underdeveloped world, there are important differences between the three continents, Latin America, Asia, Africa. In Latin America, indigenous societies were almost wholly destroyed centuries ago, white or Creole ruling classes with a European culture were established, and the institutions of the modern state were installed at almost the same time as in Europe. The larger Latin American countries have average income levels well above those of Africa and Asia, though equally far below those of Europe. At the same time, they have all the structural features of underdevelopment. In Asia, major pre-capitalist civilizations were drawn into the capitalist orbit more gradually and at a later date. The larger Asian countries have well-established local ruling classes, a considerable technological capacity, and industrial sectors which are quite large in absolute terms, though small relative to population. Average income levels, however, are very low, with an enormous mass of peasants and workers reduced to near starvation level. Some smaller Asian countries, on the other hand, are relatively industrialized, and have experienced very rapid economic growth, while Japan is, of course, in another category altogether. Africa suffered the destructive effects of the slave trade over several centuries, but actual European penetration into most of the continent did not come until the imperialist stage, much later than in Asia or Latin America. It is, in general, the least developed continent, with tiny industrial sectors and low levels of income, and is still ravaged by famine and disease. Despite these differences, one could still talk, in the middle of the 20th century, of a typical underdeveloped country, with a small proportion of the population employed in modern industry. 10. And large, low productivity, agricultural and service sectors. Wages and incomes are low, except for a small elite. Agriculture mainly consists of small peasant holdings, except where there are plantations producing for export. These peasant farms are no longer self-sufficient subsistence holdings, but are integrated into the market system. Foreign trade generally accounts for a rather large fraction of total national income, with imports of capital goods, intermediate products, and raw materials paid for by exports of primary products or labor-intensive manufactures. Export earnings also have to finance outflows of dividends, interest, and royalties. Underdeveloped countries generally trade with advanced countries and not with each other. This pattern is clearly quite unlike that of an untouched pre-capitalist economy, and is the result of incorporation into the world capitalist system. By the last quarter of the century, some underdeveloped countries were industrializing rapidly, and moving towards the structure of a typical advanced country, while others were stagnating. The class structure of underdeveloped countries in the mid-20th century was distinctively different both from that of a pre-capitalist society and from that of the advanced countries, though in some places it was changing fairly rapidly towards the pattern of the developed capitalist countries. The small scale of industry and its domination by foreign firms with labor-saving production methods meant that the industrial working class and local industrial capital, important forces in advanced countries, were small. In their absence, the system was dominated by local representatives and affiliates of multinational companies, by trading interests and by landlords. The largest popular classes were the peasantry and the urban lumpenproletariat of unemployed or casually employed workers. Advanced and underdeveloped countries, then, are complementary halves of a very unequal world system, the product of a process of development stretching back centuries. At different stages in its evolution, and in different areas, it has taken very different forms. A complete theory of imperialism must account for all of them. 11. 1.2 Historical materialism. The writers surveyed in this book share a common set of assumptions. All assigned a central role to the evolution of the economic system, and all agreed that imperialism must be explained in terms of the development of capitalism. This approach derives, of course, from Marx. In this section I will briefly summarize some of the elements of Marx's method, historical materialism. Marx observed that production is always social, Robinson Crusoe is a myth. Seen from a technical, physical point of view, the forces of production, or in terms of the actual activity of work, the labor process, production is the activity of human beings working in the natural environment to modify it to meet their needs. As a social process, however, it also involves relations between people, the social relations of production, which govern access to the means of production and the use of the product. These relations are not a matter of deliberate choice. The organization of production in, say, Europe today is not the result of a conscious decision that wage labor in capitalist factories is a better system than the serfdom of the Middle Ages or the slave system of antiquity. It is the product of a long process of historical evolution. Marx argued that the analysis of society must start from the structure of social relations, not from individual choices or motivations. In the social production of their existence, men enter into definite, necessary relations, which are independent of their will, namely relations of production corresponding to a determinate stage of development of their material forces of production. The totality of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation on which there arises a legal and political superstructure and to which there correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production of material life conditions the social, political, and intellectual life process in general. Marx 1976, 3. Marx's assertion that the economic foundation ultimately governs the social, political, and intellectual life processes in 12. General is one of the most controversial aspects of his work. It does not seem to me to be useful to discuss it at a general level. The test is whether it can be justified by detailed analysis in particular cases. I propose to treat it as a working hypothesis, adopted for purposes of argument. Marx insisted on the need for abstraction. Society is too complex to be grasped as a totality, an integrated whole, in a single step. Instead, we must isolate the simplest and most fundamental social relations and build up an abstract representation of how they work and how they fit together. Concepts developed in this way can then be used to construct an analysis of the real, or concrete, world. However, a single set of abstract concepts will not serve for the analysis of all societies. Marx praised the classical economists of the late 18th and early 19th centuries, notably Smith and Ricardo, for recognizing the need for abstraction, but criticized them for applying concepts appropriate to the analysis of the capitalist economies of their time to all periods of history, failing to recognize the historical specificity of capitalism. Different stages of development are characterized by particular, different structures, and a separate process of abstraction is needed for each. A mode of production, in the abstract, is a simple, basic structure of social relations that is the starting point for the analysis of a particular stage of history. It is essential to Marx's approach that there are only a limited number of these basic forms. Each mode of production, except the simplest, the primitive communal, and the highest, the future communist mode, defines a pair of opposed classes, a class of producers exploited by a non-producing class. The relation between these two classes is the central, defining feature of the mode of production. At this level of abstraction, classes should not be thought of primarily as groups of people, but as opposing positions within a structure of social relations. In particular, a class cannot be conceived of in isolation, since it only constitutes a class by virtue of its relation to another class. There cannot be employers without employees, slave owners without slaves, and so on. Marx's original idea was simple and elegant. The various modes of production are successive stages in the history of human society. Each has its own structure and can reproduce itself, that is, it can 13. Maintain both the forces of production, by replacing used-up means of production, and so on, and the relations of production, by perpetuating the subordination of one class to another. The mechanisms of reproduction differ, of course, between different modes. The stability of each mode, however, is only relative. Each generates development of the forces of production and, in the process, brings about changes in its own functioning that lead in the end to a breakdown of the existing structure and its replacement by the next in the sequence. At a certain stage in their development, the material productive forces of society come into conflict with the existing relations of production. From forms of development of the productive forces, these relations turn into their fetters. At that point an era of social revolution begins. In broad outline, the ancient, feudal and modern bourgeois capitalist modes of production may be designated as progressive epochs of the socio-economic order. Marx 1976, 3-4. Society, in this account, has evolved from a, rather nebulous, primitive communal stage, through the ancient and feudal periods, into the capitalist societies of Marx's, and our, time, which will in turn be replaced by communism. The ancient mode is defined by the opposition between slaves and free, slave-owning citizens, while the feudal mode, in its classic form, involves production for local use by a class of unfree peasants or serfs who control their own subsistence plots, but are compelled, by extra-economic coercion, to support a class of feudal landlords. The most frequently studied mode of production, the only one that Marx analyzed in detail, is the capitalist mode, characterized by 1. Generalized commodity production, production for the market by many distinct and uncoordinated units of production, together with 2. Polarization of wealth, so a class of owners of the means of production confronts a class of free but propertyless workers. Ownership of the means of production excludes non-owners, workers, from production, except on terms acceptable to the owners. Workers have to sell their labor power, their capacity to work, to capitalists in return for wages, which they spend on the 14. goods they need to live. Marx's analysis of capitalism is discussed in more detail in Chapter 2. Marx recognized that non-European history could not be fitted into this Eurocentric succession of stages, and he introduced the Asiatic mode, discussed further in Chapter 2, to deal with this problem. The point of the Asiatic mode is that it does not develop in a way that leads on to further stages, but tends to persist unless disrupted from outside. He also admitted that the succession of stages could be broken by outside influences, especially by conquest. In all conquests there are three possibilities. The conquering nation subjects the conquered nation to its own mode of production. Or it allows the old mode to remain and is content with tribute. Or interaction takes place, which gives rise to a new system, a synthesis. In all cases the mode of production, whether that of the conqueror or of the conquered nation or the one resulting from the fusion of the two, is the determinant of the new distribution that occurs. Marx 1976, 27. A real society cannot, in any case, be reduced to a single abstract mode of production. Marx argued that, in every social formation there is a specific kind of production that predominates over all the others, and whose relations therefore determine their rank and influence. It is a general illuminant tinging all other colors and modifying their specific features, 1976, 39. Relations characteristic of several modes of production may be combined in a social formation with one predominating. This idea has been revived recently, see Chapter 10. Among other advantages, it makes a place for the petty commodity mode of production, production for the market by independent producers who own their own means of production, which has never predominated, and therefore cannot appear in a list of stages. Once we regard modes of production as basic forms of organization which can be combined and elaborated in many ways in different historical circumstances, the range of possibilities becomes almost infinite. A limited number of modes can be 15. Analyzed carefully in conceptual isolation, then complications can be built in to analyze a rich variety of real situations. This is the scientific method, the discovery of simple ideas to elucidate complex problems. What Marx left, in short, was not a complete interpretation of history, but a fragmentary outline of European history, an analysis of the capitalist mode of production, and some tantalizingly brief indications of how his analysis could be extended. It would be foolish to treat Marx's writings as holy writ. In the study of imperialism, a central problem is to analyze the interactions between initially very different societies, with different dominant modes of production. Marx's few writings on India and Ireland, discussed in Chapter 2 below, are not particularly helpful, but his method has proved very fruitful, as I hope to show. In an analysis of imperialism, the actions of capitalist states must play an important role. It is almost an axiom of Marxist theory that the state acts to defend the interests of the ruling class, the dominant exploiting class. There are many statements to this effect in Marx's writing, although he presented very little detailed analysis to support it. The state was one of the many topics he planned to work on and write about, but never managed to reach. It is fairly easy to see why the state should act to preserve the broad outlines of the existing social system. The ruling class is normally well organized to defend its interests, and the higher-level personnel of the state, politicians, bureaucrats, military officers, etc., have a clear interest in preserving the existing state organization, which could hardly hope to survive a wholesale change in the social order. In any case, a failure to meet the essential needs of the dominant mode could only result in chaos and economic regression in the absence of a positive alternative. Support for the existing order does not imply unthinking conservatism. On the contrary, it requires constant adaptation to changing circumstances, and may mean acting against the interests of particular sections of the ruling class. It does not follow either, that the state will succeed in this task. Circumstances may overwhelm it, and the historic role of stupidity and error should not be underrated. 16. There remain many alternative policies consistent with preserving the system. An assertion that the state acts in the interests of the ruling class is not self-evident, and may not even be meaningful. There are always, in practice, divisions of interest within the capitalist class, so the interests of the class as a whole are not clearly defined. Some Marxists appear to believe in a special providence which ensures that state policies always coincide with the objective requirements of expanded reproduction, or something of the sort. This is ridiculous. Policies are the outcome of clashing sectional interests within and across class boundaries, in a particular political and ideological structure. The state, it is often said, has a certain relative autonomy. Some work has been done on these lines, but the construction of general theories is at a very early stage, leaving something of a gap in the theory of imperialism. In most of the theories discussed below, the focus is on an economic analysis which explains policies by showing that they serve the interests of major sections of the capitalist class. I shall concentrate on the economics of imperialism, following the general trend of the literature. Economic issues are, at the least, an important part of the story. 1.3 Theories of capitalism as a world system. Marxist theories of the development of capitalism on a world scale fall into two groups, those that concentrate on the progressive role of capitalism in developing the forces of production, and those that present capitalism as a system of exploitation of one area by another, so development in a few places is at the expense of the development of underdevelopment in most of the world. Capitalism, according to the first approach, creates the material preconditions for a better, socialist, society, as well as the class forces that will bring it about, while the second approach suggests that it is precisely the failure of capitalism to generate economic development that makes revolution necessary. The historical record suggests that there is an element of truth to both of these opposed positions. Capitalism has generated massive technological and 17. Economic advances and also enormous geographical disparities in economic development. The first of these views is broadly that held by the classical Marxists, from Marx to Lenin and his contemporaries. It has been strongly revived in recent years. According to this account, the development of each country is determined primarily by its internal structure, specifically by the nature of the dominant mode of production. Capitalism, a system in which free wage workers are employed by competing firms, tends to generate economic development, while other modes do not, at least on the same scale. External forces have their effect primarily by altering the organization of production. Competition is at the heart of a classical Marxist analysis of capitalism. The largest, most efficient firms with the newest capital equipment are the most profitable, and can increase their lead, while weaker firms fall behind and the weakest are eliminated by bankruptcy or takeover. The threat of failure forces firms to maximize profits, to reinvest profits for expansion, and to seek out new methods of production, new markets, and new sources of supply. In pre-capitalist modes of production, by contrast, the exploiting class must, above all, maintain the basis of the extra economic coercion which they exercise over the producers. As a result, pre-capitalist systems are relatively static, dominated by custom, with the potentially investable surplus redirected into non-productive channels. The expansion of capitalism constantly expands the demand for natural resources, minerals, land, etc. This is one motive behind the geographical expansion of capitalism. Even with a static demand, development of transport and the search for cheaper sources of goods will tend to draw new areas into the capitalist orbit. The search for cheap labor is yet another motive for geographical expansion. In the classical Marxist account, grossly oversimplified, capitalism emerged first in a few centers, generating capital accumulation and development there, and opening up a lead over the rest of the world without necessarily taking anything from it, though capital will always take what it can get. Capitalism spread, starting the same process in other areas. Different parts of the world are runners in the same race, in which some started before others. Any advantage gained by one at the expense of others is incidental. 18. The alternative view has been developed since the Second World War, notably by Frank and Wallerstein, as a response to the apparent failure of capitalist development in many parts of the world. In this view, the unit of analysis must be a world system, with differing geographical areas or nation-states as mere component parts. Capitalism is not defined by a specific relation between classes, but by production for profit in a world system of exchange, and by the exploitation of some areas by others. The metropolis or core exploits the satellites or periphery by direct extraction of profit or tribute, by unequal exchange, or by monopolistic control over trade. In the periphery, ruling classes owe their position to their function as intermediaries in the system of exploitation, so they have an interest in preserving it and in preserving the corresponding patterns of production. Underdevelopment is not a state of original backwardness, it is the result of the imposition of a particular pattern of specialization and exploitation in the periphery. Within the world system, different forms of labor control may be used: forced labor, wage labor, slavery, and so on. The class structures of different nations, and particular forms of exploitation in production, are merely results of the place of the areas concerned in the world system, not the key determining factors, as they are in a classical Marxist analysis. In this approach, oversimplified, capital accumulation is seen not as a precondition for genuine, qualitative advances in the level and methods of production, but rather as a redivision of a fixed magnitude, a transfer of resources from the exploited periphery to the center. Development in some areas and the development of underdevelopment in others are opposite sides of the same coin. These two views involve quite different readings of history. In the classical Marxist view, capitalism started off in a few places and has since spread out geographically in a process of internationalization of capital, and has evolved through a succession of stages, with key turning points in the Industrial Revolution and when large-scale export of capital, not goods, started. According to Frank and Wallerstein, by contrast, capitalism as a world system dates from the 16th century, and has remained essentially unchanged ever since. The classical Marxists saw capitalism in dynamic terms, while their opponents saw it as a basically static system of exploitation. 19. The contradictions between these two views should not be overstressed, though they are very real. The world economy is a complex whole in which relations of production and exploitation exist both within and between nations. It may not matter much whether we say that underdevelopment is the product of external influences, which also determine a certain class structure and organization of production, or that underdevelopment is caused by a certain class structure and organization of production, which may be in whole or part the result of external influences. When we get to a more detailed level of analysis, there are many theories that cut across this simple classification. It is, nevertheless, a helpful preliminary way of ordering the material. The definition of the term underdevelopment differs according to the approach adopted. In the classical view, underdevelopment is synonymous with backwardness, with an early stage of development. Frank and his followers, on the other hand, argue that an isolated country could not be called underdeveloped, as underdevelopment is defined by incorporation into a world system in a subordinate position. Whichever definition is adopted, there is little doubt as to which category to put any particular country in, so there is not likely to be much confusion. I shall use the term descriptively. An underdeveloped country is one that shows the general structural features of underdevelopment described in section 1.1 above. Marx, Chapter 2, concentrated on a closed and wholly capitalist economy in his main theoretical work. In a rather less formal way, he analyzed the origins and expansion of capitalism within a single nation-state. His importance to the theory of imperialism is primarily that he established a basic framework of analysis that other writers have built on. His articles on India make it clear that he saw British rule, however brutal, as ultimately progressive, because it laid the foundations for subsequent capitalist development. Luxemburg, Chapter 3, developed Marx's picture of the expansion of capitalism into the pre-capitalist societies that surround it. She advanced two explanations for this expansion. The first is that capitalist economies suffer a chronic problem of realization, that is of selling the products produced for sale, and must therefore seek markets abroad. This idea recurs in a variety of forms in the history of imperialism, and I shall refer to it as under 20. Consumptionism, though Luxemburg's variant of it does not exactly fit the term. I shall argue that underconsumptionism is mistaken. She also argued that competitive pressures lead to expansion, in search of raw materials and cheap labor, and here I think she is right. In either case, pre-capitalist natural, non-market, economies cannot be penetrated by simple market competition, for lack of markets to compete in, and must therefore be broken open by force. Hobson, Chapter 4, was not a Marxist, but he deserves a mention in a survey of Marxist theories because his work has influenced many Marxist writers. He presented one of the first coherent accounts of imperialism, before Luxemburg. His version of underconsumption is the prototype of many, and he was one of the first to link the scramble for Africa and the intensified inter-imperialist rivalry at the end of the 19th century to the development of monopoly. This became a major theme of Marxist writing on imperialism. Hilferding, Bukharin and Lenin, chapters 5 and 6, the main authors of what I will call the classical Marxist theory of imperialism, since Marx did not discuss imperialism as such, wrote immediately before and during the First World War. In economic life, the main change since Marx's time had been the development of monopoly, fulfilling his prediction that the competitive process, with its constant elimination of smaller and weaker firms, would generate a tendency to monopoly. It remained, however, to analyze the results of this development. At the same time, there was a scramble for colonies, and intense antagonisms emerged between the main capitalist powers. All three writers stressed the formation of monopolies on a national basis, and the intensification of competition on a world scale between national groupings of capital. At the same time, they predicted an acceleration of capitalist development in backward areas of the world. Hilferding's main contribution, Chapter 5, was the concept of finance capital, the fusion of industrial and financial capital into huge interlocking groups. These groups do not compete with each other by price cutting, they enlist state support to gain control of whole industries by financial and political means. Most of the elements of a theory of inter-imperialist rivalry were worked out by 21. Hilferding, but his main focus was on the internal development of capitalist economies. Bukharin, Chapter 6, transformed Hilferding's analysis by setting it in the context of a world economy in which two tendencies were at work. The tendency to monopoly and the formation of groups of finance capital is one, and the other is an acceleration of the geographical spread of capitalism and its integration into a single world capitalist economy. Blocks of finance capital form on a national basis, because of their links with national states. Competition thus becomes competition between state capitalist trusts, with annexation and war as means employed in the competitive struggle. Lenin's pamphlet on imperialism, also discussed in Chapter 6, follows Bukharin in most respects while avoiding the main issues of theory, and adding elements taken from Hobson. Lenin insisted that imperialism should be regarded as a stage of capitalist development, the monopoly stage, rather than being a policy of capitalist states or an aspect of the relations between capitalist states. This terminology can cause some confusion, since other writers, following everyday usage, used the term to refer specifically to international relations of dominance and exploitation. His rather obscure treatment of the reasons for capital export, which could be interpreted in terms of Marx's theory of the falling rate of profit, or in terms of underconsumptionist theories, has also caused confusion. Altogether, Lenin's pamphlet has been treated with the reverence it does not deserve. The work of Baron, Chapter 7, represents a turning point in the theory of capitalist development on a world scale. The classical Marxists, from Marx to Lenin, had expected full capitalist development, in due course, throughout the world. Baron argued that the destiny of the underdeveloped countries was distinctively different from that of areas that developed at an earlier date. Monopoly, he argued, leads to restriction of output and investment, and hence to low growth, in all parts of the world. In advanced countries output is high, and high monopoly profits depress workers' consumption, so there is a chronic shortage of demand. This is almost identical to Hobson's argument. In underdeveloped countries the surplus is partly absorbed by the luxury spending of the ruling class, but much of it is transferred to the advanced countries, as profits, where it contributes to the problem of absorbing the rising surplus. Monopoly thus transforms capitalism. 22. From a force for development into a cause of stagnation, both in advanced and in underdeveloped countries. In underdeveloped countries, however, there was no competitive stage, so they are frozen at a low level of production and income. Marxist and radical writings of the 1960s and 1970s were dominated by the idea that capitalism blocks development in the Third World, because the countries of the periphery are dependent on the countries of the center, a line of argument that became known as dependency theory, Chapter 8. Frank was a central figure in the resulting debates. I shall argue that his theories have crucial weaknesses. Frank's conception of capitalism as a worldwide system of monopolistic exchange and exploitation has already been described. The main criticism of this approach is that it ignores the role of relations of production in determining both the dynamics and the class structure of the system. Ammon incorporated a formal analysis of international exchange into an account of accumulation on a world scale. He argued that the impact of developed capitalism on less developed or pre-capitalist areas imposes a pattern of specialization that limits future development. His version of dependency theory improves on its predecessors by including an explicit treatment of unequal specialization. Important weaknesses, however, remain. The determinants of the development of productivity in different areas remain unclear, and his version of dependency theory, like others, has underconsumptionist elements which seem to me to be mistaken. Immanuel's theory of unequal exchange, Chapter 9, has started a new line of its own. He too saw capitalism as a world system of exploitation through exchange, but in his model surplus can be transferred through trade in competitive markets, without monopoly. An essential component of Marx's theory of a closed capitalist economy is the establishment of a single general rate of profit and a corresponding set of prices of production. Marxist theories of the world economy had no corresponding linkage between the analysis of production and of exchange, until Immanuel provided a theory of the determination of prices of production in a world economy. The main assumption is that capital is mobile internationally, while labor is not. The main criticism of his analysis is that certain key variables, the pattern of specialization, productivity, wages, are not adequately explained. 23. He made a useful contribution to a theory of the world economy, but claimed too much for it. There have also been a number of debates on more specific issues, generally revolving around the differences between the Frank Wallerstein position and the newly revived classical Marxist approach. One major area of debate surrounds the concept of a mode of production, and its application to contemporary underdeveloped countries, Chapter 10. The central point at issue here is whether the internal structure of underdeveloped countries can be conceptualized in terms of the persistence of pre-capitalist relations of production and, if so, whether this is cause or consequence of their backwardness. A second area of debate centers on trends in the relative standing of different capitalist states, Chapter 11. In the post-war period, most Marxists assumed that the United States would maintain or increase its dominance as the principal imperialist power, and that underdeveloped countries would inevitably become relatively, if not absolutely, poorer and more thoroughly subordinated as long as they remain part of the world capitalist system. Capitalism was seen as a stable, self-reinforcing global system of inequality. This view has now been undermined by experience. American hegemony has crumbled, and there has been rapid capitalist development in some parts of the underdeveloped world. Taken together, the writings surveyed in this book seem to me to provide most of the makings of a coherent theory of the evolution of capitalism on a world scale, though such a theory has yet to be worked out in detail. What follows is my guess at the form it might take. It is only a tentative outline. To go further would go beyond the scope of this work. The mercantile period was characterized by very loose integration of the world economy, so developments in different parts of the world were determined primarily by the dominant mode of production in each area. Transport costs were high, long-distance trade was mainly in luxuries, and both capital and skills were relatively immobile. Europe advanced because Europe was becoming capitalist. Elsewhere, European military power had its effect mainly by transforming the mode of production, either installing, pre-capitalist, forms of exploitation from the outside, as in Latin America, or clearing the ground for future capitalist development, as in North America. 24. The 19th century was a period of transition. The emerging world economy was still rather loosely integrated, and the emergence of new centers was still possible where internal conditions were ripe and resolute state support was forthcoming. At the same time, the development of capitalism in Europe and North America was breaking up mercantile monopolies, bringing down transport costs, and inaugurating a new stage of development. As the world economy became more closely integrated, the developed industrial centers had a crucial advantage, since productivity levels were rising while wages remained relatively low. As a result, they had a crushing cost advantage in all the main lines of industrial production, and relatively backward areas were confined to natural resource-linked activities. The advantages of the more developed areas could not easily be transferred, since skills were mainly in the hands of the workers, and capital tended to flow towards concentrations of skills. The need for a network of specialized services and suppliers had a similar effect. These external economies were especially important in the epoch of competitive capitalism, but remain important now. Monopoly capital, however, tends to internalize external economies by taking over external suppliers and by codifying and routinizing skills. Modern multinational firms are able to transfer technology to new locations with relatively low additional costs. At the same time, wage levels in advanced countries have been rising. The cost advantages of established industrial centers have been eroded on both counts. There is now a clear tendency for production to be shifted to low-wage areas in underdeveloped countries, although it will take a very long time for this tendency to work its way through the whole range of industries. It does not follow that the whole of the Third World can look forward to complete capitalist industrialization, since the emergence of new poles of development will intensify competition and eliminate weaker competitors. Equally, the mass of the population in newly industrializing countries may not gain much for a long time. Capital-intensive methods of production hold down the demand for labor and the resulting unemployment holds down wages. The prospect is one of uneven development as between different areas, accompanied by working-class poverty, very much what Marx predicted over a century ago. 25. 2. Marx. Marx did not use the word imperialism, nor is there anything in his work that corresponds at all exactly to the concepts of imperialism advanced by later Marxist writers. He did, of course, have a theory of capitalism, and of its development, and his work contains extensive, if rather scattered, coverage of the impact of capitalism on non-European societies. Unlike many of his successors, Marx saw the relative backwardness of the non-European world, and its subjection to European masters, as a transient stage in the formation of a wholly capitalist world economy. Marxist writers have drawn on various elements of Marx's theory in their work on imperialism. They have not, in general, based their analysis of imperialism on Marx's writings on colonies. I shall first set out, very briefly, Marx's theory of a wholly capitalist system. Marx argued that capitalism could in principle exist and develop on its own, without needing to expand into surrounding pre-capitalist societies. In fact, however, capitalism emerged in a wider pre-capitalist world, so the next step will be to look at Marx's theory of the origins of capitalism, and of its expansion at the expense of other modes of production. Finally, I shall survey Marx's writings on colonies, and in particular the famous articles on India. The first two sections, then, deal with the capitalist mode of production in the abstract, the rest of the chapter with its insertion into social formations that are not wholly capitalist. A preliminary comment on terminology: Marx did not have a generic term to describe the rule of a more advanced nation-state over a more backward area. I have used the term colonialism, which has been widely adopted since. When Marx himself used this term. 26. It was usually to refer to European settlement in areas from which the indigenous inhabitants had been expelled, such as Australia and America. 2.1 Capitalism. The heart of Marx's life work was the analysis of the capitalist mode of production, contained in Capital, Volumes I-III, Marx 1961, 1957, 1962, cited below by title and volume number. The centerpiece is a theory of a closed, homogeneous, capitalist economy. Labor power has a single price, governed by the value of labor power, and, when prices of production are introduced, in the third volume, there is a single general rate of profit which accrues to all capitals. This is an abstraction, of course, and throughout the 3 volumes Marx used examples to link the abstract theory to a far more complex reality. Within the theory, though, there is no space for any differences in economic conditions between different countries. Marx's conception of the capitalist mode of production is diametrically opposed to that of dependency theorists like Frank, for whom the center-periphery relation is an essential feature of capitalism. In this section, I shall outline the basic theory very briefly, with the focus on key concepts used by later writers. This is not a text on Marxist economic theory. There is a substantial literature on the subject for those who wish to read more, e.g. Brewer 1984, Foley 1986, Howard and King 1985. Capitalism is a particular form of commodity production, production of goods for sale on the market. This form of economy exists where there are many independent producers who produce goods for sale rather than for their own use. Marx distinguished between the use value of a commodity, the use to which it can be put, and its exchange value, what can be got in exchange for it. The production of use values is absolutely essential to the survival of any society, but in a commodity-producing system this is obscured by the fact that the producer is interested only in the exchange value of the product. Marx argued that exchange values are explained and determined by labor values, where the value of a commodity is defined as the 27. Socially necessary labor time, measured in hours, directly or indirectly required to reproduce it. The labor theory of value has been the subject of much debate, e.g. Morris Hima 1973, 1974, 1976, Steedman 1975, 1977, Himmelwaite and Mahan 1978, Wright 1979. The difficulty in using labor values is that goods do not, in fact, exchange at their values in a developed capitalist economy. They exchange at market prices which fluctuate around prices of production, see below. In cases of joint production and in any but the simplest cases involving fixed capital, values are hard to define satisfactorily, and are liable to come out negative, or to fail to add up correctly, Steedman 1975, 1976, 1977. Very few theories of imperialism depend heavily on the labor theory of value, so labor values can be treated simply as a convenient way to set out Marx's theory. The main propositions could be restated in terms of other theories of price, but I shall use labor values, since that was how Marx did it. The heart of Marx's theory, his account of the social relations of capitalism, does not depend on the labor theory of value. Marx then asked, what is the source of the surplus value, roughly, profit, which accrues to a capitalist? He found the answer in the specific social relation which links a wage worker with a capitalist employer. The worker, he said, sells his labor power, his capacity to work, rather than his labor. The distinction between labor power and labor is crucial to the labor theory of value. The labor value of labor would be a nonsense, but it also reflects a central feature of capitalism, the actual work process. The conversion of labor power into actual work itself, is carried out under the authority of the new owner of labor power, its buyer, the capitalist. The capitalist also buys means of production, materials, equipment, etc., for the worker to work with. The value created by labor corresponds to the number of hours worked in, say, a day, given average conditions of production, but the wage paid by the capitalist corresponds to the value of labor power, that is, the labor required to reproduce a day's labor power, which is, in turn, the value of the commodities needed for the subsistence of the worker and his family, since the worker must be reproduced. If the value created in a day exceeds the value of a day's labor power, then there is surplus value which the capitalist can pocket when he sells the product. In terms of the relationship between the workers as a whole and capital as a whole, this amounts 28. To saying that profit, or surplus value, exists when the workers produce more than they get. Surplus value, in other words, corresponds to a surplus product. For an individual capitalist, however, profit, or surplus value, depends on prices, or values, since the commodities individual workers get are not the same as those they produce. Where the goods produced and consumed are not the same, we cannot subtract the one from the other unless they can be reduced to a common unit. For an open economy, the same problem exists when workers produce goods for export and consume, in part, imported goods. Marx's theory of the wage, or value of labor power, is something of a difficulty. He stated that the commodities needed by workers are not determined by purely physiological needs, though these set a minimum, but also contain a historical and moral element. In other parts of his work, notably the pamphlet Wage, Price, and Profit, there are elements of a theory of the determination of wages by bargaining power. What is clear is that if wages rise so far as to reduce profits below some minimum level, there will be a cessation of production and a crisis. This sets an upper limit to wages which ensures the existence of profit. Capital, in this framework, is value in process, money, or commodities being used to produce surplus value. An individual capitalist's wealth is first in the form of money, then of means of production and labor power, then of the commodities produced, and finally in the form of money, from the sale of the product, ready to start the cycle again. In practice, these stages overlap. Capital is defined by the cycle as a whole. In measuring the capital involved, we count the value of money, work in progress, means of production, and final commodities. This differs from the definition of capital used in non-Marxist economics in two ways. The latter is narrower, in only including means of production, but wider in including means of production regardless of the social context. For Marx, wealth is only capital if it is used by capitalists to produce surplus value in a capitalist system. I shall use this definition throughout. To put it another way, conventional economics treats capital as a technical requirement of production. Marx saw it as a social relation which defines a specific mode of production. We should pause here to consider the status of the two spheres of production and circulation, exchange. Both are integral parts of the circuit of capital, the cycle described above. A capitalist. 29. Economy consists of many separate enterprises, each controlled by a capitalist owner, linked together by market exchange, which is not controlled by anyone. Capitalist production is anarchic and is governed by the blind working of economic laws independent of the will of any individual. The circuits of different capitals intertwine with each other, each buys means of production from others, while workers buy means of subsistence from one capitalist with wages paid by another. Capitalist production as a whole includes many separate production processes and the processes of exchange that link them. Both are integral parts of production as a social process. Some Marxists have tried to argue that production, narrowly defined, is in some sense the primary element and circulation secondary. In view of the discussion above, this view will not stand up. It is possible for part of production to be carried out under capitalist relations of production and part under pre-capitalist relations, linked by exchange, as in the relation between slave plantations in America and the Lancashire cotton textile industry at the time of the Industrial Revolution. Some writers describe this as wholly capitalist production, with an unorthodox form of labor discipline on the plantations, others as a relationship between two different modes of production. The question seems, at least in part, semantic. The important point is that there is a social process of production encompassing both capitalist and pre-capitalist relations of production, an important possibility in systems of commodity production. This, however, is to jump ahead. My concern at the moment is with a wholly capitalist system. The essential character of a capitalist system comes out most clearly in Marx's discussion of the reproduction of the system. For simplicity, he used the device of simple reproduction, in which the system is reconstituted exactly as before after each cycle of production, before moving on to reproduction on an extended scale, also called expanded reproduction, reproduction on a progressively increasing scale, and so on, where part of profit is accumulated, as new capital, and the system grows. Note also that the idea of a simple period of production, starting with means of production, wage goods for workers' consumption, and so on, and ending when they have been used up and replaced by newly produced goods, is another analytical fiction which simplifies the story without affecting the principles involved. 30. Consider first the relation between workers and capital. At the start of a period of production, workers have no wealth, nothing to sell but their labor power, and therefore have no option but to look for a job. They cannot produce on their own account, since they cannot afford to buy means of production. The capitalist pays them a wage, enough to cover their, socially determined, needs. At the end of the period of production the workers have spent their wages, and are back where they started, forced once again to seek a job. Throughout, Marx assumed that there is a reserve army of labor, a pool of unemployed workers competing for jobs and keeping wages down. If expansion of the system absorbs all these unemployed workers, the threat of unemployment no longer holds down wages and maintains labor discipline, a crisis follows, reducing production, promoting labor-saving investment, and reconstituting the reserve army. Capitalists, on the other hand, start with purchasing power, money capital, sufficient to pay wages, variable capital, and by means of production, constant capital. At the end of the process they get enough revenue to replace the outlay, plus a surplus, profit, which can be used entirely for their own consumption, simple reproduction, or partly for new investment, expanded reproduction. Starting, then, from a situation in which owners of commodities, capitalists, confront propertyless workers, the cycle of production ends with the reproduction of the same confrontation between the same two classes, ready for the cycle to start again. Where capitalism came from in the first place, is a different question, to be taken up later. To ensure the reproduction of the system, it is not enough that capitalists should get surplus value. Capitalism is a species of commodity production, so production is carried out by many separate capitals with no central coordinating plan. The right mix of use values, means of production, necessities of consumption and so on, must be produced. Marx analyzed this problem in the final chapters of Capital II, in terms of the exchange between two departments of social production, Department 1, industries producing means of production, and Department 2, producing consumer goods. He showed, using numerical examples, or schemes of reproduction, that there is a certain relation between the outputs of the two departments consistent with simple reproduction, and another relation, depending on the rate of accumulation, consistent with extended reproduction. It is easy to 31. See how this analysis could be pursued in more detail to determine the necessary proportions between different branches of production within each department. One aspect of Marx's analysis of reproduction which is very relevant to the theory of imperialism and which has caused endless debate is the question of markets. How can capitalists hope to sell all the goods they produce? There is an argument used by many Marxist theorists, which I shall label underconsumptionism, see Bleney 1976. A number of variants of underconsumptionism will be discussed in later chapters, especially chapters 4, 7, and 8. In its simplest form it goes like this: if the workers cannot afford to buy the whole product, who can the capitalists sell it to? In simple reproduction, Marx's answer was that the capitalists consume the surplus product themselves. This entails selling to each other, since each specializes in the production of a particular product, but wishes to consume others. In a growing economy, capitalists still exchange the surplus product among themselves, but by means of production for new investment instead of means of consumption, and the proportions between the two departments, 1 and 2, must be correspondingly different. The argument is slightly complicated by the assumption that wages are paid in advance. Some of the new investment takes the form of wage payments to additional workers, who spend the money on consumer goods. The money used to carry out transactions is not a problem either, since it passes from hand to hand without being used up. At the end of each cycle it has returned to its starting point, ready to circulate again. The core idea of underconsumptionism is that consumer demand is somehow more fundamental than demand for means of production, that the latter only exists to provide for the former. It is often argued, Hobson 1938, is a classic case, that if consumption is, say, static, because wages are constant, then there will be no incentive to invest. This is simply wrong, since investment can be directed to industries producing investment goods, means of production, as well as to the consumer goods industries. Consumer demand has no special status in a capitalist framework, the bulk of it is from workers, who will only be employed if they contribute to profits, so both consumption and investment derive primarily from profit-seeking decisions by capitalists. If capitalists save and invest, more workers are needed, and total workers' consumption goes up. 32. It is possible that investment will be insufficient if profit prospects are poor. In this case, capitalists cut back on investment and employment, reducing demand and setting off a chain reaction. On the other hand, when high profits are expected, the chain reaction works the other way round. Marx expected capitalism to evolve through a series of booms, which ensure the development of the forces of production, and slumps, or periodic crises. The schemes of expanded reproduction show that it is possible in principle for demand to expand in line with supply, though it is equally possible for the system to suffer crises, as it does in practice. The explanation of crises must be sought in the determinants of profitability, not in any inherent problem of demand. I shall discuss particular variants of underconsumptionism as they arise, notably those of Luxemburg, Hobson, and Sweezy. Underconsumptionist arguments are important in the theory of imperialism because they can explain a search for external markets to make up for the deficiency of demand at home. 2.2 The dynamics of capitalism. In Marx's theory, surplus value is generated by the gap between the value produced by a worker, which is simply the length of the working day, and the value of labor power. Marx called the part of the working day equivalent to the value of the commodities the worker can buy with the wage, necessary labor, the rest is surplus labor. Surplus value can be increased by lengthening the working day. This is called absolute surplus value. It can also be increased by increasing productivity in the industries producing wage goods, or means of production used in the wage goods industries, thus reducing the value of labor power, in hours of labor equivalent, without reducing the actual commodities the worker gets. This is relative surplus value. Looking at it another way, the surplus product that workers produce can be increased either by making them work for longer, absolute surplus value, or by improving production methods so more is produced in the same time, relative surplus value. Absolute surplus value has a limit, set by physical exhaustion, while relative surplus value does not. Absolute surplus. 33. Value is important in the early stages of capitalism, and in colonies, where working hours are forced up to the maximum and wages down to the minimum, while relative surplus value dominates in advanced capitalism. Constant efforts to cut costs are forced on capitalists by competition, the primary driving force in capitalism. Any new method of production which reduces costs, a technical improvement, or an improvement in labor discipline, will bring extra profits to those who introduce it quickly, before the general price level has been forced down. Once it is generally adopted, competition forces prices down in line with costs, wiping out any remaining high-cost producers. Marx assumed, in general rightly, that large-scale production is more efficient than small-scale. Competition, therefore, forces capitalists to accumulate and reinvest as much as possible in order to produce on a large scale. Marx called growth through reinvestment of profits, concentration of capital. Bigger firms will be better able to survive, especially in slumps, and will be able to buy out smaller firms. The growth of the scale of production by amalgamation of capitals is called centralization of capital. Despite the constant increase in efficiency produced by these processes, Marx asserted that there is a tendency for the rate of profit to fall. Many Marxists have suggested that imperialism is a response to falling profits. Marx's argument is as follows: let C stand for the value of means of production used, V for the value of labor power, and S for the surplus value generated. Then S/V is called the rate of surplus value, surplus labor divided by necessary labor. The rate of profit, however, is S/C plus V, since capitalists relate profit to the total capital invested, in means of production and in the purchase of labor power. Now the profit rate, S/C plus V, equals S/V/C/V, plus 1, dividing top and bottom by V. The fraction C/V which appears on the bottom of this expression is called the value composition of capital. Marx defined the technical composition of capital as the ratio of the mass, physical quantity, of means of production to the mass of labor employed. The value composition of capital is the ratio between their values. Marx said, capital I, 612 I call the value composition of capital, insofar as it is determined by the technical. 34. Composition and mirrors the changes of the latter, the organic composition of capital. However, he often seems to have used the term organic composition interchangeably with value composition. He claimed that C/V will rise as capital is accumulated, outweighing any rise in S/V, as a result of productivity increase, so the rate of profit will tend to fall. This is the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. He then introduced a number of counter-tendencies: S/V may rise, wages may be depressed below the value of labor power, and so on. The most important is the fact that if productivity is rising, the value of any given quantity of means of production will fall, since less labor is required to produce it. For this reason, the value of the means of production used need not rise even though the mass, physical quantity, does, so C/V need not increase in value terms. The falling rate of profit theory depends, essentially, on rapid technical progress in consumer goods industries, using an increasing mass of means of production, without corresponding technical progress in the production of means of production. Another counter-tendency is foreign trade, capital 3, 232. Marx argued that capital invested in foreign trade may make high profits, for several reasons, including the possibility that the home country is more advanced and gains a super profit just as the first firms with an innovation do, the possibility that labor may be more productive in the home country without being higher paid, the opposite of Emmanuel's argument, to be discussed later, and the high rate of exploitation in colonies. These are a ragbag of reasons with little theoretical backing. Without an adequate theory of the world economy they can be nothing more. In any case, the theoretical argument is at the stage of analyzing a closed and homogeneous capitalist economy, in which these factors have no place. The decisive argument is the cheapening of the means of production, discussed above, since this cheapening is inherent in the process of capitalist development. There is no special reason to expect the value composition of capital either to rise or to fall. It can in any case be shown that capitalists will only adopt new techniques if they increase the rate of profit at the existing level of wages. Any technical innovation that reduces costs will also raise the general 35 level of profits once it is in general use. The classic proof is by Ocasio 1961, 1963, see also Himmelweit 1974, Hodgson 1974, Bowles 1981, Romer 1981, and Sheik 1982. Rejection of the falling rate of profit is still controversial, though the arguments cited above seem decisive to me. It has large implications for Marxist theory, since many Marxists have predicted an automatic collapse of capitalism because of falling profits. The alleged tendency for the rate of profit to fall has also been used to explain capital export and hence imperialism, sometimes regarded as part of a process of mobilizing the counter tendencies to falling profits. The falling rate of profit is quite unnecessary to these arguments, since they amount to saying that capital seeks cheap labor and high profits, which is sufficient explanation by itself. Another quite distinct effect of competition is the formation of prices of production, which will be dealt with in more detail in Chapter 9. The basic idea is that competing capitals move from one industry to another in search of higher profits. Where profits are high, an inflow of capital lowers them by increasing supply and depressing price. Relative prices must then deviate from values, since if prices were proportional to values, the rate of profit would be high in industries with a low value composition of capital, and vice versa. Mobility of capital leads to the formation of a single general rate of profit. This analysis enabled Marx to deal with commercial capital, or merchant's capital, a specialized part of capital which takes over functions of buying and selling from industrial capital. According to the labor theory of value, surplus value arises in production, not exchange, so commercial capital does not produce surplus value. It does, however, perform a necessary function, since purchase and sale of commodities are essential parts of the circuit of capital, and must, therefore, receive a profit, from a difference between buying and selling prices, equivalent to the general rate of profit. Commercial capital played a much more important role in the origins of capitalism than in Marx's analysis of a pure capitalist system. Another functional fraction of capital is financial capital, which performs a rather heterogeneous collection of functions unified by the fact that all involve handling money, as opposed to 36 commodities, and by the fact that they permit a centralization of money capital. Industrial and commercial businesses frequently find themselves holding idle money balances. If a bank can collect idle money together, it can economize on the actual money held, and put the rest to use by lending it out to other capitalists who are temporarily short of money. The savings of individuals, retired capitalists, members of non-capitalist classes and so on, can also be collected and put to use. The importance of these different fractions of capital, industrial, commercial, financial, is that they define different sections of the capitalist class, which may have different interests. There are other divisions within the capitalist class, for example between small and large businesses and between capitals in different branches of production, agriculture, industry, etc. One of the functions of political activity and of the state is to arbitrate between these different interests. Summarizing the argument so far, Marx defined the capitalist mode of production in terms of the relation between two classes, wage workers and capitalists, and demonstrated how a closed capitalist system can reproduce itself on an expanding scale. Competition leads to capital accumulation, rising productivity, and concentration of capital into ever larger units. The next step is to analyze the emergence and development of capitalism in a previously pre-capitalist world, and the functioning of the capitalist mode of production in social formations which contain other modes as well. 2.3 The origins of capitalism. Capitalism, once in existence, has a logic which can be captured by abstract theory, but its origins are a once-for-all process that must be explained in terms of specific historical circumstances. Since the defining feature of capitalism, for Marx, is the relation between a class of propertyless, free workers, and a class of private owners of the means of production, the essence of the problem is to explain how these two classes came into being. 37. Capitalism first emerged in Europe. It was transplanted, partly grown, to colonies of European settlement, America, Australia, etc., and developed independently in Japan. In the rest of the world, capitalism came from outside as an alien growth introduced, frequently, at the point of a gun. Marx did not regard this geographical pattern as accidental. he argued that the prospects for the development of capitalism depended crucially on the previous structure of society, which differed in different parts of the world. Europe, and Japan, capital I, ch. 27, 718n, was dominated by the feudal mode of production, and most of Asia, particularly India and China, by the Asiatic mode of production. The decay of the feudal mode of production created a fertile environment for the growth of capitalism, while the Asiatic mode did not, because feudalism involved a form of private property in land, the main means of production in a principally agrarian society, while the Asiatic mode of production was based on communal ownership of land. Berni correctly discovers the basic form of all phenomena in the East. He refers to Turkey, Persia, Hindustan, India, to be the absence of private property in land. This is the real key even to the Oriental heaven, Marx 1969, 451. Since this aspect of Marx's thought is controversial, I quote here some extracts from Capital to demonstrate Marx's view of the importance of the pre-existing social structure in determining the prospects for the development of capitalism. Usury has a revolutionary effect in all pre-capitalist modes of production only insofar as it destroys and dissolves those forms of property on whose solid foundation and continual reproduction in the same form the political organization is based. Under Asian forms, usury can continue a long time, without producing anything more than economic decay and political corruption. Only where and when the other prerequisites of capitalist production are present does usury become one of the means assisting in establishing the new mode of production by ruining the feudal lord and small-scale producer, on the one hand, and centralizing the conditions of labor into capital, on the other. Capital 3, ch. 36, 583-4. 38. To what extent commerce brings about a dissolution of the old mode of production depends on its solidity and internal structure. And whither this process of dissolution will lead, in other words what new mode of production will replace the old, does not depend on commerce, but on the character of the old mode of production itself. The obstacles presented by the internal solidity and organization of pre-capitalistic, national modes of production to the corrosive influence of commerce are strikingly illustrated in the intercourse of the English with India and China. In India this work of dissolution proceeds very gradually. And still more slowly in China, where it is not reinforced by direct political power. Capital 3, ch. 20, 325, 328. Both the Asiatic and feudal modes of production, in their pure forms, involve production for local use by peasant families, producing agricultural and handicraft goods for their own subsistence, and also supporting a ruling class who extract a surplus by extra economic coercion. In the feudal mode of production, the key social relations link individuals, or families. Succession to both rights and duties is normally hereditary. An individual lord has rights over a certain territory, and can exploit the peasants of that territory by extracting rent in labor services, in kind, or in money. Correspondingly, individual peasants are tied to particular plots of land, having the right to till that land and the corresponding duty to perform surplus labor for the landlord. In the Asiatic mode of production, the link is between a state, representing a ruling class, and the village communities which occupy the land, distributed among their members according to customary rules, and are exploited by tax rent. The political organizations corresponding to these two modes of production mirror the difference in their economic organization. Feudalism is characterized by parcellized sovereignty. The phrase is from Anderson 1974, divided between many semi-independent feudal lords, while Asiatic society is despotic. For discussion of the concept of an Asiatic mode, see Crater 1975 and Anderson 1974. There are difficulties with both concepts. The concept of the feudal mode as applied to Europe is well established, but there are disputes over its definition, deriving mainly from the problems of 39. Analysis posed by societies outside Western Europe, e.g. are Latin American haciendas feudal. The concept of an Asiatic mode is even less well established. Anderson, 1974, rejected it forcefully. Part of the problem is that the distinction between feudal and Asiatic modes is not as clear as it seems, since there are many intermediate forms of land tenure. In any case, the real history of forms of economic organization in Asia before capitalist penetration is both complex and little understood, so the differences between Europe and Asia remain to be explained. As the feudal order in Europe disintegrated, it broke down into a society of independent peasant producers, generally paying rent to landlords. Production was a mixture of subsistence peasant production, handicraft production for local use, and small-scale production for the market. Feudal landlords, however, had some claims on the land in the form of rents, and ill-defined rights over common lands. The crucial stage was the conversion of these, privately owned, feudal rights into full private property in the land, including the right to dispossess the occupiers, a right that generally did not exist in the classic feudal social order. Capitalism is defined by the relation between propertyless, free workers and the owners of the means of production. By expelling peasants from the land, the means of production were concentrated into the landlord's hands, while at the same time the expelled peasants became a proletariat, and markets were created by splitting up activities previously carried out in self-sufficient units. What follows is Marx's description of the logic of this process, capital I, Part 8, especially ch. 30. Lenin worked through a rather similar analysis, Lenin 1974, in his polemic against the Narodniks. The story starts with peasant farmers who largely produce their own subsistence, including the products of rural handicrafts, and exchange only a surplus on the market. They trade, on a small scale, with an urban handicrafts sector, while landlords spend their rents on the products of peasant farmers and on urban handicrafts, as well as on maintaining servants, and so on. After the expulsion of the peasants, food is produced in much the same quantities, on the same land, by a smaller number of agricultural workers suffering a lower standard of living. The surplus in agriculture has thus increased. A substantial part of the dispossessed peasants are 40. Employed as wage workers in urban or rural industry, fed from the agricultural surplus. Their products can be sold, by their employers, because pre-capitalist rural craft industries have been largely destroyed, creating a vacuum into which capitalist producers can move. The process, as Marx described it, could in principle be carried through without any fundamental changes in the forces of production. Much the same goods go on being produced, in the same way, using the same land and the same means of production. What has happened is that the social relations of production have been completely reorganized. Previously, production was largely for direct use. Now, industry and agriculture, urban and rural production have been separated, and production is largely for sale. Previously the producers possessed their own means of production, now they are propertyless wage earners. Marx called this process the primitive accumulation of capital. It is not accumulation in the sense of the creation of means of production that did not exist before. From the point of view of society as a whole, it is not accumulation at all. It is primitive accumulation of capital, because means of production and labor power that were not previously part of capital are transformed into capital. To quote, "We know that the means of production and subsistence, while they remain the property of the immediate producer, are not capital. They become capital only under circumstances in which they serve at the same time as means of exploitation and subjection of the laborer." Capital I, ch. 33, 767. In practice, of course, this process occurred over a long period of time, in which methods of production were changing and other forces were at work undermining pre-capitalist forms of organization. The account given above is an abstraction. One aspect of the transition that needs more explanation is the origins of the capitalist farmer. Typically, in England, landlords did not operate all their land themselves, but rented it out to capitalist tenant farmers, who employed agricultural wage labor. Marx's account here was rather unclear, as are the historical facts, but it seems that he saw the origins of the capitalist tenant farmers primarily in the better-off peasants, who allied themselves with the landlords in the struggles over enclosure of common lands, a class that came later to be called by their Russian name, the kulaks. The description given by Marx applies mainly to England, the first fully 41. Capitalist society. In France, for example, the Revolution of 1789 established a system of free peasants owning their own land, and capitalist agriculture was slow to develop. The transition from feudalism to capitalism depends very strongly on specific circumstances. Marx described other factors at work in the transition from feudalism to capitalism, while always placing the main stress on the creation of a proletariat, the influx of plunder into England from India and other colonies, the establishment of a world market, the massive growth in mercantile wealth, and so on. The exact role of these external factors is not very clear. The influx of wealth presumably made it easier for prospective capitalists to start businesses and build them up, and it promoted a turnover in the actual personnel of the landowning class, with nouveau riches buying out declining and indebted feudal magnates. All this must have acted as a sort of lubricant for the still very slow progress of the capitalist juggernaut. Many recent writers have reversed Marx's emphasis, making the flow of plunder into Europe the main factor in the origins of capitalism, and the failure of capitalist development elsewhere. Marx certainly discussed internal and external factors in primitive accumulation, and the interpretation given above is only one possible reading. I think it accords both with the logic of Marx's case and with the weight of his arguments. A stress on external factors is consistent with a picture of capitalism as a world system divided into center and periphery, but that was not how Marx saw it. Finally, Marx emphasized the role of the state. Its main function during the process of primitive accumulation, apart from providing legal backing for the expulsion of peasants, was to repress the newly forming working class, and keep their wages down. The organization of the capitalist process of production, once fully developed, breaks down all resistance. The dull compulsion of economic relations completes the subjection of the laborer to the capitalist. Direct force, outside economic conditions, is of course still used, but only exceptionally. It is otherwise during the historical genesis of capitalist production. Capital I, ch. 28, 737. 42. 2.4 The expansion of capitalism. Once capitalism is established, capitalists are driven by competition to find new methods of production which raise productivity and lower costs of production. In pre-capitalist modes of production, by contrast, labor-saving changes generally bring no benefits, since redundant producers cannot be expelled, and increased output is only useful if it can be consumed by the ruling class or used to maintain unproductive servants, soldiers, and the like. Competition in a capitalist system generates cumulative development. Each advance is soon copied, laggards go bankrupt, and the leader's advantage can only be maintained by repeated expansion and innovation. As early as 1848, in the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels 1950, cited below as manifesto, Marx insisted that the development of the forces of production was the essential historical function of capitalism. The bourgeoisie cannot exist without constantly revolutionizing the instruments of production, and thereby the relations of production, and with them the whole relations of society. The bourgeoisie, during its rule of scarce 100 years, has created more massive and more colossal productive forces than have all preceding generations together. Manifesto, 36, 37. At the same time, capitalism expands, and draws all other societies into its orbit. In some places, Marx argued that this outward expansion was driven by a need for markets. In the manifesto, for example, the need of a constantly expanding market chases the bourgeoisie over the whole surface of the globe. It must nestle everywhere, settle everywhere, establish connections everywhere. I have argued that Marx was not an underconsumptionist, and did not see capitalism as dependent on external markets. I do not think that this quotation, and others like it, is a real difficulty for my reading. Capitalism does not develop evenly, where one industry, such as cotton textiles in the Industrial Revolution, develops ahead of others, it can find itself hampered by 43. A shortage of demand relative to a greatly expanded supply. Competition forces capitalist firms to seek out the markets in which they can get the best prices for their products, and to seek out the cheapest sources of supply for the goods that they buy. The search for cheap raw materials is particularly important, since their availability depends, in part, on natural conditions, such as climate and mineral deposits, which are to be found spread all over the globe. In addition, though there is no inevitable shortage of demand, there is, equally, no guarantee that demand will always be adequate. Capitalist economies progress through a sequence of booms and slumps, so there are always periods of glut in which sellers search desperately for markets. Another factor driving the capitalist sector to expand at the expense of pre-capitalist production is a need for fresh supplies of labor power. It is true that the reserve army of labor is constantly replenished by workers made redundant by advances in productivity, but Marx always assumed that a healthy capitalist system would tend to expand more rapidly than the growth of productivity in itself would permit, and would thus periodically run into shortages of labor. In the absence of any external source of labor power, this would cause an increase in the wage, as demand outpaces supply in the market for labor power, which would both stimulate labor-saving innovations and provoke a crisis, reducing demand for labor. Any external sources of labor power would be eagerly raided in order to stave off the crisis. The competitive process meets both of these needs, the need for markets and the need for labor power, so long as capitalist production is surrounded by pre-capitalist producers of commodities, especially small-scale individual producers. The technical advances enforced by competition allow capitalist firms to undercut the prices of pre-capitalist producers, eating into their markets and at the same time ruining the producers and forcing them into the proletariat. Since capitalism emerged in a decaying feudal society in which commodity production was already well established, conditions were favorable for it to expand and dominate economic life in Western Europe, though it took a long time. When capitalism first emerged, and the first capitalist empires were established, the dominant form of capital was merchant. 44. Capital, and the methods of production used were still essentially those of pre-capitalist times. There is a long first period in the history of capitalism in which these two special features predominate, before the period which was Marx's main subject, when industrial capital had come to predominate and when methods of production had been revolutionized by the rise of modern industry. In England, the leading capitalist center, modern industry originated in the late 18th century, but did not come to dominate until well into the 19th. Merchant capital can develop wherever exchange takes place on a sufficient scale. In a pre-capitalist world, only the surplus over the needs of reproduction is sold, and, where this surplus is gathered by a ruling class in the form of rents in kind or as the product of forced labor, its cost of production is not clearly defined. There can be huge differences in prices between different areas, and many opportunities for monopoly profit. In addition, natural conditions are responsible for great differences in the costs of production in different areas. With a large enough volume of trade, differences in prices would be eliminated, but when long-distance trade was very costly and risky, there could be large profits in trade, and very large profits from monopolizing trade. The independent development of merchants' capital, therefore, stands in inverse proportion to the general economic development of society. Capital 3, ch. 20, 322. At the same time, the emergence of commodity exchange and large-scale trading constituted a basis for the emergence of financial capital. In his writings on India, Marx placed great stress on the political power of the moneyocracy during the period of transition, a power gained largely by corruption. The period of transition from feudalism to capitalism and the early stages of development of capitalism are thus marked by a massive efflorescence of merchants' capital and financial capital, cut down later by the rise of industrial capital. The commercial empires of the 16th to 18th centuries were driven mainly by attempts to monopolize trade, though a simple desire for plunder, a motive that is as old as the existence of societies worth plundering, was also an important element. In some cases, such as the sugar plantations of the West Indies, these essentially commercial activities extended into the organization of production, where indigenous sources of 45. Supply proved inadequate. In general, the production systems set up were not capitalist, for the simple reason that no proletariat existed in the areas concerned. Rightly or wrongly, Marx was very clear that participation in a world economy dominated by merchant capital did not necessarily make the mode of production capitalist. Independent mercantile wealth as a predominant form of capital represents the separation of the circulation process from its extremes, and these extremes are the exchanging producers themselves. They remain independent of the circulation process, just as the latter remains independent of them. Money and commodity circulation can mediate between spheres of production of widely different organization, whose internal structure is still chiefly adjusted to the output of use values. Capital 3, ch. 20, 322. The whole chapter from which this quotation is taken, Historical Facts about Merchants' Capital, is of great importance in understanding Marx's view of the emergence of a capitalist world economy. Where the preconditions for capitalist production exist, however, merchant capital tends to move into capitalist production, typically in the form of the dominance of merchants over small-scale independent producers, which can develop into outwork, a system in which the workers work in their own homes with materials and other means of production provided by the merchant. This is, however, according to Marx, only a byway in the development of capitalism. The transition from the feudal mode of production is twofold. The producer becomes merchant and capitalist. This is the really revolutionary way. Or else, the merchant establishes direct sway over production. However much this serves historically as a stepping stone, it cannot by itself contribute to the overthrow of the old mode of production, but tends rather to preserve and retain it as its precondition. Capital 3, ch. 20, 329. 46. The dominance of merchant capital, therefore, tended to undermine the feudal mode of production to some extent while at the same time hampering the rise of industrial capital and of truly capitalist production. This point is not merely of historical importance. This stage of development persists even now in many rural areas in the Third World, and some recent writers have stressed the dominance of merchant capital as an important factor delaying capitalist development in underdeveloped areas. To start with, capitalist production was still based on older techniques of production, and the cost advantages of capitalist producers must have been pretty small, at least in comparison to later periods, especially after allowing for high transport costs and the high profit margins demanded by merchant middlemen. The process by which pre-capitalist modes of production are undermined by undercutting their prices therefore went on very slowly. The mechanisms of primitive accumulation were still going on, and were still the dominant factor in the growth of capitalism. The situation was transformed by the rise of modern industry, in which the tools are taken out of the workers' hands and moved and regulated directly by a machine. Since machines are not limited by the physiology of the human body, productivity could rise dramatically. Genuine mass production appeared, with very large savings in costs. The dominance of merchant capital, dependent on monopolistic restrictions in trade, had to be swept aside, and the destruction of pre-capitalist production could accelerate, since capitalist producers had a decisive cost advantage. It is thus the emergence of modern industry that is the real turning point in the history of capitalism and of capitalist expansion throughout the world. Modern industry did not come into being simultaneously in all branches of production. When one branch of industry is revolutionized, it places greatly increased demands on branches connected with it, and thus creates strong pressures for further innovations. As Marx argued, a radical change in the mode of production in one sphere of industry involves a similar change in other spheres. Thus spinning by machinery made weaving by machinery a 47. Necessity. The revolution in the modes of production of industry and agriculture made necessary a revolution in the general conditions of the social process of production, i.e., in the means of communication and transport. Modern industry had therefore itself to take in hand the machine, its characteristic instrument of production, and to construct machines by machines. It was only in the decade preceding 1866, that the construction of railways and ocean steamers on a stupendous scale called into existence the cyclopean machines now employed in the construction of prime movers. Capital I, ch. 15, 383-4. So, the process was hardly complete in the second half of the 19th century, although it had started in the late 18th century. Indeed, some branches of production are still not fully industrialized even now. The transition to modern industry, generating these great disproportions between different industries, lasted for a whole historical epoch, broadly, the whole 19th century. This unevenness in the introduction of modern industrial methods is particularly important because, without it, it is difficult to see any basis for large-scale trade between industrial and non-industrial areas. Specifically, since cotton textiles were the first major product to be produced by industrial methods, and since England was the center of this industrial revolution, England came to have a pressing need both for extended markets for cotton goods and for sources of supply of raw cotton. The consequences of this for India will be discussed in the next section. Modern industry is the highest stage of capitalist development that Marx discussed, since it was the highest stage reached in his time. He discussed the concentration and centralization of capital, and foresaw the development of monopoly as an inevitable consequence of the competitive process, but it was left to his successors to designate monopoly capital, or finance capital, as a stage beyond modern industry. Capitalism, then, after a long, slow start in which it met the external world primarily through the mediation of merchant capital, came to life with the rise of modern industry, sweeping aside 48. Merchant capital and imposing a whole series of massive transformations on the world economy. At the same time, however, huge parts of the world remained in a pre-capitalist stage of development and resistant, because of their internal structure, to the impact of market forces. This is the context of Marx's writings on colonialism. 2.5 Colonialism. Marx did not discuss colonialism in general terms. His views must be deduced from scattered references in his major writings and from articles about special cases, notably about Ireland, about the British Empire in India and, much more superficially, about Western, particularly British, dealings with China. Marx wrote a considerable amount about Ireland, Marx and Engels 1971, mainly in the form of speeches, passing references in correspondence and the like. He argued that Ireland's poverty and misery, compared with England's status as the leading capitalist centre, were not caused primarily by any internal difference in the prior mode of production, but by external, English, oppression and exploitation. The expulsion of the peasantry and the creation of capitalist farms under the aegis, and to the benefit, of the English, landed aristocracy followed essentially the same course as in England, though it was carried out with even greater brutality, but, every time Ireland was about to develop industrially, she was crushed and reconverted into a purely agricultural land. The people had now before them the choice between occupation of land at any rent, or starvation, Marx and Engels 1971, 132. The main cause of industrial failure in Ireland was the absence of protective tariffs. Irish industry could not survive English competition. In this, Ireland's fate does not seem very different from that of various country districts of England, except for the absence of political constraints on exploitation. Like workers from rural areas of England, the Irish were forced to migrate to seek work in the industrial cities of England. The difference was the existence of a revolutionary, though not socialist, nationalist movement. Marx was especially concerned to see a nationalist revolution against the aristocracy in Ireland, since this would undermine their 49. Hold in England, reduce divisions between Irish and English workers in England, and thus advance the socialist revolution in England, which being the metropolis of capital. is for the present the most important country for the workers' revolution, and moreover the only country in which the material conditions for this revolution have developed up to a certain degree of maturity. Marx and Engels 1971, 294. Neither Marx nor Engels thought that revolution in Ireland could be socialist. Engels, after Marx's death, argued that the Irish wanted land, to become independent peasants, and after that, mortgages will appear on the scene and they will be ruined once more. They should, however, be encouraged to pass from semi-feudal conditions to capitalist conditions, p. 343. This view of the regressive effect of British rule in Ireland contrasts with Marx's view of its effects in India. The articles about India and China, Marx 1969, Marx and Engels ND, were written for the New York Daily Tribune. The main series was published during 1853, and includes both commentary on issues of current interest and a number of articles in which Marx set out his considered view on India. These few set-piece articles are the main source. In 1853, 5 years after the writing of the Communist Manifesto, Marx had arrived substantially at his mature position, but the economic analysis which culminated in Capital was not yet worked out in detail. Where he returned to the same topics in Capital, however, there is little sign of any change in his thinking. How much did Marx know about India? It is obvious, both from the articles and from the notes on Indian history which he compiled, that he had read virtually everything available to him on India and was exceedingly well informed on the political and military history of the subcontinent. There was, however, much that he did not know, probably because no one at that time, or perhaps since, knew it. Thus, in an article of June 7, 1858, Marx 1969, 313, he discussed debates then going on in England about the real nature of land tenure in India, without firmly coming down in favor of any one interpretation, and in an article of July 23, 1858, Marx 1969, 330, he discussed contemporary debates about the burden of taxation in India without being able to settle the question of whether or not Indian cultivators are overtaxed, in the sense that taxation threatens the resources needed for reproduction. These two issues, land tenure or the relations of production, and the 50. Extent of exploitation and the size of the potential surplus product, should presumably be crucial to a Marxist analysis of Indian society, but the information was simply not available. Marx examined the origins and development of the East India Company, arguing that it had, from an early date, two objects: to develop trade, and also to make territorial revenue one of its sources of emolument. As the company's territories expanded from the middle of the 18th century to the middle of the 19th, the time when Marx was writing, it came more and more under the control of the British state, creating a peculiar hybrid of public and private power typical of the oligarchic British state of that epoch. The whole character of the British relationship with India was transformed in the early 19th century by the rise of industrial capital. Before then, Indian textiles were among products exported to Britain, with a drain of precious metals to India to pay for them. In 1813 trade with India was thrown open to competition, the balance of trade soon turned the other way, and India was flooded with British textiles. By the mid-19th century, the coalition of interests that lay behind the original British drive into India was breaking up. Till then the interests of the moneyocracy which had converted India into its landed estates, of the oligarchy who had conquered it by their armies, and of the millocracy who had inundated it with their fabrics had gone hand in hand. But the more the industrial interest became dependent on the Indian market, the more it felt the necessity of creating fresh productive powers in India, after having ruined her native industry. You cannot continue to inundate a country with your manufactures, unless you enable it to give some produce in return. The manufacturers, conscious of their ascendancy in England, ask now for the annihilation of these antagonistic powers in India, for the destruction of the whole ancient fabric of Indian government, and for the final eclipse of the East India Company. Marx 1969, 107. Here is the key to Marx's arguments. While merchant capital and its allies exploit and destroy without transforming, industrial capital destroys but at the same time transforms. 51. What were British motives in India? Who were the beneficiaries of empire? Once it became a territorial power, the East India Company ceased to be profitable, as the proceeds of taxation were eaten up by the administrative and military costs of occupation. The need for financial support was a vital lever driving the East India Company into the hands of the British government. On the other hand, private citizens, principally the employees of the company, did very well, with inflated salaries and many opportunities for private corruption, looting and perquisites of one sort or another. This is characteristic of the rise of capitalism, a period in which the state and the privileges it could grant were a major source of support for the moneyocracy and the oligarchy. The other principal beneficiaries were the industrial bourgeoisie. I have already discussed the ambiguities in Marx's discussion of the need for markets. Here it is clear that it is not markets in general that are needed, but markets for cotton textiles. At the same rate at which the cotton manufactures become of vital interest for the whole social frame of Great Britain, East India became of vital interest for the British cotton manufacturer, Marx 1969, 107. This links up with the statement quoted above: you cannot continue to inundate a country with your manufactures unless you enable it to give you some produce in return. Marx presented a theory of capitalism in the abstract, but he knew that the real world was far from reducible to the play of pure economic abstractions. He did not argue that capitalism in Britain had to have colonies, but that once history had taken that turn, there was no going back. India became necessary, not to capitalism in general, but to capitalism as it had in fact developed. England had a trade surplus with India, as a result of cotton exports, which India financed from its surplus with China, the opium trade, while China in turn exported tea and other products both to England and to Australia and the USA, which had surpluses in trade with England, closing the circle. Marx analyzed the way in which the opium trade was a linchpin of the system, and therefore had to be protected and expanded, by force, while at the same time the effects of the opium trade in China actually diminished China's capacity to import other goods from the West. The creative tension between theory and historical specificity in Marx's writings is one mark of his greatness. There is no suggestion that the workers in England gained from the colonies, except in so far as the cotton industry in England 52. Expanded, and thus employed more, at the expense of Indian textile production. They were no more secure in their jobs, nor were they better paid as a result. As to the working classes, it is still a much debated question whether their condition has been ameliorated at all as a result of the so-called public wealth. But perhaps also, in speaking of amelioration, the economists may have wished to refer to the millions of workers condemned to perish, in the East Indies, in order to procure for the 1.5 million of work people employed in England in the same industry, 3 years of prosperity out of 10. Marx, Poverty of Philosophy, 1847, cited in Marx 1969, 35. The quotations from Engels, not Marx, which Lenin used to link the idea of a labor aristocracy to the possession of colonies, Lenin 1950, 545, mostly date from later, and are very ambiguous, referring to the bourgeois ideas of some English workers rather than to any material benefit to them. Marx did not discuss, in any general way, why trade promotion should involve military conquest and direct administration of pre-capitalist areas. Two motives emerge from particular cases: first, to exclude other nations and to ensure unimpeded entry of the conquering power's own goods, and, second, because Asiatic society is very resistant to penetration by trade alone, so direct use of state power is called for. Marx also stressed the inheritance both of colonial territory and of vested interests, such as the large and wealthy stratum of employees of the East India Company, from earlier stages of development. What, then, was the effect of British rule in India? Marx set out his views in a famous pair of articles, British Rule in India, and the Future Results of British Rule in India, Marx 1969, 88 ff, 132 ff. Asiatic society, according to Marx, was based on a village economy, characterized by a union within the village of agriculture and handicrafts, a traditional, hereditary division of labor and an absence of private property in land. The first two characteristics are reminiscent of the feudal structure from which capitalism emerged. Feudalism was broken up primarily by the conversion of feudal into bourgeois property in land and the expulsion of the peasants from 53. The land. In the absence of private landed property, this form of transformation was blocked in India. In the Asiatic mode of production, surplus was not creamed off by individual landlords, but by the state, as the highest representative of communal land ownership, in the form of taxation. Marx quoted earlier writers saying that the village structure stands unaltered as states and empires come and go above it. The East India Company, in occupying India, had, in the first instance, simply replaced these previous states. Marx argued that it was the combination of a need for large-scale public works, irrigation works, etc., for climatic and geographical reasons, together with a low level of civilization, which called into existence the interference of the centralizing power of government. Technical requirements alone did not create Asiatic despotism. Flanders and Italy also needed large-scale works, but in Europe, in a different social context, private enterprise was driven to voluntary association. In a striking, and much quoted, phrase, Marx wrote, "There have been in Asia, generally, from immemorial times, but three departments of government, that of finance, or the plunder of the interior, that of war, or the plunder of the exterior, and, finally the Department of Public Works. Now the British in East India accepted from their predecessors the Department of Finance and War, but they have neglected entirely that of Public Works." Marx 1969, 90, the argument and the phrases come from a letter by Engels to Marx, Ibid, 451-2. He added, "In Asiatic empires we are quite accustomed to see agriculture deteriorating under one government and reviving again under some other government. It seems, in fact, that the neglect of public works was a result of the breakup of the Mughal Empire, before the British conquest, and that public works revived at around the time that Marx was writing, presumably because of the interest of industrial capital in expanding markets. The real devastation that British penetration into India brought with it was the destruction of Indian handicraft textile production by competition from the mechanized textile industry of Lancashire." Marx discussed the reasons why Asiatic production was so resistant to capitalist competition, with special reference to China. 54. Marx 1969, 393 ff. The production of cloth was integrated with farm work, and the time when agricultural work was slack could be used for handicrafts, so that the costs of actually producing the cloth were almost non-existent. The producers controlled their own means of subsistence, and thus could not be starved out by undercutting. It was only with the direct assistance of state power that the destruction of Indian textiles could occur, and even so it proceeded fairly slowly. In China, where direct European control was absent, Lancashire textiles made even less impact. This, according to Marx, was a major reason for British aggressiveness towards China. The exact mechanisms by which British textiles conquered the Indian market are rather unclear in Marx's writings. Between the neglect of public works and the destruction of the textile industry, British rule produced widespread misery in India. It did, however, have its progressive side as well. English industrial capitalism, according to Marx, had an interest in the development of the Indian economy. This meant, above all, the building of railways, which Marx expected to initiate further industrial development, and to break down the isolation of Indian rural life. He gave an impressive list of the modernizing and integrating effects of British rule. Political unity, imposed by the British sword, will now be strengthened and perpetuated by the electric telegraph. The native army, organized and trained by the British drill sergeant, was the sine qua non of Indian self-emancipation. The free press is a new and powerful agent of reconstruction. Private property in land, the great desideratum of Asiatic society. From the Indian natives. A fresh class is springing up, endowed with the requirements for government, and imbued with European science. Marx 1969, 133. In short, British rule was destroying the static Asiatic society and creating the preconditions both for industrial capitalism and for the creation of a modern Indian nation-state, but not automatically or painlessly. All the English bourgeoisie may be forced to do will neither emancipate nor materially mend the social condition of the 55. Mass of the people, depending not only on the development of the productive powers, but on their appropriation by the people. But what they will not fail to do is to lay down the material premises for both. Has the bourgeoisie ever done more? Has it ever effected a progress without dragging individuals and peoples through blood and dirt, through misery and degradation? The Indians will not reap the fruits of the new elements of society scattered among them by the British bourgeoisie till in Great Britain itself the now ruling classes shall have been supplanted by the industrial proletariat, or till the Hindus themselves shall have grown strong enough to throw off the English yoke altogether. Marx 1969, 137. Marx's argument, then, can be summarized: British rule in India, a. causes massive misery, b. creates the preconditions for massive advance, and c. must be overthrown before the benefits can be enjoyed. This argument has frequently been regarded as surprising and paradoxical. I cannot see why it should seem so to a Marxist. Replace the words British rule with capitalism and it is exactly the argument of the Communist Manifesto. Even the tone, the style is the same, the deliberate juxtaposition of the most exalted praise for material achievements and the shocking images used to bring home the concomitant human misery. The article was, after all, written only 5 years after the manifesto. There are, I think, 2 reasons why Marx's arguments have been regarded as an embarrassing lapse on his part. First, Marxists have often, rightly, aligned themselves with broadly based movements of national liberation, and have wanted, for propaganda reasons, to ascribe all social evils to the foreign oppressors and to see the oppressed nation as inherently progressive and morally superior. Whether it is wise to cover up the evils of the past and of the indigenous social structure is another matter. Marx did not think so. Second, Marx's predictions seemed to fail. India did not, under British rule, develop into a major industrial country. The assessment here must depend on what time scale Marx expected for the developments he predicted. There is no clear indication in his articles. Other passages make it clear that the village organization remained and was very resistant to change. The factors Marx listed as Britain's bequest to a future independent India: unity, the native 56. Army, the free press, an educated middle class, are surely exactly the factors that have given modern India its distinctive character. I shall not pursue these arguments here, since the reasons for the slowness of development in the Third World since Marx's time will be discussed in later chapters. Is Marx's analysis of India inconsistent with his opinions on Ireland? Since Marx's writings on Ireland generally date from later, though he was writing in support of Irish nationalism as early as 1848, is there evidence of a change in Marx's view on colonialism? I think not. Marx wrote with detachment about the Indian Mutiny of 1857, expressing no support for the rebels and cataloguing the atrocities of both sides. The reason is clear: he regarded Indian independence at that date as unattainable since its material and social foundations did not yet exist. This is even clearer in his description of the Taiping rebels in China. It seems that their vocation is nothing else than to set against the conservative disintegration of China its destruction, in grotesque horrifying form, without any seeds for a renaissance. Only in China was such a sort of devil possible. It is the consequence of a fossil form of life. Marx 1969, 442, 444. In Ireland, by contrast, a modern democratic nationalist movement existed, since Ireland had a different mode of production and was at a different stage of development. Marx's political analysis was always based on analysis of particular situations. 2.6 Summary. Marx defined capitalism in terms of the relation between a class of free wage laborers and a class of capitalists. Competition compels accumulation and technical progress. Capitalism does not need a subordinated hinterland or periphery, though it will use and profit from one if it exists. Up to the Industrial Revolution, capitalism's external relations were mediated through merchant capital, and did not necessarily transform the other societies which were drawn into the world market. Once industrial capital had taken charge. 57. Capitalist conquest could play a progressive, though brutal, role by initiating capitalist industrialization. The origins and rapid development of capitalism in Europe and its slow penetration in Asia were the result of differences in the preceding modes of production in these areas. European domination was a consequence, not a primary cause, of this difference. 58. 3. Luxembourg. After Marx's death in 1883, there was something of a lacuna in the development of Marxist thought until the early 20th century, when there was an explosion of Marxist writing. I shall deal first with the work of Rosa Luxemburg, before describing the creation of what I shall call the classical Marxist theory of imperialism, by Hilferding, Bukharin and Lenin. Luxemburg followed Marx much more closely than the other writers mentioned, who developed a distinctly new set of ideas. Her main work was The Accumulation of Capital, published in 1913, Luxembourg 1951, cited below as Accumulation. It was heavily criticized, and in 1915 she wrote a reply, Luxembourg 1972, cited below as Anti-Critique, eventually published in 1921. A number of her arguments emerge much more clearly in the Anti-Critique than in the original presentation, so I shall use it extensively. Readers of Accumulation may find it helpful to regard sections 1 and 2 of that book as a sort of enormously extended prologue, with the main argument starting on page 329 of the edition that I have cited. Some of my arguments derive from a particularly thorough, though in parts sharply polemical, critique of both these works by Bukharin, 1972b. Luxemburg put forward two distinct arguments. First, she thought that she had detected a logical flaw in Marx's analysis of expanded reproduction which made it impossible to realize, i.e. to sell, goods corresponding to that part of surplus value destined to be reinvested, without having outside, non-capitalist, buyers. For this reason, she argued, capitalism cannot exist in a pure form, but 59. Only in conjunction with non-capitalist systems. I shall argue that she was simply wrong on this point. Second, she followed Marx in arguing that capitalism was, in fact, surrounded by pre-capitalist economic formations, and that competitive pressures drive capitalist firms and capitalist states to trade with these outside economies and ultimately to break them up. Accumulation contains a fair amount about the impact of capitalism on pre-capitalist societies which remains relevant despite the failure of her first argument, since its inclusion is justified by the second. She insisted on an important conceptual point. The distinction between inside and outside from the point of view of capitalism, e.g. outside buyers, means inside or outside capitalist relations of production. The world is divided into nation-states, colonies, and the like, but it is also divided into a capitalist sector and a non-capitalist sector, and it is the latter division that is relevant for her purposes. Marx also drew this distinction, but it is to Luxemburg's credit that she maintained it consistently throughout her work. In her picture of the world, capitalism exists alongside other modes of production, but remorselessly expands into its non-capitalist environment, ultimately swallowing it all up. Since she argued that capitalism needs this non-capitalist environment to survive, it follows that capitalism's triumph, the replacement of all pre-capitalist systems, must also be the signal for its collapse. Capitalism is the first mode of economy with the weapon of propaganda, a mode which tends to engulf the whole globe and to stamp out all other economies, tolerating no rival at its side. Yet at the same time it is also the first mode of economy which is unable to exist by itself, which needs other economic systems as a medium and soil. Although it strives to become universal and, indeed, on account of this tendency, it must break down, because it is imminently incapable of becoming a universal form of production. Accumulation, 467. 60. 3.1 The realization of surplus value. In Marxist theory, surplus value originates in production, where the value produced by a worker exceeds the value of his labor power. The value created is embodied in a product, which must be sold to realize the value in money terms, before the capitalist can buy fresh means of production and labor power to start the process again. Marx analyzed the realization of the product, and the reproduction of the system as a whole, in a purely capitalist economy, containing only workers and capitalists, plus hangers-on, priests, prostitutes, etc., who derive their incomes from the capitalists. Luxemburg argued that expanded reproduction is impossible in this context. I have already outlined Marx's analysis of reproduction, but I shall restate it here in order to see Luxemburg's objections. For reproduction to continue smoothly, the entire product at the end of a period of production must be realized, i.e. sold to someone. This requires two conditions: the total value of demand, of spending, must equal the value of the product, and the particular goods which make up the total product must match up with the wants of the purchasers. Luxemburg's main concern is with the first of these. How did Marx deal with it? The product is in the hands of the capitalists. Where does demand come from? Some comes from capitalists themselves. They must replace used-up means of production, and also buy extra means of production, in the case of expanded reproduction. They also buy goods for their personal use. Another part of total demand comes from workers who spend their wages on consumption goods. Since wages are paid by capitalists, we can think of workers' demand for goods as being an indirect form of spending by capitalists. Finally, we have the hangers-on. Their spending again derives from a redivision of capitalists' incomes, so this again we can think of as indirect spending by capitalists. It seems, then, that goods belong to capitalists and they are bought, directly or indirectly, out of the spending of capitalists. It seems strange, at first sight, that capitalists should buy their own products, and it is probably this apparent difficulty that lies behind Rosa Luxemburg's unwillingness to accept the argument. It is not, however, a problem at all when we realize that capitalism, by 61. Definition, consists of many independent units which exchange their products on the market. Money is purely an intermediary in the redistribution of products from their sector of origin to the sector where they are to be used. The condition for surplus value to be realized is that it must be spent. Capitalists get surplus value by paying less to workers than the value created, but they must, collectively, spend the surplus, on consumption, on buying extra means of production, or on advancing wages to extra workers, in order to realize it. This will not necessarily happen. If the prospects of profit are poor, capitalists may hold back from investment and make the situation worse. Luxemburg's approach is not easy to pick out in the accumulation, though it emerges fairly clearly in chapter 25, but in the anti-critique the problem is set out very clearly, and we can best understand her difficulty by extracting a series of quotations from that work. Let us imagine that all the goods produced in capitalist society were stored up in a big pile at some place, to be used by society as a whole. We will then see how this mass of goods is naturally divided into several big portions of different kinds and destinations. Anti-critique, 51. Consumption by workers and capitalists, together with replacement of means of production, account for parts of this pile, and pose no serious problems of analysis. They are exchanged in the fashion described in Marx's analysis of simple reproduction. But in addition there must be A portion of commodities which contains that invaluable part of surplus value that forms capital's real purpose of existence, the profit designed for capitalization and accumulation. What sort of commodities are they, and who needs them? Anti-Critique, 55. As Luxemburg herself said, here we have come to the nucleus of the problem of accumulation, and we must investigate all attempts. 62. At a solution. The buyers cannot be workers, their spending is accounted for, nor intermediate strata, like civil servants, military, clerics, academics and artists, since their income is derived from diverted profit or from taxes on wages, and their spending should be included among the forms of consumption already considered, nor can the buyers be capitalists as consumers, since this spending is at the expense of accumulation, and cannot bring accumulation about. This is the crux. Perhaps the capitalists are mutual customers for the remainder of the commodities, not to use them carelessly, but to use them for the extension of production, for accumulation. Anti-Critique, 56-7. This is in line with Marx, the orthodox Marxist tradition, and with modern economics, but she rejected the possibility. All right, but such a solution only pushes the problem from this moment to the next. The increased production throws an even bigger amount of commodities onto the market the following year. Will this growing amount of goods again be exchanged among the capitalists to extend production again, and so forth, year after year? Then we have the roundabout that revolves around itself in empty space. That is not capitalist accumulation, i.e. the amassing of money capital, but its contrary, producing commodities for the sake of it, from the standpoint of capital an utter absurdity. Anti-Critique, 57. From this she drew the conclusion that there must be buyers outside capitalist relations of production. What are we to make of this argument? First, there is an implicit appeal to a teleological interpretation of capitalism which runs right through Luxemburg's treatment of accumulation. Production must have a purpose. We cannot have production for its own sake. This line of argument, closely related to several versions of underconsumptionism, for example Hobson's, is surely misconceived. The essence of capitalism is that it is a decentralized, or anarchic, system. As a system it does not have, nor does it need, a purpose. Individual capitalists, workers, organizations of various sorts, may have purposes, but the system as a whole cannot. Individual. 63. Capitalists accumulate, under favorable conditions, because they are forced to by competition, something she understood well enough in other contexts. Second, she seems to have thought that if the surplus product is exchanged among capitalists for accumulation, it must imply a continuous increase in the production of means of production somehow disconnected from consumption. This is incorrect. If productivity, the real wage rate, and the proportion of surplus value accumulated all remain constant, then both workers' and capitalists' consumption will expand in line with total output. As capital accumulates, more workers are employed, so there is more spending on wage goods. At the same time, the amount of profit, surplus value, expands and, if a constant proportion is spent by the capitalists on consumption, or passed on to servants, charities, etc., to spend, capitalist spending expands in line with accumulation. The whole system expands together. Third, what of the need to accumulate money capital? Accumulation by capitalists must clearly be distinguished from hoarding by misers. Capitalists only accumulate money capital temporarily, in order to set it in motion as a functioning, profit-making capital. This is what distinguishes money capital from idle hoards of money. The conversion of surplus value into money is an essential intermediate stage in converting it into additional capital, but it is only a temporary stage, and there is no reason why all capitalists should seek to pass through this stage simultaneously. Provided some capitalists have funds in hand, they can buy additional means of production and advance additional wages to new employees, to be spent on the products of consumer goods industries, thus providing a further group of capitalists with money capital to spend on new investment, and so on. Her difficulty seems to arise from a confusion of levels of abstraction akin to her search for a purpose of production. She insisted that the problem of realization must be examined on the level of the aggregate social capital, but she treated the aggregate capital as though it were an individual capital which has to sell to others, and buy from others. She seems to have been unwilling to recognize the difference between a system and a component element within a system. 64. She also asked, if surplus value can be realized within the system, why should crises occur in which commodities cannot be sold? The answer is surely obvious. What has been shown is that it is possible for surplus value to be realized in this way, not that it necessarily will be. If new investment is expected to be profitable, it will be undertaken. If not, investment will not take place, and the process breaks down. Again, she overlooked the anarchy of capitalist production. Individual capitalists do not necessarily act in the interests of the system. Joan Robinson, in her introduction to the accumulation, has suggested that Luxemburg could be read in terms of the possibility of deficient aggregate demand. Large parts of Luxemburg's writings can be interpreted in this way, but it is clear that her primary emphasis was not on the possibility that capitalists might not choose to buy each other's products and thus sustain demand, but on the absurdity, in her eyes, of supposing that they could ever do so. Finally, we can ask what use non-capitalist buyers would be in solving what I have already argued is a non-problem. Once capitalists have converted surplus value into money capital, they exchange it for the elements of productive capital by buying additional means of production and employing additional workers who, in turn, spend their wages on means of subsistence. Where are they to obtain these commodities from? If, following Luxemburg, we say that they cannot get them by exchange within the system, then they must buy from non-capitalist sources. Either there must be pre-capitalist sellers of machine tools, integrated circuits, computers, and so on, or, following Bukharin's ironic suggestion, capitalists must first sell these goods to non-capitalist buyers, and then buy them back again. This is clearly absurd. In saying this, I do not deny that capitalism in fact trades with non-capitalist sections of the world economy. Trade outside the capitalist world is easily incorporated into the analysis of exchange as a redistribution of the product between different branches of the economy. Where there is external trade, products are exported and goods equivalent in value take their place by being imported. So, for example, Britain in the 19th century produced more cotton textiles than it consumed domestically, but did not produce raw cotton. The one was exchanged for the other. Trade alters the 65. Commodity mix of the pile of products, using Luxemburg's own metaphor, but not its value, abstracting from any inequality of exchange, which is a different issue. In a similar vein, Luxemburg argued, in The Accumulation of Capital, that Marx's schemes of expanded reproduction cannot incorporate an increasing organic composition of capital. She concluded that there will be a shortage of means of production, and hence that non-capitalist suppliers of means of production are needed. Against this we can argue that the problem arises only because Marx had picked the figures he used specifically to illustrate the case of a constant organic composition. Critics of Luxemburg immediately produced examples in which the difficulty did not arise, and she effectively conceded their point, Anti-Critique, 48, by rejecting, as irrelevant, numerical or mathematical examples of the sort she herself had relied on in accumulation. Luxemburg, like Marx himself, got into some difficulties in constructing numerical schemes of expanded reproduction, by insisting that the surplus value of each sector of the economy must be reinvested in the same sector. There is a long and vitriolic attack on Bauer, in the Anti-Critique, for assuming a transfer of capital, which she interpreted as a gift, from one department to another. It is, however, clear that the equalization of profit rates requires free mobility of capital throughout the economy. She did raise some real problems about the commodity mix of output. Not only does the value of the product have to be matched by a corresponding value of spending, but the composition of output, the proportion of means of production, consumer goods, and so on, has to be right. So long as the proportions are right to start with and the system expands steadily, one can show that the proportions will remain right, even, as noted above, with an increasing organic composition of capital. This does not, of course, solve the problem in practice. Luxemburg was right to stress that capitalist production does not expand evenly and predictably, and it is also true that in some circumstances relatively small initial disproportions can grow and disrupt reproduction, if we insist on all of the product being used. See Morris Hima 1973, ch. 10, for an example. Here again we step outside the orderly world of the schemes of reproduction. Capitalist firms normally carry stocks. 66. And retain some spare capacity, thus providing an elasticity that the abstract schemes of reproduction do not allow for. In the real world there are recurrent crises which offer the opportunity of restructuring production. In any case, trade with non-capitalist sectors may sometimes help, if there is, say, a shortage of raw cotton, and sometimes not, if the shortage is of electronic equipment. 3.2 The process of capitalist expansion. If Luxemburg was wrong to argue that capitalism needs a non-capitalist environment, she was surely right to stress that it did in fact appear and grow in such an environment. Capitalism arises and develops historically amidst a non-capitalist society. In Western Europe it is found at first in a feudal environment from which it in fact sprang. And later, after having swallowed up the feudal system, it exists mainly in an environment of peasants and artisans. European capitalism is further surrounded by vast territories of non-European civilization ranging over all levels of development. This is the setting for the accumulation of capital. Accumulation, 368. The two sectors of the world economy, capitalist and non-capitalist, do not live side by side in a state of peaceful coexistence. Luxemburg saw non-capitalist modes of production as essentially static. The equilibrium is not disturbed from that side. Capitalism, by contrast, is driven into constant expansion. Moreover, capitalist production, by its very nature, cannot be restricted to such means of production as are produced by capitalist methods. Cheap elements of constant capital are essential to the individual capitalist who strives to increase his rate of profit. From the very beginning, the forms and laws of capitalist production aim to comprise the entire globe as a store of productive forces. Capital, impelled to appropriate productive forces for purposes of exploitation, ransacks the 67. Whole world. It procures its means of production from all corners of the earth, seizing them, if necessary by force, from all levels of civilization and from all forms of society. Accumulation, 358. As well as seizing means of production wherever they are to be found, capital is always on the lookout for cheap labor. In pre-capitalist societies, labor is usually rigidly bound by the traditional organization of production, and it has to be set free to become useful to capital. Accumulation, 362. Unfortunately, in the Anti-Critique, she went back on this perfectly good line of argument when she vigorously rejected Bauer's explanation of imperialism as a search for labor power, on the grounds that capitalism necessarily produces unemployment of labor in its homelands. She also argued that capital can do things in the colonies that it could not get away with at home, giving it an elasticity and capacity to respond to events that it would not otherwise possess. Her example is the creation of immense cotton plantations in Egypt during the American Civil War. Only capital with its technical resources can effect such miraculous change in so short a time, but only on the pre-capitalist soil of more primitive social conditions can it develop the ascendancy necessary to achieve such miracles. Accumulation, 358. Here there is clearly some conception of the political and ideological conditions necessary for accumulation, but they are not spelt out in any systematic way. The arguments set out above are not, of course, wholly new. The worldwide expansion of capitalism was a constant theme in Marx's writings, but it was to some degree pushed into the background in Capital by the theoretical task of analyzing a pure capitalist mode of production. Luxemburg brought this aspect of Marx's thinking back into the limelight. She was surely right to argue that, in the real history of capitalism, the expansion of capitalist relations of production is one of the most important, perhaps the most important, process at work. 68. The conceptual framework of her analysis was, however, rather crude. She dealt, as many Marxists have done, in a single and undifferentiated concept of capital, without any clear specification of the stages of development which capitalism goes through, of the possible divergent interests of particular sectors, or of the political mechanisms by which the interests of capital are translated into the policies of particular national states. In her description of the pre-capitalist societies into which capitalism expands, there is a similar lack of distinctions, and a lack of analysis of the internal workings of these societies. She simply treated all pre-capitalist societies as natural economies, that is, systems of local self-sufficiency, of production for direct use rather than for commodity exchange. I have already discussed Marx's analysis of the resistance of such forms of economy to penetration by commodity trade. Luxemburg put forward similar arguments. In all social organizations where natural economy prevails, economic organization is essentially in response to the internal demand, and therefore there is no demand, or very little for foreign goods, and also, as a rule, no surplus production, or at least no urgent need to dispose of surplus products. What is more important, however, is that, in any natural economy, production only goes on because both means of production and labor power are bound in one form or another. A natural economy thus confronts the requirements of capitalism at every turn with rigid barriers. Capitalism must therefore always and everywhere fight a battle of annihilation against every historical form of natural economy. Accumulation, 368-9. In this passage, and elsewhere, there is a direct identification of natural economy with pre-capitalist organization, with only simple commodity production as an intermediate stage. Everything is subordinated to her vision of a world divided between the ever-expanding domain of capital and the surrounding medium and soil of static, closed natural economies, with a fringe of pre-capitalist societies in the process of dissolution marking the boundaries. This is surely too simple. As she recognized herself, capitalism in its expansion incorporates other forms of organization into its own world economy, slavery, bondage of 69. Various forms, while at the same time, pre-capitalist forms of organization, the feudal corvée farm, to quote her own example, have, at various stages, traded their surplus product on a large scale, accumulation, 357. I shall discuss these issues in later chapters, simply noting here that to a certain extent Luxemburg's own grasp of the real historical process came into conflict with her attempts to reduce it to a single driving force, the accumulation of capital. How is the struggle against natural economy carried out? She listed four ends pursued by capital. 1. To gain immediate possession of important sources of productive forces such as land, game in primeval forests, minerals, precious stones and ores, products of exotic flora such as rubber, etc. 2. To liberate labor power and to coerce it into service. 3. To introduce a commodity economy. 4. To separate trade and agriculture. Accumulation, 369. These fall into two groups. The first two represent ways in which a natural economy can be forced directly into capitalist production, cf. Marx on primitive accumulation. The third and fourth represent a more indirect route in which simple commodity production is installed and then undermined either directly or by competition with the cheap products of capitalist industry. Throughout, she emphasized the use of force, state power, and fraud, as Marx did in his treatment of primitive accumulation. She wrote, "At the time of primitive accumulation, i.e. at the end of the Middle Ages, right into the 19th century, dispossessing the peasants. was the most striking weapon. Yet capital in power performs the same task even today, and on an even more important scale, by modern colonial policy. Accumulation can no more wait for and be content with a natural internal disintegration of non-capitalist formations than it can wait for the natural increase of the working population. Force is the only solution open to capital. The accumulation of capital, seen as an historical process, employs force as a permanent weapon, not only as its genesis, but further on down to the present day. Accumulation, 369-71. 70. These themes are developed through examples, which I shall survey very briefly. Her discussion of India is vague on critical points. The story seems to be that the British first set out to transform land into private property, and then to ruin the producers by overtaxation, neglect of public works, and so on, in order to force them into debt and take over their lands. This process recurs in other cases, and is a major route by which pre-capitalist formations are undermined. She seems, incidentally, to have been unaware of Marx's writings on India, which present a rather more complex picture. Her chapter on the introduction of commodity economy is rather disappointing. The only real example is the introduction by force of the opium trade into China. This is a very special case, since it was the addictive nature of the commodity, not force, that ensured it a market, while the force was directed at the Chinese state, and not at the natural economy of the Chinese villagers. She then discussed the separation of industry from agriculture under the title of The Struggle Against Peasant Economy, giving a very interesting description of the evolution of American agriculture from the self-sufficient peasant agriculture of the pioneer settlers on the frontier. It is a recurrent phenomenon in the development of capitalist production that one branch of industry after the other is singled out, isolated from agriculture, and concentrated in factories for mass production. Accumulation, 395. The analysis of this process turns out, however, to be rather difficult to fit into her general framework. The problem is that if a peasant household chooses to remain self-sufficient, producing the goods it consumes itself, there are really only two options: either they must be left alone, or they must be expelled altogether. Direct legal compulsion to produce only a limited range of cash crops, though it has been used in some colonies, was not of significance in the American case. What, in fact, brings about the separation of agriculture from industry while still leaving behind an agricultural peasant class is the availability of cheap industrial products which make it worth the peasants' while to specialize, rather than forcing specialization on them. She was generally reluctant to admit to the material superiority of capitalist methods of production, in contrast to Marx, who always stressed the dual character of capitalism, at once brutal and progressive. She did, of course, describe the cheapness of the products of capitalist industry, the massive scale of its works, the 71 enormous transformations that it has made, but always in such a way as to stress the brutality behind it rather than the technical achievements, where Marx always stressed both. This characteristic of her thought reflects the general opinion among Marxists at the time that capitalism was coming to an end and had become a fetter on the development of the forces of production. The enormous development of production since then suggests that this was an oversimple view. She also discussed the use of money taxes to force peasants to sell products. This is certainly an important method, but it forces the peasant to sell, not buy. It is the recipients of tax revenue who do the buying, and it does not, therefore, explain how markets are created among the peasantry. At the same time she described how overtaxation, indebtedness, foreclosure of mortgages, and so on, were used to separate the American peasant from the land. This process leads, of course, to capitalist agriculture rather than to the separation of industry from a peasant agriculture. Luxemburg's analysis focused on the distinction between capitalist and non-capitalist modes of production and not on differences or conflicts between nation-states. This gives her analysis its distinctive character and constitutes a large part of its importance. To deal with the developments of her own time, the run-up to the First World War, she clearly had to link her work to the system of national states. I shall not spend long on this, since there is less of interest in it, and much of it depends on arguments about realization of surplus value that I have already dismissed as false. The main ways in which the state intervenes, apart from those described already, are through international loans, protective tariffs, and armaments expenditure. Her basic argument was that non-capitalist markets are necessary to the existence of capitalism, and are becoming scarce, so there is a struggle between capitalist states to establish spheres of interest and to bind them to the mother country with protective tariffs, to ensure a sufficiency of markets for the capitalists of the state concerned. This argument loses most of its force if, as I have argued, the need for external markets is illusory. Her second line of argument remains: the struggle for cheap labor and raw materials can explain inter-imperialist rivalry. This is, in fact, a component of the arguments of Bukharin and Lenin, Chapter 6. Her analysis was still rather 72. Weak, because the links between competing capitals and competing states were not spelled out. International loans, she argued, serve to reduce backward but nominally independent states, for example Turkey, to servitude, though they can also serve to finance the initial development of young capitalist states. They can finance the infrastructure, railways and the like, needed to incorporate new areas into the capitalist sphere, and simultaneously allow the old centers of capitalism to participate in the exploitation of new areas. For example, tax revenue from pre-capitalist agriculture in Turkey was paid as interest to German capitalists who had made loans to build railways. This emphasis on the interlinking of capitalist and non-capitalist forms of exploitation is valuable, and has been developed by more recent writers. 3.3 Summary. Rosa Luxemburg's work remains of seminal importance, despite its analytical failings. At a time when there was a danger that Marxist thought would focus exclusively on the advanced sectors of industry in the advanced countries, she forced Marxists to pay attention to the masses of people who were being incorporated into the capitalist mode of production, or who still remained outside it. In this her work paralleled that of Lenin, in the development of capitalism in Russia, not imperialism, in many respects her opponent. Whatever its analytical failings, her real contribution was to insist that the mechanisms of primitive accumulation, using force, fraud, and state power, were not simply a regrettable aspect of capitalism's past, but persist throughout the history of capitalism at the margin where capitalist and pre-capitalist economic systems meet. This margin is not geographical but social, it exists within countries rather than between them, and if the capitalist form of organization had triumphed completely in a few places, England, for example, the unequal struggle still continued in vast areas of the world. 73. 4. Hobson. J. A. Hobson was not a Marxist, but his influence on later Marxist writers was so great that he cannot be ignored in a study of Marxist theories. Lenin drew on Hobson's ideas, and some writers even talk of a Hobson-Lenin theory of imperialism, though that overstates the similarity between them. Baron and Sweezy followed Hobson much more closely than Lenin did, though the similarity between their work and Hobson's has not been noted as frequently. Hobson's theory of imperialism is set out in his Imperialism, Hobson 1938, first edition 1902, the underconsumption theory it is based on appeared in his first book, written jointly with A. F. Mummery and Hobson 1889, and remained a constant theme for the rest of his life. He introduced a line of argument in which the emergence of widespread monopoly is said to lead to underconsumption, or oversaving, growing foreign investment, and imperialist expansion. A simple version would run something like this: 1. Monopoly increases the share of profit, and concentrates it into fewer hands. 2. A large fraction of monopoly profit is saved, so saving tends to increase. 3. Domestic investment opportunities are limited. It is sometimes also argued that monopoly reduces investment, so saving tends to outrun investment. 4. Excess saving produces a chronic lack of demand, unless some outlet is found. 5. Capital export can provide an outlet for excess saving. 6. A pressure for annexation of territory emerges, to safeguard existing investments or to open the way for new investment. A second, related, line of argument links demand deficiency to a search for external markets, and hence to annexation. 74. Hobson's imperialism was primarily a polemic. He based his case against imperialism on a cost-benefit analysis, arguing that the costs were high, and the alleged benefits either small or altogether illusory. Imperialism, he said, is bad business, a line of argument which goes back to the classical economists, at least. He backed the case up with other arguments. Imperialism was bad for democracy, because of the side effects of militarism, bad for the people subjected to foreign rule, whatever the claims of the imperialists, bad for Britain's reputation, and so on. On Hobson's case against imperialism, see Allet, 1981, and Porter, 1968. His explanation of imperialism was a byproduct, which has to be disentangled from the anti-imperialist polemic. The key chapter, The Economic Taproot of Imperialism, is constructed as a reply to the argument that imperialism is necessary, or at least desirable, to provide an outlet for surplus capital or for surplus products. This idea, which was widely held at the time, has been called the capitalist theory of capitalist imperialism, Etherington 1984. It presented a particularly difficult challenge, because it had so much in common with Hobson's own views. He was committed to a theory of underconsumption in which excess saving leads to a chronic lack of demand. The idea that foreign investment can provide an outlet for surplus saving is a natural extension of this underconsumptionist theory. If no other solution were possible, imperialism would presumably be in the interest of all classes, in the imperialist country, in order to stave off depression and unemployment. Hobson's reply was that income redistribution, social reform, would remove excess saving and eliminate the need to invest abroad. The analysis of underconsumption and its causes was therefore a vital step in his case against imperialism, as well as in his positive theory. His case for social reform obviously falls far short of a Marxist case for socialist revolution, but that has not stopped Marxists drawing on his theoretical ideas. The other half of Hobson's positive theory emerges as an answer to the question, if imperialism was bad business, how had Britain been led into adopting it? Hobson 1938, 46. His answer contains several elements. First, there are a number of interest groups who stand to gain from imperialism. Since imperialism is bad for the 75 nation as a whole, they are a minority, but they occupy positions of influence. Second, many support imperialism for misguided reasons, in the belief that it is needed to provide markets, out of an ill-informed nationalism, a desire to spread the supposed benefits of civilization, and so on. Taken together, these explanations might be regarded as sufficient, though if this were all Hobson offered, one could hardly regard it as a distinctive theory. He did not, however, leave it at that. What unifies his account of the politics of imperialism is his insistence that this motley collection of forces is directed and channeled by a relatively small group of financiers. Hobson's theory, then, can be divided into two distinct elements, introduced for rather different reasons. First, there is an economic theory intended to explain high levels of foreign investment, and to show that it would be unnecessary if income were redistributed. Second, there is a political theory linking foreign investment to imperialist policies. It is worth noting that these two aspects of the theory need not stand or fall together. It could be that Hobson was right in his explanation of foreign investment but wrongly believed that it accounted for imperialism, or that he was right to link imperialism to foreign investment but wrong in explaining the causes of capital export. 4.1 Underconsumption. Hobson argued that excessive saving can cause slumps. Investment is needed to provide for future consumption, so if saving is too high, and consumption correspondingly low, saving may exceed the available opportunities to invest. The object of production is to provide utilities and conveniences for consumers. The only use of capital being to aid the production of these utilities and conveniences, the total used will necessarily vary with the total of utilities or conveniences consumed. Now saving, while it increases capital, simultaneously reduces the quantity of utilities and conveniences consumed. Any undue exercise of this habit must 76. Therefore, cause an accumulation of capital in excess of that which is required for use. Mummery and Hobson 1889, v. The argument is quite general. It does not matter whether saving is high because of monopoly or simply because people happen to want to save a great deal. The notion of underconsumption or oversaving has been severely criticized, since investment constitutes a demand for goods, machinery, and so on a par with consumption demand. Once we accept the importance of the investment goods industries, Mummery and Hobson's argument falls to the ground. The demand for investment goods has nothing to do with the expenditure of consumers, but depends on the profitability expectations of capitalists. Bleney 1976, 157. Bleney's criticism, as it stands, goes too far. Mummery and Hobson did not ignore the demand for investment goods. They argued that it depends on the immediate future demand for consumer goods, e.g. 1889, 27-8. They also admit that investment can run ahead of this level, but they argue that excessive stocks of capital have no economic value, 1889, 35. Unused capital cannot be piled up indefinitely. The core of truth in the criticism is that Mummery and Hobson often argue as though future consumption were fixed, and investment possibilities fixed with it. Suppose, for example, that an economy is growing steadily with no problems, and that saving increases. According to Mummery and Hobson, it seems that excess saving would necessarily emerge. Against that, one could argue that increased saving would lead to an increased rate of growth of output, and hence of incomes and of consumption. Any rate of saving can be accommodated by an appropriate rate of growth. Mummery and Hobson could reasonably reply that growth is limited by the availability of labor and natural resources. That is indeed what they assumed, e.g. 1889, 29. They did not stress the point, and it is not clear to me that they appreciated its significance, but it saves their case. If the amount of capital that can be used is constrained by the supply of labor, or of other essential inputs. 77. Then extra saving cannot necessarily be absorbed by an accelerated growth rate, and the oversaving problem returns. The underconsumptionist case is still not established. A mainstream economist can argue that excess supply of investment funds will drive down the interest rate, and eliminate the problem. Mummery and Hobson discuss this objection, but not very convincingly, 1889, 130-1, because they thought that an increase in consumption is needed to eliminate the excess saving. A fall in the interest rate certainly could eliminate an excess supply of investment funds by reducing savings. The evidence suggests that individual savings do not respond much to a fall in interest rates, though the resulting shift of income away from rentiers may reduce aggregate savings. So far, so good, for the underconsumptionists. Lower interest rates, however, could also help to absorb additional saving by encouraging the use of more capital-intensive methods of production, because capital is relatively cheaper, so a given labor force uses more capital. High savings could lead to a progressive increase in the capital-labor ratio, with a falling interest rate, until the capital-labor ratio is high enough for saving to be absorbed in maintaining the new, higher level of capital intensity. Growth and capital models of this sort are now commonplace, for example, Salo, 1956. Mummery and Hobson seem to have been so committed to the notion of fixed relations between capital and output, e.g. 1889, 23-8, that they never considered substitution of capital for labor as a possibility. To summarize, if the labor force is limited, If saving is unresponsive to interest rate changes, and if production methods are fixed, or possibilities of substitution limited, it is possible for excessive saving to cause depression. The first two conditions are quite plausible, the third is more doubtful. 4.2 Monopoly and Capital Export. In his later work, Hobson blamed excessive saving on inequality in the distribution of income, with monopoly as one possible cause of inequality. The first time around, with Mummery, he argued that excess saving might be a problem, without saying much about the reasons for high savings. 78. If a tendency to distribute income. According to needs were operative, it is evident that consumption would rise with every rise of producing power, for human needs are illimitable, and there could be no excess of saving. But it is quite otherwise when some have a consuming power vastly in excess of needs or possible uses. Hobson 1938, 83. The inconsistency in the quotation is characteristic of Hobson's rather casual style. If needs are illimitable, how can income exceed needs? But the message is clear enough. Excess saving may occur when some have high incomes and save a lot, while others would like to spend more but do not have any income to spend. Monopolies, trusts, appear as a rather secondary factor. Any cause of inequality would do as well. They matter because they represent a plausible explanation for an increase in inequality, particularly in the USA. In the late 19th century, Hobson had no direct measures of inequality, and may thus help to explain the emergence of inter-imperialist rivalry. Monopolies may increase prices, and hence profits and inequality, and they might also reduce wastage of capital, reducing costs, increasing profit, and simultaneously reducing the amount of capital required. Hobson 1938, 75-6. Subsequent discussion has mostly concentrated on the increase in profits. A reduction in the capital used to produce a given output is a possible, but not inevitable, outcome of the formation of a trust. It depends on the market structure before and after the change. In some market structures, firms may be uneconomically small, monopolistic competition; in others they may deliberately hold excess capacity, and hence excess capital, in order to be able to threaten competitors with a price-cutting war. Hobson did not make it clear exactly what he had in mind. In any case, the result is similar to a profit increase, so I shall concentrate on that case. When saving exceeds the scope for domestic investment, owners of capital look for investment opportunities abroad. Hobson 1938, 77-8. I have argued above that Hobson's argument is only valid if output and investment are constrained by a limited supply of labor. If his case is to make any sense, it must therefore be reformulated in those terms. The question then is, what happens when monopoly becomes more widespread, if labor scarcity 79 prevents the economy from growing any faster, and a large fraction of monopoly profit is saved? Consider first the effects of increased monopoly in the absence of foreign trade and investment. If a monopoly replaces competitive firms in a single industry, it produces less, and sells at a higher price. It therefore employs less labor and less capital. If the shift to monopoly is widespread, the demand for labor falls, so wages fall, and the demand for investment funds falls, bringing down the interest rate. Monopoly profit accounts for an increased share of total income, while the shares of wages and interest are reduced. It is important to distinguish between monopoly profit and interest. Hobson did not make a clear distinction. The share of profit, interest plus monopoly profit, rises initially, so saving rises. Recall that saving out of profit is assumed to be high. There is a minor complication to deal with here, for completeness. As more capital is accumulated, the demand for labor rises, and the wage will rise back towards its initial level. Hobson does not seem to have recognized this, but it is a necessary consequence of assuming that labor is scarce, as it must be, for his argument, and that wages are determined by supply and demand. As wages rise, the return to investment falls, and the interest rate will be forced down even further. Over time, then, the burden of monopoly profit must be, at least partially, shifted from wages to interest. To the extent that more capital-intensive techniques are adopted in response to lower interest and growing wages, the fall in interest will be slowed down, and wages will remain below their level in a competitive system. The main conclusion so far is that increased monopoly will tend to force down interest rates. This is simply the reflection of an increase in the supply of capital, as a result of increased saving, relative to the demand for capital. If interest rates are flexible enough, a closed economy may be able to absorb the effects without chronic depression, but it is quite easy to justify Hobson's conclusion that monopoly leads to oversaving and to a slump. In a theory of imperialism, it is the effect of monopoly in an open economy that counts. Consider trade in goods, without export or import of capital. By definition, trade must be balanced. Unbalanced trade corresponds to capital inflows or outflows, so exports cannot make up for deficient home markets across the 80 board. This does not necessarily nullify Hobson's claim that imperialism is motivated by the search for export markets, because each business may think, rightly, that enlarged export markets for its own product would be good for it, without taking account of the indirect effects. Balanced trade may help to alleviate the effects of oversaving indirectly, since a low interest rate means relatively low prices for capital-intensive goods, and a shift of exports towards capital-intensive industries is equivalent to substitution of capital for labor. It should also be noted that increased monopoly in some, but not all, industries would tend to change the pattern of trade. One cannot say much in general about the likely results. In any case, it is capital export that is important for the theory. If the interest rate falls, because of increased saving, while the returns on investment, or lending, abroad do not, capital will flow out to the relatively more attractive investment opportunities abroad. Hobson's conclusions on this essential point survive. Note that it is not necessary to assume that the capital-labor ratio is fixed to conclude that monopoly will encourage capital export, since a falling interest rate can cause both capital-labor substitution at home and export of capital. It is true that the scope for foreign investment may itself be limited, in the end, by the same factors that limit home investment. However, if scarcity of labor matters, as I have argued, surplus labor in underdeveloped areas can help. Large investments may be needed to open up new areas, and, in any case, imperialism can be explained by a struggle for control of limited opportunities. See Allet 1981, 145-6. Hobson may have tried to prove too much. He did not need to argue that there is excess saving to explain a search for export markets and for investment opportunities abroad. First, it is always true that owners of capital will search for better investment opportunities, even if it is quite possible to obtain a modest return at home. Second, and more to the point here, wherever competition is less than perfect, i.e. almost everywhere, firms find that their sales are limited by the extent of the market for their particular product. They are always anxious to expand their sales, by exporting or by setting up production abroad, whether there is any overall deficiency of demand or not. Even if the stronger forms of underconsumption are rejected, for example if additional saving 81 could always be absorbed through a fall in the interest rate, the explanation of foreign investment survives. It may be, however, that Hobson's theory misses the real reasons for the upsurge of capital export from the main capitalist countries towards the end of the 19th century. Consider Britain. The theory says that excess saving is the result of inequality in incomes. To explain the rapid growth of capital export in the late 19th century as a result of oversaving, as Hobson did, would require growing inequality in that period. The available evidence suggests the reverse. The share of wages and salaries in national income was growing, albeit slowly. It has been argued that large capital exports from Britain were the result not of high savings, but of an unusually low rate of domestic investment, Foreman Peck 1983, 130. In any case, few would argue that monopoly was an important factor in Britain at that date. One might try to save the theory by arguing that British expansionism was a response to increasing threats from rival powers, where monopoly and inequality were increasing. That seems to have been Hobson's line of argument. He stressed the entry of the USA into the race for colonies, Hobson 1938, 72-9. The USA did switch from being a net importer of capital to a position of near balance, but the main switchover seems to have been completed around 1870, earlier than Hobson suggested, and rather early to be described as a result of monopoly. From about 1880 to 1910, little trend is visible. Foreman Peck 1983, 129, figure 5.1. The main problem in applying Hobson's theory to the facts of history is that it describes what would happen if monopoly grew, or, more generally, if inequality increased, while other factors remained constant, which they did not. Capital export may have increased because of a push of falling interest rates and lack of investment opportunities at home, but it could equally well have increased because of the pull of improved profit opportunities or reduced risks elsewhere. Even if the push explanation is preferred, as it is by Edelstein 1982, the push might be explained by factors outside Hobson's theory. 82. 4.3 The politics of imperialism. Hobson's main concern was with the expansion of the British Empire in the period from 1870 to the turn of the century, when he was writing. The bulk of the territories acquired during this period were in tropical Africa and Asia, and were already well populated. They were not likely to prove suitable for large-scale European settlement. He noted the growing inter-imperialist rivalry of the period, which he regarded as dangerous, and as relatively new. The United States had entered the race particularly suddenly, but so had others. He enumerated the financial costs, mainly in terms of military spending, attributing nearly all of military spending to imperialism, on the grounds that inter-imperialist rivalry was the main source of international tension. He also argued that militarism and similar developments are more generally harmful. These costs could not be justified by the benefits of trade with subject territories, since trade with the tropical empire was small, growing slowly, and not dependent to any very large extent on political control. To assess the costs and benefits of imperialism, it is necessary to have some alternative in mind. Hobson was in a difficult position, because he held that there is a chronic tendency to oversaving. Empire may provide investment opportunities and preserve employment, benefiting a large part of the population. If so, it could be rational, from a national point of view, to support imperialism. This is the capitalist theory of capitalist imperialism. Hobson avoided this conclusion by suggesting a better alternative for the majority of the population. If income were more equally distributed, saving would fall, and a shortage of investment opportunities would cease to be a problem. The costs of imperialism could be avoided. If imperialism is bad business, why does it happen? The only possible answer is that the business interests of the nation as a whole are subordinated to those of certain sectional interests. This is the commonest disease of all forms of government. Hobson 1938, 46. He listed the interests involved, including the armaments trade, export and shipping trades, the armed forces, those who find jobs. 83. In the apparatus of empire, and so on. There is nothing very original about this. It is in a direct line of descent from Adam Smith's attack on mercantilism as the creature of special interests. What makes Hobson's story distinctive is the central role he assigned to the financiers, who form the central ganglion of international capitalism. United by the strongest bonds of organization, always in closest and quickest touch with one another. They are in a unique position to manipulate the policy of nations. Every great political act involving a new flow of capital, or a large fluctuation in the values of existing investments, must receive the sanction and practical aid of this little group of financial kings. Hobson 1938, 56-7. I have omitted implicitly anti-Semitic remarks. His earlier writings on the Boer War were virulently anti-Semitic. The main gainers from imperialism are investors. British policy has been primarily a struggle for profitable markets of investment, 1938, 53, and the period of energetic imperialism was also the period in which income from foreign investments grew rapidly, 1938, 52. Investors stand to gain from annexations which reduce political risks, especially if they have invested already on terms which take account of risks. As the risks are eliminated, the value of the investment increases. Financiers also gain from any source of turbulence in the values of investments, since their position as insiders allows them to speculate successfully. This may appear inconsistent. Investors seek the elimination of risks, financiers thrive on them, but presumably the capital gains when risks are reduced are among the changes in value that offer good prospects for insiders. To get their way, the financiers must build a pro-imperialist coalition. The interests already listed can all be recruited. Political support can be bought, and influence can be exerted indirectly, through pressures on newspapers, and soon. The controlling and directing agent is the pressure of financial and industrial motives, operated for the direct, short-range, material interests of small, able, and well-organized. 84. Groups. These groups secure the active cooperation of statesmen, partly by associating them directly in their business schemes, partly by appealing to the conservative instincts of the possessing classes. The acquiescence of the body of a nation is secured by playing on the primitive instincts of the race. Hobson, 1938, 212. Some have argued that Hobson had a psychological theory of imperialism, because he stressed irrational or non-rational motives. Mitchell, 1965, see also Semmel, 1970, 223. Irrational motives are, it is true, among the many factors that Hobson discussed, the primitive instincts of the race, but he repeatedly stressed that they are channeled and harnessed by the financiers. In particular, psychological motives play no role in determining the direction, timing, or character of imperial expansion. They might perhaps be a necessary condition, but beyond that they play no explanatory role. Hobson himself was quite clear about their subordinate role. Aggressive imperialism is not in the main the product of blind passions of races or of the mixed folly and ambition of politicians. It is far more rational than at first sight appears. It is true that the motive power of imperialism is not chiefly financial. Finance is rather the governor of the imperial engine, directing the energy and determining its work. Hobson, 1938, 47, 59. Etherington, 1984, 70, described the section of the book on financiers as so irrelevant to Hobson's other economic arguments that one wonders why he included it in the book. Kane, 1978, 568, accepted that Hobson did stress the role of financiers, but regarded it as a passing aberration, a return to the old radical obsession with the financier as demon king. He presented evidence that Hobson modified at least some of his views later, maybe so, but he reprinted Imperialism as late as 1938, after a long interval. The conspiracy theory element in Hobson's argument distressed Kane, 1985, as it did Etherington. They are right to argue that the theory could be reformulated without it, but the fact remains that it is precisely the conspiracy of financiers that gives Hobson's theory what explanatory force it has. Without their directing intelligence, the 85 theory loses its distinctive character, and becomes merely a list of pro-imperialist forces. It cannot offer any explanation of the pattern or timing of imperialist advance. I shall argue that even with the special role of the financiers the theory does little better. A related issue is whether, as Kane, 1985, argued, Hobson saw a conflict between the interests of industry and finance. He certainly saw a conflict between the interests of the financiers and the British people, which were best served by social reform, but whether he saw a conflict between the interests of industrial capitalists and of financiers, except in incidental matters, is more doubtful. A considerable range of industries are listed among the gainers from imperialism, while capitalists as a whole presumably have an interest in resisting redistribution of income. In the absence of social reform, overseas investment is better for the industrial capitalists than no investment at all. The real problem is underconsumption. Incidentally, there is some evidence that Hobson had a concept of finance capital, similar to that of Hilferding, discussed in the next chapter, a fusion of financial and industrial capital, with finance in the driving seat. In his discussion of America, 1938, 75-7, for example, Hobson argued that imperialism emerged when financiers had taken control of major industries within the country. There could hardly be a conflict between industrial and financial capital in this case. What holds the story together, and provides it with any explanatory power it has, is the directing role of the financiers. Unfortunately, Hobson did not define the interests of the financiers at all sharply. They are said to have an interest in controlling existing potential future destinations for investment. Since one of the aims is to reduce risks, those areas where risks are low, or where conquest is impracticable, may be left alone. It is no refutation of the theory to point out that the USA was a major destination for British investment, but Britain did not attempt a re-conquest. Nor would it refute the theory to argue that many of the territories annexed in the late 19th century turned out to be quite valueless, provided they could reasonably have been expected to yield a return. No one claims that financiers could see into the future. By the nature of the theory, it is no refutation to argue that the costs, to the nation, exceeded the returns. Since the financiers are said to have 86. Had an interest in turbulence for its own sake, any adventure, however wild, could be accounted for. The trouble is not that the theory fails to explain the facts, but that it explains them too easily. It could explain almost anything. A satisfactory theory of imperialism must offer some more specific explanation of the pattern and timing of imperial expansion. Hobson did suggest a variety of relevant factors, which is a useful step, but no more. His theory therefore falls at the last hurdle. It is not, however, clear that any of the other theories surveyed in this book does very much better, and later writers, Marxist and non-Marxist, have drawn on his ideas extensively. 4.4 Summary. Underconsumption is an important element in many theories of imperialism, so it is worth bringing the case against it together. The basic idea is that consumption demand is special, because consumption is the real aim of economic activity, while investment is subordinate to it, because investment exists to provide for future consumption. This is where the confusion starts. For an individual, or a planned economy, consumption may be the ultimate aim. A market system, however, is not the sort of thing that has an ultimate aim. It is no more than a mechanism, and one kind of demand is just as good as another in generating profits. If consumption is too low, it is said, there will be a lot of saving to be invested, and a lack of opportunities to invest, because low consumption means low demand and hence low investment. This is a very naive view of investment, which ignores both the scope for economic growth and the scope for capital-intensive methods of production. For an underconsumption theory to work, it must show why neither of these escape routes is possible. Luxemburg made no attempt to do so, and her underconsumption arguments cannot be taken seriously. Hobson got quite a way further, but his is still a rather special and rather unconvincing case. Other versions will be discussed in later chapters. How much does the failure of underconsumption theories matter? If the aim is simply to explain foreign investment, which can 87. Be an important element in a theory of imperialism, then it does not matter much. Foreign investment can be explained without using strong forms of underconsumption. However, any claim that capitalism could not survive without external investment has to be abandoned. 88. 5. Hilferding. Between 1900 and 1920, the concept of imperialism was introduced into Marxist theory, and a definite theory of imperialism was constructed, by three writers, Rudolf Hilferding, Nikolai Bukharin, and Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. I shall call their theories the classical Marxist theories of imperialism, since I use the term classical Marxist to mean Marxist writers from Marx to Lenin and Trotsky. Marx himself did not have a theory of imperialism. It is not easy to separate the contributions of these three writers. Hilferding came first, and his massive finance capital contains almost every major point made by the others. It could therefore be argued that he deserves the real credit. He did not, however, put his arguments together into a definite concept of imperialism. Bukharin, in his Imperialism and World Economy, transformed Hilferding's picture of developments inside the advanced capitalist countries into a coherent theory of the transformation of the world economy. I shall argue that Lenin's contribution, in his Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, was primarily to popularize the theories of Hilferding and Bukharin, and to introduce ideas taken from Hobson. These judgments are based solely on the published record. The period before the First World War was one of unprecedented creative ferment in Marxist circles, both in Vienna and Berlin, where Hilferding worked, and among Russian émigrés. Ideas were in the air, especially about imperialism, and their original sources may be hard to trace. It is easy to misunderstand the classical Marxist theories of imperialism, since the very word has expanded and altered its meaning. Today, the word imperialism generally refers to the dominance of more developed over less developed countries. 4. 89. The classical Marxists it meant, primarily, rivalry between major capitalist countries, rivalry expressed in conflict over territory, taking political and military as well as economic forms, and tending, ultimately, to inter-imperialist war. The dominance of stronger countries over weaker is certainly implicit in this conception, but the focus is on the struggle for dominance, a struggle between the strongest in which the less developed countries figure mainly as passive battlegrounds, not as active participants. The classical Marxists have often been accused of Eurocentrism, and the charge is, to a fair extent, justified. Their concentration on the most advanced countries reflected the political realities of the times. Hilferding wrote during the build-up to the First World War, Bukharin and Lenin after the war had started. The socialist movement had to hammer out a policy towards the war. All three thought of socialist revolution in the advanced countries as the necessary route towards socialism and the precondition for advance in less developed areas. All of the writers named saw themselves as updating Marx to take account of a development that had taken place since Marx's time, though Marx had predicted it, the rise of monopoly. The term monopoly in mainstream economics is used to mean a single seller who has no rival within a given market. In the Marxist tradition, however, monopoly is used more broadly to refer to any major departure from atomistic competition. Where there are relatively few producers, we can speak of a growth of monopoly, without excluding very fierce competition. Competition, in this case, does not take the form of price competition in a relatively impersonal market, as it does for competitive capitalism, but is instead a direct rivalry which can take a great variety of forms. 5.1 Finance Capital. Hilferding's major work, Finance Capital, Hilferding 1981, cited below as FC, was mostly written around 1905 in Vienna, but not completed and published until 1910, in Germany. It was mainly concerned with the internal development of advanced capitalist countries. I will have to examine this aspect of Hilferding's work, since it is basic to his treatment of imperialism as well as to much. 90. Work by subsequent writers, but I cannot go into detail, since it falls somewhat outside the scope of this book. He started with a lengthy, interesting, but rather eccentric, treatment of the theory of money, a topic which I will pass over entirely here, only remarking that the obscurity of this first part of the book may well be one reason why the work as a whole has been treated with a kind of respectful neglect. The next major element in his argument was the rise of the joint stock company as a new form of organization for the capitalist firm. A joint stock company is, in effect, a coalition of capitalists who share the profits and control of the firm in proportion to their shareholdings. Hilferding's treatment of the joint stock company, although it has some points in common with Marx's very fragmentary comments on the subject, Capital, 3, ch. 27, 427 ff., is really the first thorough Marxist discussion of this important topic. The formation of joint stock companies, modern corporations, represents a modification of the function of the capitalist. The previous form of organization, the individual enterprise, was limited in size by its owner's wealth, and could only grow to the extent that the individual capitalists saved the profits and plowed them back. The joint stock company can assemble capital from many small shareholders, allowing the amalgamation of many capitals into one. At the same time, personal wealth ownership may be concentrated into fewer hands by the opportunities for swindling and speculation in shares, and the manipulations which holders of controlling blocks of shares can carry out. Hilferding stressed the way owners of large blocks of capital could use the joint stock form of organization to gain control of the capital of many small shareholders. Whatever its effects on the concentration of personal wealth, the rise of the joint stock company represented a massive concentration of economic power as well as a concentration of production. This was a fairly common theme among left-wing writers of the time. It was, after all, the time when magnates like Rockefeller and Carnegie were demonstrating the potential of these financial manipulations in practical terms. The context is the process of concentration and centralization of capital, in which larger capitals drive out small, generating a 91 tendency to monopoly. This process was central to Marx's work and to virtually all subsequent Marxist thought, and was very visible in the main capitalist countries at the time, especially Germany and Central Europe. The development of the joint stock company simply accelerated the tendency to concentration already at work. Hilferding discussed the different forms which the centralization of capital can take in considerable detail. The rise of monopoly in one sector has consequences for other sectors which deal with it, creating relations of mutual dependence and dominance. In a competitive system where each firm has many potential suppliers and customers, it can be relatively indifferent to the policies of any single firm. Where the firm has only a few customers or suppliers, it cannot be indifferent, a relation of mutual dependence grows up. As long as the firms that deal with each other are independent, there will be a struggle for dominance, since there are direct conflicts of interest between them, over the price at which they trade, for example. Hilferding asserted that, in the relations of mutual dependence between capitalist enterprises, it is the amount of capital that principally determines which enterprise shall become dependent upon the other, FC 223. In particular, where a relatively competitive industry deals with a monopoly or cartel, it will fall under the control of the monopoly. Competitive firms will be reduced to the status of mere agents, unless they react by forming their own cartel or amalgamating in self-defense. In either case, the monopolized sector of the economy will be effectively expanded. Monopoly is thus, in a sense, contagious. Beyond a certain stage it tends to spread very rapidly. Hilferding saw the rapid spread of monopoly, and the tight linking together of different sectors of the economy by direct relations of interdependence and dominance, in place of impersonal market links, as a fundamental transformation of capitalism. For Hilferding, the central actors in the growth of monopoly were the banks. I have omitted all mention of banks from the preceding pages to show that the main lines of Hilferding's account of the emergence of monopoly capitalism do not depend on his theory of the role of the banks. Hilferding's emphasis on the role of banks is dubious, because it was based on Germany, where the 92 banks did play a central role. In other countries, essentially the same results came about in rather different ways. The main function of banks is to centralize money capital, gathering together idle funds, capitalists' reserves, depreciation funds, and the like, as well as the savings of other social strata. On the principle of pooled reserves, most of the money can then be relent for productive, profitable use, with only a relatively small portion held in cash as reserves. In Germany, banks also carried out a wider range of functions, acting on behalf of their customers in the buying and selling of shares, for example, as well as holding shares themselves, so they effectively controlled all the sources of money capital and thus, as a group, had enormous potential power. As long as banking was relatively competitive, this made little difference. If one bank refused a loan, there were others to turn to. However, the banks were in the forefront of the tendency towards monopoly, and in Germany the number of major banks fell to 9 and then to 6. See Bukharin 1972a, 71, Lenin 1950, 210 ff. Hilferding only gave factual detail in passing, e.g. FC 121 and 18. Given the rapid development of monopoly in banks, together with the concentration of control over all major sources of finance, it is easy to see how banks came to play a dominant role in the tightly interconnected and hierarchical capitalist system that Hilferding described. The banks, in turn, have a strong interest in promoting cartelization among their clients, since this reduces the risk that the firms to whom they have lent money will go bankrupt, and in promoting mergers so that the weaker firms are absorbed by the stronger, safeguarding the bank's money, rather than being driven to the wall by competition. Hilferding summed up these transformations in his concept of finance capital, undoubtedly his best-known contribution to the vocabulary of Marxism. Marx analyzed the division of capital into three fractions: industrial capital, productive enterprises, including capitalist agricultural enterprises, financial capital, banks and similar capitalist enterprises dealing in money capital, and commercial capital, merchants' capital, buying and selling goods rather than producing them. Hilferding argued that the separation of industrial and financial capital, which was characteristic of the era of competitive capitalism, disappears in the epoch of monopoly. 93. Capitalism. Finance capital is the product of the fusion of industrial and financial capital. It is therefore vital not to confuse finance capital with financial capital. Hilferding argued that as bank deposits grew, and opportunities for investment in commerce declined, because monopolies take direct control of buying and selling, the banks were effectively forced into investing directly in production. An ever-increasing part of the capital of industry does not belong to the industrialists who use it. They are able to dispose over capital only through the banks, which represent the owners. On the other side, the banks have to invest an ever-increasing part of their capital in industry, and in this way they become to a greater and greater extent industrial capitalists. I call bank capital, that is, capital in money form which is actually transformed in this way into industrial capital, finance capital. FC 225, emphasis added. The concept of finance capital, as Hilferding presented it, is not entirely unambiguous. At a very simple level, it is a label for that part of the total capital which comes into the hands of industrial capital via the banks or, more generally, via the financial system. Hilferding frequently used it, however, to indicate a unit of control, that part of a capitalist economy which is under the control of the banks. Perhaps the way of looking at it which best covers the way Hilferding and his successors have used the term, is to understand finance capital as that fraction of capital in which the functions of financial capital and industrial capital are effectively united, in which the assembly of funds from a variety of sources is carried out by the same enterprise that effectively controls the productive use of the funds. If this generalization of the concept is accepted, it opens the way to regarding the large multinational companies of today as part of finance capital. These companies are certainly not under the control of banks, but their head offices do perform many of the functions of financial capital in raising money from many sources, including small shareholders, by share issues, and also channel flows of capital from one subsidiary enterprise to another. Hilferding 94. Recognized the analogy between joint stock companies and banks, in that both can assemble capital from many sources, FC 122. If we are to speak of an epoch dominated by finance capital, it is essential to widen the concept and free it of its association with the dominance of banks, which was not found in all advanced capitalist countries. Hilferding recognized that the role of the banks was rather different in England, where banks only gave credit for circulation and did not finance long-term capital investments. The result was a low interest rate on bank deposits, with the public buying shares via the stock exchange. Industry was therefore less dependent on the banks, FC 225. He explained the greater dominance of the banking system in Germany, probably correctly, by the later and more rapid development of capitalism in Germany. In England, wealth became concentrated into the hands of industrial capitalists over a long period of time. German industrialists, to catch up, had to draw on the savings of other classes through the banks and through the formation of joint stock companies, FC 306. This explanation should, perhaps, be taken a step further. The slower pace of development in England, together with the development of parts of the financial structure during the period dominated by merchants' capital, led to the emergence of a more varied financial system in which various financial functions, united in the banks in Germany, were carried out by different parts of financial capital, stockbrokers, merchant banks, clearing banks, etc. There is no doubt that the whole process of concentration and centralization was somewhat retarded in Britain. This has substantial implications, since Britain, the least monopolized of the great powers, had the largest empire, but the explanation is probably fairly simple. The competitive struggle enforces the centralization of capital and, given Britain's relative lead in industry, the pressure of competition was felt less than in slightly less developed countries. This section is best summed up in Hilferding's words. Finance capital signifies the unification of capital. The previously separate spheres of industrial, commercial and bank capital are now brought under the direction of high finance, in which the masters of industry and of the banks are united in a 95. Close personal association. The basis of this association is the elimination of free competition among individual capitalists by the large monopolistic combines. This naturally involves at the same time a change in the relation of the capitalist class to state power. FC 301. 5.2 Protectionism and economic territory. Protective tariffs, that is taxes on goods imported into a territory, placing them at a disadvantage relative to locally produced goods, play a crucial role in Hilferding's arguments. This may seem surprising, since tariffs are often regarded as rather trivial and boring things best left for specialists to debate. We have to remind ourselves that the triumph of industrial capital in England was marked by the abolition of the Corn Laws, a form of protection of agriculture, and that protectionism versus free trade was the major issue of economic policy in all the advanced capitalist countries at the time Hilferding was writing. It is interesting to note, in passing, Hilferding's almost naive faith in the efficiency of free trade. Free trade would ensure the highest possible labor productivity and the most rational international division of labor, FC 311. This typically classical Marxist belief in the efficiency of capitalism in developing the forces of production would not be shared by many Marxists today. Hilferding, like Luxemburg, stressed the competitive pressure to make the maximum possible use of the different natural conditions and resources to be found in different parts of the world, and the importance of large-scale operations in reducing costs. Capitalists must always seek, therefore, to maximize the territory open to them for their operations. The importance of tariffs is that they define a distinct national territory. With free trade, the advantages of a base in a large, rather than small, national territory would be minimal, but once protective tariffs are established and the scope for international trade shrinks, the size of the national territory is much more important. Small countries, he cited Belgium, are generally in favor of free trade. Why then should tariffs be imposed? In the epoch of competitive industrial capital, infant industries sought protection from foreign. 96. Competition to enable themselves to get started. England, as the first industrial nation, did not need tariffs to the same extent, and was the protagonist of free trade, but as other countries embarked on industrial development, they felt the need for infant industry tariffs. Hilferding argued that these infant industry tariffs, if successful, were self-liquidating in competitive capitalism. Once the industry reaches the stage at which it starts to export, the exported goods have to be sold at the world market price, and competition ensures that the price on the home market matches the export price. If the home market price were above the export price, firms would switch production to the more profitable home market until the differential was eliminated. Once home and foreign prices are equalized, the tariff is ineffective. The rise of monopoly transforms the role of tariffs. Hilferding's arguments rely critically on the idea that it is much easier to monopolize a national market for a particular product than it is to monopolize the world market. He argued this mainly on the grounds that a much higher degree of concentration of capital than that yet achieved would be needed for cartelization to be possible on a world scale, as well as that cartels do not become as firmly established on an international basis, but why, and that there would be resistance to foreign-based cartels. These are not very strong arguments, at least as Hilferding put them, FC 312, and it seems that he did not realize how crucial they are to his whole argument. He simply took it for granted that cartels must form on a national basis, and it was Bukharin, for whom the subject of study was the world economy, who really saw that this was a problem. Both Bukharin and Lenin devoted more attention to the possibility of cartelization on a world scale because they wished to refute Koskai's theory of ultra-imperialism, a topic I will take up in the next chapter. Given the impossibility of monopolizing the world market, tariff protection is necessary for trusts or cartels formed on a national basis to get any advantage from their monopoly position. Without protection, imports would pour in and undercut the monopoly as soon as the price was pushed above the world market level. The extent to which a national monopoly can raise the price above the world market price is directly determined by the tariff, up to the monopoly price level which they would set if the market 97 were completely isolated. Thus monopolies and finance capital have a direct interest in increasing the level of protection. The later 19th and early 20th centuries, the period of the rise of monopoly, also saw protectionism become much more widespread, after a period in the mid-19th century when the tendency was, rather hesitantly, towards free trade. This analysis of tariffs was not original to Hilferding. It was hinted at by Engels, and widely discussed in the economic literature of Hilferding's time. Hilferding's contribution was to build it into a Marxist analysis of the rise of finance capital. See the references in Bukharin 1972a, 75n2. Hilferding's argument that monopolies seek tariff protection only applies to particular sectors. If a tariff is imposed on all goods, and if their prices rise correspondingly, prices of imported goods rise because the tariff is actually paid, home market prices of exported goods rise because of the scope for monopoly price fixing created by the tariff, then wages will, in a Marxist framework, have to rise in money terms to keep real wages, the value of labor power, the same. Monopoly profits, in Hilferding's framework, should be seen as a redivision of surplus value, increasing the profit of the monopolies at the expense of remaining competitive sectors. He was not very consistent on this point, since he described monopoly prices as a tribute imposed on consumers as a whole and not a deduction from the profit of the other non-cartelized industries, FC 308. He also argued that heavy industry was not very concerned about increases in the cost of living because labor costs are relatively unimportant given the high organic composition of capital, FC 309. This will not really do, since wage increases will affect the price of the means of production used by heavy industry as well as their direct labor costs, and protection would presumably push up the prices of means of production anyway. He did, on the other hand, consider the possibility that protectionism may reduce the overall rate of profit through the reduction in efficiency which follows from a reduction in the international division of labor. The fact is that he did not have a complete theory of wages, or of prices and profits, in an economy where prices are affected both by monopoly and by external prices modified by tariffs. This cannot really be held against him, since I know of no one else who has such a theory. 98. We have seen that tariffs on exported, or potentially exported, goods are ineffective in a competitive industry. For a monopolized industry, however, they are not ineffective, because a monopoly can sell at different prices in different markets. Where there are many firms, they will each divert supplies into the high-price market, because each reckons its own effect on the price to be negligible. A monopoly, on the other hand, can deliberately hold up the price on the home market. Prices are no longer determined by impersonal market forces, but are, within limits, under the deliberate control of monopolies. To keep up the price in the home market, the monopoly must restrict the amount sold, since consumers buy less when the price is raised. The surplus can be sold on the world market at whatever price it will fetch, provided the price is enough to cover costs. If costs fall with increasing output, what is relevant is that the price should be enough to cover the extra cost of producing the extra output, which will be lower than the average cost of producing the whole output. See any economics textbook on average and marginal cost, and on discriminating monopoly. It may, therefore, pay a monopoly to sell in the world market at a price below the average cost of production, not just to get rid of a temporary surplus, but as a regular practice. An example may make this clear. Suppose that the cost of producing 100 units is $100, and of producing 200 units, $150. The average cost of 100 units is thus £1 per unit, and of 200 units is 75 cents per unit. Now consider the pattern of sales set out below. Home market sales, 100 units, price, $1.50, revenue, $150. Export market sales, 100 units, price, 60 cents, revenue, $60. Total sales, 200 units, total revenue, $210. Selling on the home market alone would bring a profit of $50, revenue of $150, cost $100. The export of 100 units has brought in extra revenue of $60 and increased costs by $50, increasing profit to $60, $210, $150, despite the fact that the 100 exported units have been sold at below the average cost of producing all 200 units, 60 cents compared with average cost of 75 cents. In the same example, consider an enterprise without a protected home market which has to sell all of its output at the world market price. If it too had an output of 200 units, then it would be operating at a loss, receipts of $99. $120 and costs of $150, loss of $30. It is true that a sufficiently large enterprise might be able to overcome this disadvantage, say, output 600, cost $300, but it is clear that enterprises with monopoly control over a protected home market are at an advantage in the struggle for survival in the world market. It may be asked, if all countries were to protect their markets, where could this world market or external market be found? Hilferding did not give a clear answer. He seems to have assumed an incomplete development of protection, leaving large sections of the world unprotected. It could also be pointed out that if monopolies take full advantage of the tariff to raise their price, foreign goods can still penetrate the protected home market. To continue the example given above, if the world market price is 60 cents and the tariff, per unit, 90 cents, then a domestic monopolist can sell at $1.50, but a foreign supplier could also sell at $1.50, pay the 90 cents in customs duty and receive a net revenue of 60 cents, the same as in an unprotected part of the world market. Note that Hilferding argued that monopolies exploit all consumers within their protected territory, whether they live in the metropolitan areas or the colonies. It is not a question of an imperialist country exploiting its subject territories, but of monopolies exploiting everyone else. Protection, by supporting monopoly, serves the interests of a ruling class, and specifically of a section of that class, finance capital. Hilferding therefore argued that the function of protectionism had been completely transformed. From being a means of defense against the conquest of the domestic market by foreign industries, it has become a means for the conquest of foreign markets by domestic industry, FC 310. As we have seen, the protective tariff brings the capitalist monopoly an extra profit on its sales in the domestic market. The larger the economic territory, the greater the volume of domestic sales. And the larger therefore the cartel's profits. The greater this profit, the higher the export subsidies can be, and the stronger therefore is the cartel's competitive position on the world market. FC 313. 100. Protectionism divides the world into distinct national economic territories, and the rise of monopoly impels protectionism to new heights. This is the basis of a theory of imperialism, though Hilferding adduced further arguments, which I will discuss in the next section. To quote him, the policy of finance capital has three objectives: 1. To establish the largest possible economic territory, 2. To close this territory to foreign competition by a wall of protective tariffs, and consequently, 3. To reserve it as an area of exploitation for the national monopolistic combines. FC 326. 5.3 Capital export. The international movement of capital on a really large scale started around the 1870s, and reached a peak in the years immediately before the First World War. It was never again to reach such levels, relative to the scale of total investment, but Marxists of the time could not, of course, see into the future. The export of capital was therefore an important topic in their writings. It had become almost a truism to say that the export of capital tends to replace the export of commodities. It had to be incorporated into the analysis. It is clear that Hilferding thought of the movement of capital from one geographical area or industrial sector to another as an entirely normal part of capitalism. Capital seeks out the cheapest locations for production, the most favorable natural conditions and the richest natural resources. There are, however, distinctions which Hilferding did not draw but which are important to his arguments. Starting with his concept of a national economic territory, which may be larger than the nation narrowly defined, because it includes colonies, spheres of influence, and so on, we can distinguish three forms of capital export. First, there is the movement of capital to underdeveloped parts of the economic territory. There is, according to Hilferding, a motive to expand territory in order to gain these fields for investment. Second, there is investment in unclaimed, or independent but backward, parts of the world. This investment may serve as a means of incorporating the area concerned into the national territory, preferential. 101. Treatment may be a condition of granting a loan, or it may create a motive for its subsequent incorporation in order to safeguard the investment. Third, there is investment in the territory of another nation. This would tend to decrease the importance of the division of the world market into different territories, rather than creating a motive for territorial expansion. What are the reasons for capital export? Hilferding treated the constant movement of capital in search of maximum returns as normal, but there are some additional arguments that apply specifically to capital export. One is the desire to overcome other countries' protective tariffs by producing within their tariff walls, taking advantage of the tariffs that are designed to shut you out. In the case where the tariffs are imposed by a weak state, this falls into my second category, and may be a prelude to the incorporation of the capital importing country into the sphere of influence of the capital exporter. Where the capital importing country is a major power, however, it falls into my third category, and tends to undermine the effect of protective tariffs in reserving the national territory for the national capital. Hilferding did mention the falling rate of profit, FC 315, but immediately, and rightly, qualified the argument by pointing out that the price of internationally traded goods is not determined by conditions in the most advanced countries alone. Both advanced and underdeveloped countries have to sell their goods on the world market at a single price. If advanced countries have a higher organic composition of capital, it is because capital-intensive methods are more profitable at the existing prices. Underdeveloped areas producing the same goods by less advanced methods must have higher costs and a lower profit rate, unless they have other advantages such as low wages, which are in themselves sufficient explanation for the movement of capital. Hilferding did, however, regard differences in interest and profit rates as an important motor of capital exports. The highly developed financial systems of the advanced countries lead to lower interest rates and greater availability of money, capital, hence they are the main centers for raising loans and floating new enterprises. Underdeveloped countries also attract investment because wages are low, the low quality of labor being compensated by long working hours, and also because rent on land is low. These reasons 102 need no discussion, since they are so obvious. He also discussed the creation of markets for capital goods by the export of capital, but he treated these mainly as effects of capital export rather than causes of it. The export of capital stimulates the development of the capital goods industries, creates supplies of cheap goods, and raises the rate of profit. It therefore generates a period of accelerated growth for capitalism. What is the connection between the rise of finance capital and the growth of capital export? This was clearly a vital question for Hilferding, since he hoped to show that the main developments of capitalism in his time were linked to the rise of finance capital. His answer ran in terms of institutional changes, such as the adoption of the joint stock form of organization and the linking of banks and industrial firms. Opportunities for capital export had been there all along, but had been left unclaimed for lack of adequate organizational forms to take advantage of them. The joint stock form made it possible for subsidiaries to be established abroad without the emigration of the capitalist. The link between the banks and industrial companies made for easier access to funds, often through a foreign subsidiary of the bank. A large company has a great advantage in setting up a new installation from scratch in a new location, because of its size alone. The development of finance capital also changed the form of capital export. Countries in which finance capital had not developed far, Britain, France, exported capital by portfolio investment, the granting of loans and the purchase of shares in foreign enterprises. Where finance capital was more developed, Germany, USA, capital export tended to take the form of direct investment in productive enterprises controlled from the capital exporting country, ensuring that the capital exporter had far tighter control. The greater efficiency of finance capital in investment abroad is a competitive advantage which hastens the transformation of capital into finance capital. I have already touched on some of the connections between the export of capital and the creation and expansion of a national economic territory. Territorial expansion opens up new opportunities for investment, while investors may call on the home state to create a political and juridical environment suitable for their activities. Trade can go on between various different social 103 organizations, but capital investment requires the creation of capitalist relations of production. Where these are not already well established, colonial control may be a way of creating them. All of this is in line with Marx, Luxemburg, and Hobson. The emphasis in Hilferding's book is on the most advanced countries, the centers of finance capital, but he did have something to say about the impact of these developments on less developed areas. The establishment of capitalist relations of production in new areas is carried though, where necessary, by force. Hilferding's comments could have been taken direct from Rosa Luxemburg, or vice versa. They do not differ on the methods of capitalist expansion, and there is, as we have seen, a fair measure of agreement on the reasons. Violent methods are of the essence of colonial policy, without which it would lose its capitalist rationale. They are just as much an integral part of it as the existence of a propertyless proletariat is a conditio sine qua non of capitalism in general. The idea of pursuing a colonial policy without having to resort to its violent methods is an illusion to be taken no more seriously than that of abolishing the proletariat while maintaining capitalism in existence. FC 319. The export of capital is the primary driving force behind this violent breakup of pre-capitalist societies. The export of capital, especially since it has assumed the form of industrial and finance capital, has enormously accelerated the overthrow of all the old social relations, and the involvement of all the world in capitalism. Capitalist development did not take place independently in each individual country, but instead capitalist relations of production and exploitation were imported along with capital from abroad, and indeed imported at the level already attained in the most advanced country. FC 322. The import of capital could have favorable effects on the development of capitalism in less developed areas, especially in the 104 early stages, when capital was imported to build railways and build up industries serving the local market. Even in this case, there are disadvantages of capital import in the drain of profit abroad, though a large enough territory may be able to naturalize foreign capital. Hilferding's example is the absorption of French and Belgian capital in Germany. However, the export of capital is increasingly directed to the production of raw materials for export. This leads to economic and political dependence, FC 330. Hilferding thus anticipated themes developed by later writers, but he soon turned away from these issues to discuss the way in which small countries became the battlefield for the struggles of the major powers, and hence gets back to the subject of the advanced countries, his main interest. 5.4 Imperialism. The rise of finance capital brought about a fundamental transformation in class structure, in the role of the state, and in the ideological sphere. In the epoch of competitive capitalism, capital was divided into three distinct fractions: industrial, commercial and financial. The dominant ideology of industrial capital was liberalism, both economic liberalism or laissez-faire, and the more radical political liberalism in which the claim to independence of individual capitalists and commodity producers was translated into a doctrine of the rights of the individual citizen. This ideology never became dominant in a pure form. Hilferding drew an interesting contrast between England, on the one hand, and continental Europe on the other. In England, the victory of capitalism was won at a very early stage, before liberalism had achieved its classical political form, and as a result English ideology was dominated by the narrowly economic doctrines of laissez-faire. Political liberalism never took root in its stronger forms. Free trade, on the other hand, perfectly expressed the interests of industrial capital in England when England was the dominant industrial nation and had nothing to fear from international competition. The dominance of the ideology of competition proved difficult to shake off when it became outdated, with the rise of finance capital in other nations. 105. In continental Europe, industrial capital needed protection and state assistance from the beginning, being weaker initially as a result of a later start. Laissez-faire ideology never took so firm a hold, and the classical liberal hostility to the state was very much weakened. The protagonists of free trade, for a long time, were the agricultural interests, since Northern Europe was a grain-exporting region. The struggles in Germany, Italy, and Austria to create modern nation-states out of pre-capitalist political structures also generated support for the state. There were, therefore, considerable elements of statist ideology for finance capital to build on. Pre-capitalist ideologies were never wholly eliminated, and could be incorporated into the ideology of finance capital. The rise of finance capital unified industrial and financial capital, while commercial capital was reduced to a totally subordinate status. The primary justification for the separate role of commercial capital had been the need to collect together the output of many small firms, to gain the economies of trading on a large scale. Once production was concentrated into large units, this justification vanished, especially in exchanges between one sector of production and another, where large firms prefer to deal directly with each other. Where commercial capital survived at all, it was reduced to the status of an agent for finance capital. The integration of capital by finance capital was cemented, according to Hilferding, by a personal union. By this he meant that the high-level personnel of different sectors became interchangeable. Representatives of banks sat on the boards of industrial firms, and industrialists sat on the boards of banks. Family and social ties also linked the ruling class together. Smaller capitalists in fact suffered from the rise of monopoly, but Hilferding did not expect them to react against finance capital, because of their dependence on the banks, for loans, and on the monopolies, for orders and supplies. The spread of share ownership was very important in integrating the non-producing classes of landlords, professionals, state employees, and rentiers. Rural interests were also incorporated as finance capital penetrated the countryside by setting up plants to process agricultural products and the like. The possessing classes were united politically by the fact that they faced a common enemy, the working class. 106. The rise of finance capital therefore created a ruling class relatively unified in political affairs under the leadership of the magnates of finance capital, corresponding to a relatively unified and hierarchical economic structure. Note the similarity to Hobson. This change in the structure of the ruling class naturally involved a change in its relation to the state, a relation which became much more close and direct. Hilferding did not go as far as his successors, who tended to see the state as the more or less direct property of a handful of monopolies, but even so it is possible that he went too far. He was describing tendencies which had not, at that date, fully worked themselves out, and it is doubtful whether the various strata and fractions of the capitalist class and its allies were ever as thoroughly integrated as he suggested. He also described the growth of new strata of white-collar workers called into existence by the increased size of firms and the consequent mushrooming of administration and paperwork. He foresaw a continuing increase in these groups and fully realized their importance. Although he regarded them as potential allies for the working class, he recognized that they were, at the time, among the most deeply reactionary sections of the population, and that their position would at best be ambivalent. The political position of finance capital was thus very strong. Hilferding stressed that finance capital needed the power of the state. In the first instance, tariff protection was needed to gain the benefits of monopoly. Given protection, we have seen why finance capital should press for territorial expansion, and thus for a powerful state. The demand for an expansionist policy revolutionizes the whole worldview of the bourgeoisie, which ceases to be peace-loving and humanitarian. The old free traders believed in free trade not only as the best economic policy but also as the beginning of an era of peace. Finance capital abandoned this belief long ago. It has no faith in the harmony of capitalist interests, and knows well that competition is becoming increasingly a political power struggle. The ideal of peace has lost its luster, and in place of the idea of humanity there emerges a glorification of the greatness and power of the state. The ideal now is to secure for one's own nation the domination of the world. FC 335. 107. Hilferding did not generally use the word imperialism, tending instead to use phrases like modern protectionist policy, modern colonial policy and the external policy of finance capital. When he did use it, it was as a generalized descriptive term for militarist and expansionist tendencies in capitalism, so there are phrases like, modern protectionist policy, which is inextricably bound up with imperialism, and capital can pursue no other policy than that of imperialism, FC 365, 366. All these references occur in the last chapter of the book. Imperialism was a word which was around at the time, and Hilferding used it to add punch to his peroration. The use of words is not of essential importance. What is important is the absence of any clear concept of imperialism, an absence indicated by the variety of phrases Hilferding used to indicate different aspects of the phenomenon. The major elements of the idea were there, but they were never pulled together. The credit for that must go to Bukharin. The reason why Hilferding did not construct a concept of imperialism is fairly clear. His interest was in the internal developments in the major capitalist centers, in the rise of finance capital. That is the title of the book, it is his concept, and nobody can take it away from him. Pulling together Hilferding's scattered remarks on the phenomena that came to be called imperialism, will show immediately how much Bukharin and Lenin took from him. Finance capital has a direct interest in maximizing the extent of the protected national economic territory. In addition, there is the search for exclusive fields for capital export. Both point inexorably to a policy of expansion, and thus to conflicts between capitalist powers. Hilferding was rather cautious in discussing the inevitability of conflict. On the one hand, the rise of German finance capital, controlling a relatively narrow territory, and the relative decline of Britain, with a huge empire, in particular, together with other disproportions between economic strength and size of territory, created a set of circumstances which Hilferding summed up. This is a situation which is bound to intensify greatly the conflict between Germany and England and their respective satellites, and to lead towards a solution by force, FC 331. On the other hand, he argued, the low level of development of finance capital in Britain and France led to the export of capital in the form of loans, often to American and German enterprises, thus creating a certain 108. Solidarity of the international interests of capital. He also cited the fear of socialism as a factor deterring capitalist states from going to war. He preferred to remain agnostic as to which of these tendencies would predominate, commenting that it all depended on the circumstances of particular cases, just like the choice for particular firms between entering a cartel or trying to achieve dominance by undercutting its rivals. In the conflict between Koski and Lenin over these issues, discussed in the next chapter, Hilferding's position was, as in so many things, somewhere in between. It was, of course, relatively easy for Lenin to announce the inevitability of war when the war had actually broken out. 5.5 Summary. Competition tends to create monopolies, and monopolies can exercise control over the small firms that they deal with. There is therefore a tendency towards the formation of huge blocks of capital organized in a hierarchical way. Financial, industrial, and commercial capital are linked together, as finance capital, in these financial groups, which Hilferding saw as dominated by banks. Since monopolies cannot yet control the world market, they need the protection of tariffs, and then seek to extend their protected markets as far as possible, hence the support of finance capital for expansionist policies. By setting out these arguments, Hilferding became the real founder of the classical Marxist theory of imperialism. 109. 6. Bukharin and Lenin. When the First World War broke out, in August 1914, almost all the socialist parties of the Second International abandoned their commitment to internationalism and supported their national governments. The Bolshevik wing of the Russian Social Democratic Party was almost the only organized party which held out against this disintegration. In this desperate situation, exiled and condemned to inactivity, two of the leaders of the Bolsheviks wrote works on imperialism, setting out their analyses of the connections between war and the development of capitalism. These two works, both based on Hilferding's writings, are the foundations of the classical Marxist analysis of imperialism. Bukharin's Imperialism and World Economy, Bukharin 1972a, cited below as IWE, was written in 1915, though the manuscript was lost for a time, and it was only published after the success of the Russian Revolution. Lenin wrote a laudatory preface to it, which was not rediscovered and published until 1927. In the meantime, Lenin himself had written on the same topic. His Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, Lenin 1950, cited below as imperialism, was written in early 1916, in other words, shortly after the preface to Bukharin's book, dated December 1915. Lenin's pamphlet had a slightly more successful passage through the hazards of underground activity and was published a few months earlier than Bukharin's. The dating of Lenin's preface, however, establishes as clearly as one can in such circumstances that Bukharin's work came before Lenin's. I shall therefore start with Bukharin, though it should be noted that Bukharin acknowledged a debt of deep gratitude to Lenin, though it is not clear for what. 110. The context suggests that it may simply be for providing the introduction. I make these points not to disparage Lenin but to reclaim for Bukharin the credit that he deserves. Bukharin's subsequent career was erratic, and he ended by being disgraced and executed in the climactic Stalinist purge. He has now been rehabilitated in the USSR. This fate must largely account for the subsequent neglect of his work. Bukharin and Lenin used the term imperialism in rather different ways. Bukharin defined it as a policy. We speak of imperialism as of a policy of finance capital. However, one may also speak of imperialism as an ideology. In a similar way, liberalism is on the one hand a policy of industrial capitalism, free trade, etc., and on the other it denotes a whole ideology, personal liberty, etc. IWE, 110N. However, he insisted that a policy of conquest only counts as imperialism if it is the policy of finance capital, and he also argued that it is inevitably followed by finance capital. Furthermore, looked at on a world scale, what matters is not the fact that any one particular state follows an imperialist policy but the rivalry between them. This comes out clearly in his chapter heading, Imperialism as the Reproduction of Capitalist Competition on a Larger Scale. His argument moves, therefore, from imperialism as a policy and as an ideology, to imperialism as a characteristic of the world economy at a particular stage of development. Lenin took this further by treating imperialism as a stage in the development of capitalism. Policies which other writers had called imperialist are part of the characteristics of this stage, but so are other phenomena including the rise of monopoly. All are subsumed under the single heading, imperialism. For further discussion see Arrighi 1978. This definition has caused some confusion, since many subsequent Marxists have wanted to talk, more narrowly, of imperialism as the domination of one country over another, yet a third definition, and this has become the most common use of the term. The words we use are, of course, not important in themselves. They only become important when they are a source of confusion. 111. I shall generally use the term imperialism in the sense intended by the writer under discussion at the time. 6.1 Bukharin. It is difficult to convey either the quality or the importance of Bukharin's writings on imperialism, since his originality was not essentially in producing new ideas, but in putting existing ideas together to make a coherent and novel whole. Much of his theory was taken from Hilferding. My summary of Hilferding's views in the last chapter concentrates on those elements in his slightly chaotic writing that Bukharin subsequently welded into a coherent picture. The essential difference between them is that where Hilferding saw one process at work, the concentration and centralization of capital, Bukharin saw two, the internationalization and nationalization of capital, the growing interdependence of the world economy, and its division into national blocks. The contradiction between these two opposed tendencies drives the system into war and breakdown. I shall quote extensively from Bukharin, because his theoretical statements are so concise that they frequently defy any shorter summary. The major part of what is, in any case, a short book, is taken up with factual evidence adduced to support each step in his argument. Just as every individual enterprise is part of the national economy, so every one of these national economies is included in the system of world economy, IWE, 17. International trade establishes social relations of production on a world scale. The international division of labor is based on two factors of changing importance: first, on the different natural conditions in different areas of the world, and, second, on the different levels of development attained in different areas. Important as the natural differences in the conditions of production may be, they recede more and more into the background compared with differences that are the result of the uneven development of productive forces in the various countries. The cleavage between town and country as well. 112. As the development of this cleavage, formerly confined to one country alone, are now being reproduced on a tremendously enlarged basis. Viewed from this standpoint, entire countries appear today as towns, namely, the industrial countries, whereas entire agrarian territories appear to be country. IWE, 20-1, the phrases in quotation marks are from Marx, capital I, 352. The international division of labor was growing, because of improvements in transport, continued economic development, and unevenness of development, factors that are not accidental and will not go away. The internationalization of economic activity is a fundamental fact. The international division of labor, the difference in natural and social conditions, are an economic prius which cannot be destroyed, even by the World War. This being so, there exist definite value relations, and, as their consequence, conditions for the realization of a maximum of profit in international transactions. Not economic self-sufficiency, but an intensification of international relations. Such is the road of future evolution. IWE, 148. A world market for capital develops alongside the markets for goods. Capital export appears in Bukharin's argument as an integral part of the growth of the international division of labor and the internationalization of capital. He did suggest in passing that the movement of capital will be from the more developed to the less developed countries, because there is overproduction of capital in the former and the organic composition of capital is lower in the latter. IWE, 45-6. This argument is doubly dubious. The theory of the falling rate of profit is now widely rejected, and its application to inter-country comparisons in a partly integrated world system would need to be worked out properly. The process of concentration and centralization of capital, the tendency towards monopoly, was also going on, at a tremendous pace. There is no need to go into details. Bukharin followed Hilferding closely in the main lines of his argument. Bukharin took 113. A step beyond Hilferding in asking why the organization process should proceed on a national basis. This question is of great relevance today, when some writers are proclaiming the irrelevance of the nation-state in view of the internationalization of capital. Bukharin answered. The organization process tends to overstep the national boundaries. But it finds very substantial obstacles on this road. First, it is much easier to overcome competition on a national scale than on a world scale. Second, the existing differences of economic structure and consequently of production costs make agreements disadvantageous for the advanced national groups. Third, the ties of unity with the state and its boundaries are in themselves an ever-growing monopoly which guarantees additional profits. Among the factors of the latter category is the tariff policy. IWE, 74. The role of tariffs in protecting national monopolies has already been discussed, Chapter 5. In Bukharin's argument they had a new significance. Instead of being simply reasons for protection, they became reasons both for protection and for the formation of cartels on a national basis. Instead of the link-up between finance capital and the state being a conclusion, as in Hilferding, it becomes a step in the argument. The essential point is that monopolies, in the first instance, take the form of cartels, agreements to carve up the market. These are rather fragile, because there is a constant temptation for any single firm to break with the cartel and try to increase its share of the market. Cartels can only hold together if their members remain satisfied with the way the market is divided and do not believe that they could improve their profits by breaking with the cartel and trying to win the ensuing competitive struggle. A cartel is particularly liable to break up if the competitive strength of its members is very unequal, so the strongest come to think that they have more to gain by breaking up the cartel than by staying in it, and if the relative strengths of the members change, so that the division of the market agreed at the outset becomes inappropriate. Bukharin argued that both factors operate particularly strongly on an 114 international level, because uneven development is particularly marked between different nations within the world economy. Since cartelization and the formation of monopolies promised both super profits and a great competitive advantage in the world market, there was a tremendous incentive for capitalist enterprises to link together on a national basis. Bukharin thus had two processes, the nationalization and the internationalization of capital. Together with the internationalization of economy and the internationalization of capital, there is going on a process of national intertwining of capital, a process of nationalizing capital, fraught with the greatest consequences, i.e., 80. The result is the creation of national blocks of capital set in the context of a world economy. Various spheres of the concentration and organization process stimulate each other, creating a very strong tendency towards transforming the entire national economy into one gigantic combined enterprise under the tutelage of the financial kings and the capitalist state, an enterprise which monopolizes the national market. It follows that world capitalism, the world system of production, assumes in our times the following aspect: a few consolidated, organized economic bodies, the great civilized powers, on the one hand, and a periphery of underdeveloped countries with a semi-agrarian or agrarian system on the other. IWE, 73-4. This is a striking description, and one that contains a great deal of truth, but it must still be qualified. Bukharin identified a tendency towards the formation of a single gigantic combined enterprise on a national basis. However, like many Marxists, he often treated a tendency as if it were an established fact and ignored the counter-tendencies. It is not true that competition was, then or later, completely suppressed within national boundaries. I am not concerned here with the remaining fringe of small businesses, though they should not be ignored, but with competition between different big businesses and groups of finance capital. The tendency has been for big corporations to spread out from their national bases and compete all over the world, rather than uniting to face 115. Foreign competition. So, for example, one of the major sources of competition in the world motor industry is competition between Ford and General Motors. Further, Bukharin's treatment of the state was oversimple. He, with many of his contemporaries, seems to have regarded the relative autonomy of the state, a modern phrase, as the product of the division of the capitalist class into distinct fractions and into many competing capitals. With the unification of the capitalist class by finance capital, the separation broke down, and a direct identity between the magnates of capital and the state took its place. This line of argument has influenced the orthodox communist parties ever since and is still to be found today. It has, however, been widely criticized, first, because the unification of the capitalist class was, as I have pointed out above, never complete, second, because support from the various strata of professionals, state employees, etc., has always been vital, and has generally been mobilized by the incorporation of these groups into political organizations, and finally because of the need to contain and absorb working class pressure rather than simply repressing it. For all of these reasons, the state has much more autonomy than Bukharin, or the other classical Marxists, admitted. In a sense, Bukharin's vision of the world represents an abolition of the state as a body distinct from civil society. It has often been argued that the state is needed to contain the centrifugal pressures of the anarchy of economic life. In Bukharin's vision, the anarchy of capitalist competition is entirely suppressed at the national level, only to re-emerge in an even more disruptive form at the world level. On a world scale, no state exists to suppress the threats to stability that competitive anarchy generates. To complete the description of Bukharin's analysis of imperialism, one more point must be made. The tendency towards monopoly, in his framework, does not represent a steady decline in competition. On the contrary, it implies an intensification of competition, as the few remaining firms slug it out for the prize of complete monopoly. Total monopoly, on a world scale, might indeed end competition, but Bukharin did not expect this stage to be reached. Capitalism would perish first. The concentration and centralization of capital therefore does not put an end to 116. Competition, but changes its form. Previously, competition took place primarily inside national boundaries, and competition in the world market was weak. Now that competition is largely eliminated within each state, it is whole countries that are absorbed by others, instead of small businesses being taken over by large ones. Imperialist annexation is only a case of the general capitalist tendency towards centralization of capital, a case of its centralization at that maximum scale which corresponds to the competition of state capitalist trusts, IWE, 119-20. 6.2 Lenin's pamphlet, Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, is the most famous Marxist work on imperialism. It was, for me, a surprising discovery that it makes little or no contribution to the development of a theory of imperialism. Its theoretical content is slight and derives from Hilferding, Bukharin and Hobson. This should not, perhaps, be a surprise. The work is a pamphlet, Lenin describes it as such in his preface, a popular outline of the sort that has an honorable and important role in Marxist literature, a factual survey of the current situation together with a summary of the results of theoretical analysis, though not the detailed theoretical argument, designed to provide a basis for political decisions. To argue that the work contains no major theoretical innovations is not, therefore, a criticism of Lenin, but of the orthodox Marxist tradition which turned it into a sacred text. To treat any work as sacred is a thoroughly unscientific attitude. To treat a minor work, with the weaknesses which this one has, as sacred is also a serious lapse of judgment. Since imperialism has been treated as a theoretical work, I shall have to criticize it as such. Lenin's writings on the national question are also relevant, if somewhat lightweight, for example, Lenin 1964, 143-56 and 320-60. Bugchi, 1986, argues that they are important, as indeed they are for understanding the development of Lenin's political strategy, but in my view they do not add very much to the theory of imperialism. Lenin's major purpose in writing Imperialism was to counter the propaganda of Koskai and other ex-Marxists, he included 117. Hilferding in this category, who were, in his view, leading the shattered remnants of the Second International in entirely the wrong direction. From this point of view, the most important sections of the work are those directed against Koskai's theory of ultra-imperialism, and those describing the rise of a labor aristocracy, which Lenin saw as the material base for the support Koskai's revisionism had gained in the major imperialist countries. Lenin's basic method was to set out a series of trends or tendencies in the development of capitalism in the period in which he was writing, and to document each with factual evidence. One such list reads: 1. The concentration of production and capital has developed to such a high stage that it has created monopolies which play a decisive role in economic life. 2. The merging of bank capital with industrial capital, and the creation, on the basis of this finance capital, of a financial oligarchy. 3. The export of capital as distinguished from the export of commodities acquires exceptional importance. 4. The formation of international monopolist capitalist combines which share the world among themselves, and 5. The territorial division of the whole world among the biggest capitalist powers is completed. Imperialism, 525. The problem with this method is that each tendency is described separately, and their interconnections are only examined in passing or in the polemical sections directed against Koskai. In a theory of imperialism, it is precisely the interconnections that are crucial. Is it just a matter of chance that these developments occurred at the same time, or are there essential connections that make it inevitable that they should occur together? Lenin did say that the briefest possible definition of imperialism is the monopoly stage of capitalism, implying that the rest flows from the growth of monopoly, but he did not specify why. The first two tendencies in the list, the rise of monopoly and of finance capital, pose few new problems since Lenin followed Hilferding very closely. He quoted a variety of sources to establish that production had become concentrated into fewer and fewer units, as Marx had predicted. 118. Marx, by a theoretical and historical analysis of capitalism, proved that free competition gives rise to the concentration of production which, in turn, at a certain stage of development, leads to monopoly. For Europe, the time when the new capitalism definitely supersedes the old can be established with fair precision, it was the beginning of the 20th century. Imperialism, 448. He also described the development of monopoly in banking, and the dominance of bank capital over industrial capital. Even more noticeably than Hilferting, he stressed the dominance of the banks, and hence of rentiers, of idle owners of money capital who play no active part in production at all. This foreshadows his discussion of parasitism. The section on the export of capital raises more problems. Why should the export of capital become especially important at this stage of capitalist development, and what is its significance? Lenin argued. The possibility of exporting capital is created by the fact that a number of backward countries have already been drawn into world capitalist intercourse, main railways have either been or are being built there, the elementary conditions for industrial development have been created, etc. The necessity of exporting capital arises from the fact that in a few countries capitalism has become overripe and, owing to the backward stage of agriculture and the impoverished state of the masses, capital cannot find a field for profitable investment. Imperialism, 495. What are we to make of this? The first half of the quotation gives no difficulty. It is the second half of the quotation, the overripeness of capitalism, that is generally quoted and that is very difficult to interpret. Some commentators take it as a reference to the law of the falling rate of profit. This interpretation cannot, however, be accepted, since the backward stage of agriculture and the impoverished state of the masses are not factors that lead to a fall in the rate of profit at all. The backward stage of agriculture should reduce the average organic composition of capital and thus raise the rate of profit, unless, by a strict application of Marx's very 119. Dubious theory of absolute rent, we argue that the benefits of a low organic composition of capital are captured by landowners as rent. Backward agriculture might reduce the rate of profit by raising the value of subsistence goods and thus the value of labor power, but this should be offset by the impoverished state of the masses. If the reference to the poverty of the masses and the backwardness of agriculture is to mean anything, it must surely represent an underconsumptionist analysis, as must, if capitalism could raise the standard of living of the masses, there could be no talk of a superabundance of capital. But if capitalism did these things, it would not be capitalism. Imperialism, 495. Accumulation is held up by a lack of markets resulting from the low demand for consumer goods, which in turn is a result of the poverty of the masses. This was, of course, Hobson's argument, which Lenin seems to have taken over rather uncritically. He did not take over Hobson's solution, a redistribution of income within capitalism, as the extract cited above shows. On the other hand, Lenin's major economic work, The Development of Capitalism in Russia, was directed specifically against the Narodnik argument that capitalism in Russia was doomed to failure because of the lack of a home market resulting from the poverty of the masses. The two works were separated by 20 years, and it is possible that Lenin had changed his mind in the interim, but one would require clearer evidence of a change of mind than these cryptic phrases provide. There are, of course, other reasons for the export of capital to backward countries beside the overripeness of capitalism, and Lenin mentioned them briefly. In these backward countries profits are usually high, for capital is scarce, the price of land is relatively low, wages are low, raw materials are cheap. Imperialism, 496. The strongest motive cited by Lenin was the desire to gain control of sources of raw materials, or at least to prevent others from gaining monopoly control of them. These reasons are perfectly adequate to explain the export of capital, but they do not show that capitalism needs capital export to survive, which might be implied by phrases like superabundance of capital. My conclusion is that Lenin's few remarks about the causes of capital export do not amount to an explanation or to a complete theory and cannot usefully be cited in support of any arguments about the importance of capital export to the more advanced capitalist countries. Cf. Michelet 1976. 120. What of the effects of capital export? In the backward areas the effect was to accelerate development. Here again, Lenin was in the direct line of descent from Marx, and especially from the Communist Manifesto. He did not stress the obstacles which this development meets, nor did he stress its one-sided and limited effects, in the way that Hilferding, and more recent writers, for example, Baron, have done. The export of capital affects and greatly accelerates the development of capitalism in those countries to which it is exported. While, therefore, the export of capital may tend to a certain extent to arrest development in the capital exporting countries, it can do so only by expanding and deepening the further development of capitalism throughout the world. Imperialism, 498. The notion that capital export slows development in the capital exporting countries was developed at greater length in the discussion of parasitism and decay. Here Lenin diverged from the Marxist tradition, and recognized the fact by saying that the Marxist Hilferding takes a step backwards compared with the non-Marxist Hobson, Imperialism, 536, in not recognizing a parasitism, which is characteristic of imperialism. This is not to say that there is anything inherently un-Marxist in Lenin's argument. Marx argued that a mode of production falls when it becomes a fetter on the forces of production. Lenin, essentially, judged that capitalism, in the imperialist stage, had become such a fetter, a brake on development, at least in the most advanced countries, although, as the quotation above shows, he regarded imperialism as a force for development in the world as a whole. On the whole, capitalism is growing far more rapidly than ever before, but this growth is not only becoming more and more uneven in general, its unevenness also manifests itself, in particular, in the decay of the countries which are richest in capital. Imperialism, 564. He followed Hobson rather closely in his account of the effect of capital export on the capital exporting countries. Further, imperialism is an immense accumulation of money capital in a few countries. Hence the extraordinary growth. 121. Of a class, or rather of a social stratum of rentiers, i.e. people who live by clipping coupons, who take no part in any enterprise whatever, whose profession is idleness. The export of capital, one of the most essential economic bases of imperialism, still more completely isolates the rentiers from production and sets the seal of parasitism on the whole country that lives by exploiting the labor of several overseas countries and colonies. Imperialism, 537. It is easy to see how capitalists can be called parasitic, but how can one say that a whole country is parasitic? The only circumstances in which it would be reasonable to say this would be where a growing proportion of the workers were drawn into unproductive work, as servants, clerks in the offices of the financiers and so on, and it seems that this is what Lenin had in mind. He quoted Hobson's speculations. The greater part of Western Europe might then assume the appearance and character already exhibited by tracts of country in the south of England, in the Riviera and in the tourist-ridden or residential parts of Italy and Switzerland, little clusters of wealthy aristocrats drawing dividends and pensions from the Far East, with a somewhat larger group of professional retainers and tradesmen and a large body of personal servants and workers in the transport trades and in the final stage of production of the more perishable goods. All the main arterial industries would have disappeared, the staple foods and manufactures flowing in as tribute from Asia and Africa, quoted in Imperialism, 540-1. This is, indeed, a possible outcome, but it is not what happened, yet. It is precisely the complaint of the underdeveloped countries today that they have been excluded from all the main arterial industries, and it is a major concern of more recent Marxist theorists to explain why the major industries remained centered in the old heartlands of imperialism and took so long to develop in underdeveloped areas. Capital export went, in practice, mainly into the development of raw material production for export from underdeveloped areas to the manufacturing centers of the advanced countries, as predicted by Hilferding and Bukharin. I stress the 122 point for two reasons. First, because it brings out how large is the gap between Lenin and recent Marxist writers, even those who sincerely regard themselves as his disciples, and, second, because a tradition derived from Lenin led Marxists astray for a long time. Since they thought capitalism was in the last throes of decay and dissolution, they were quite unable to explain or to respond to its unexpected capacity not only to survive, but also to advance. In theoretical terms, the crucial failing in Lenin's pamphlet is its failure adequately to theorize the place of the nation-state in the world economy. There are sections headed, "The Division of the World Among Capitalist Combines" and "The Division of the World Among the Great Powers," but no theoretical connection is established between them. This is an extreme example of the methodological weakness of Lenin's pamphlet. He described a number of trends without fully explaining how they are connected. In discussing the division of the world among capitalist combines, Lenin wrote, "As the export of capital increased, and as the foreign and colonial connections and spheres of influence of the big monopolist combines expanded in all ways, things naturally gravitated towards an international agreement among these combines, and towards the formation of international cartels." Imperialism, 501. This was followed by accounts of the various attempts to form such cartels in the electrical industry, the oil industry and so on. The next section went straight on to a mainly descriptive account of the division of the world between the great powers. The central point was that the world had, for practical purposes, been divided already, and that any change had to be by redivision, which would inevitably mean conflict. This was the essential point Lenin wanted to make against Koskei, and it is, in that context, a strong point. The question that is left open, however, is, who is it that is dividing the world? The implicit answer is, the national groups of finance capital. This invites the further question, why should blocks of finance capital form on a national basis? Perhaps because Bukharin had already dealt with this question, perhaps because it was not relevant to his immediate concerns, Lenin did not try to answer. He took it for granted, with remarks like, "Monopolist." 123. Capitalist combines, cartels, syndicates and trusts divide among themselves. First of all, the home market seize more or less complete possession of the industry of a country. Imperialism, 500. Yes, but why? Why is a country a relevant unit in this context? Lenin gave no answer. One criticism of the Bukharin-Lenin analysis deserves mention here. It is often argued that their thesis is refuted by the fact that Britain, the country with the largest colonial empire, was relatively late in reaching the stage of monopoly capitalism. This line of criticism is, at least in part, an example of the semantic confusion caused by different uses of the term imperialism. For Lenin, in particular, imperialism did not specifically refer to the possession of colonies. He explicitly recognized that earlier stages of capitalism also involved colonial expansion, but for different reasons and with different results. Imperialism, 517. It would, however, be legitimate to criticize Lenin, not Bukharin, for taking England as exemplar of the parasitism and decay characteristic, he says, of imperial centres in the monopoly stage of capitalism. British firms as a group had a monopoly in the colonies, but individual, industrial, firms did not. It is not, in any case, difficult to account for the British Empire in the 19th century in Marxist terms. Marx's own writings on British rule in India have already been described. To summarize, Lenin did not provide a full analysis of the key links in his argument. The connections between monopoly, capital export, and the division of the world remain obscure. He did, however, write a powerful descriptive account of a world divided between great rival empires. The export of capital led to the internationalization of capitalist production and the extension of capitalist relations of production to the furthest corners of the world, while on the other hand power was concentrated into the hands of great blocks of finance capital and wealth channeled to parasitic rentier classes. 6.3 The labor aristocracy. In their writings on imperialism, Lenin and Bukharin were grappling with the most immediate political problems of their time. With the outbreak of the First World War, the majority of workers. 124. in the main belligerent countries had supported the war effort of their own states. The working classes of Europe were, at that very moment, killing each other on the battlefields. This horrifying fact ran completely counter to Marx's prediction. The working men have no country. National differences and antagonisms between peoples are daily more and more vanishing owing to the development of the bourgeoisie, to freedom of commerce, to the world market, to uniformity in the mode of production and in the conditions of life corresponding thereto. Manifesto, 49. The theory of imperialism explained why there should be antagonism between the ruling classes of different countries, the beneficiaries of the state capitalist trusts or monopoly capitalist combines. It remained to explain how the proletariat could be infected by aggressive nationalism. Hilferding, writing before the war, saw imperialism as directly opposed to the interests of the working class, even in the dominant countries. He argued that the close links between the state and capital reveal the class character of the state, and lead the proletariat to adopt a stance of opposition to the state and to imperialism. This over-optimistic estimate could not be sustained when Bukharin and Lenin were writing. They argued that sections of the working class in the dominant countries did benefit from the monopoly position their capitalist masters had in the world market, and that this explains the support that the imperialist powers were able to gain from the working class movement. They also argued, though not in detail, that this gain only accrued to some workers, and that it was merely a relative gain. Workers employed by a monopoly in an advanced country did better than those in a weaker position, but all would do better in a socialist society. The main argument that Lenin, in particular, relied on, however, was that imperialism made war inevitable, and that the horrors of war totally wiped out any gains the workers might get from monopolistic privilege. I shall discuss this argument in the next section. Bukharin set the context like this. 125. The first period of the war has brought about, not a crisis of capitalism, but a collapse of the Socialist International. This phenomenon, which many have attempted to explain by proceeding solely from the analysis of the internal relations in every country, cannot be more or less satisfactorily explained from this angle. For the collapse of the proletarian movement is a result of the unequal situation of the state capitalist trusts within the boundaries of world economy. IWE, 161. His argument was fairly straightforward. There is always a tendency in capitalist economies for workers to identify with their employers, on the basis that, the better the business of our shop, the better for me. The evolution of trades union struggle has largely wiped out this attachment to a particular enterprise or industry and replaced it with an awareness of the need to unite against the capitalist employers. At the same time, however, the formation of state capitalist trusts has created a basis for solidarity between classes on the national level, the so-called working class protectionism with its policy of safeguarding national industry, national labor, etc. IWE, 162-3. The competitive struggle has been transformed into a struggle in the world market between state monopoly trusts. The stronger trusts gain monopoly profit. They also gain extra profit by exploiting native labor in the colonies. These extra profits are the basis for the payment of increased wages. The workers in the dominant countries therefore gain from the success of their states in the competitive struggle. Lenin's arguments follow the same lines, but are rather broader and less specific. On Lenin's version, see Zymansky 1981, ch. 14. He was more insistent that it is only a section of the workers who gain, and he also emphasized the possession of colonies more strongly, quoting Engels, who had discussed the reactionary political stance of the English working class as early as 1858. The significance of this, though Lenin did not bring it out, is that Engels, and Lenin, described the emergence of a labor aristocracy before the rise of monopoly, in the sense of control of a market by a single enterprise or organized group of enterprises. This seems inconsistent with Lenin's own comment: the economic possibility of such bribery, whatever its form may be, requires high monopolist profits. Imperialism, 540. 126. Let us first consider the case of an enterprise which gains high profits because of its monopoly control of markets. It is clearly possible for such a firm to pay higher wages to its workers than it could without a protected monopoly position. There is, however, nothing in its monopoly position that compels it to pay higher wages. If workers are effectively organized in trades unions, they can try to insist on higher wages, and the sheltered economic position of the employers may reduce their resistance to this pressure. Alternatively, a firm may decide to pay higher wages in order to forestall trades unionism, or to gain the loyalty of its workers. The gains are very likely, in this case, to go to a privileged minority, if the management chooses to divide and rule. Workers' gains may be in terms of better working conditions, shorter hours, or better conditions of work, rather than in higher wages. Against this must be set the possibility, emphasized by Hilferding, that a larger firm with greater financial resources may be in a stronger position to resist wage claims and to suppress trades unions, especially if it can call on state support in these conflicts. The stronger economic position of large monopoly firms may thus lead to better or worse conditions for workers, depending on the precise balance of forces. Lenin, in particular, seems to suggest a conscious policy of the ruling class in his repeated use of the word bribe to describe the gains of the workers. There is a difficulty. All the classical Marxists tended to overstate the extent to which monopoly had triumphed. In fact, it was still the exception, rather than the rule, for a single firm or organized cartel to have complete control over the market for a product, even within the protected boundaries of a single advanced country, and in the world market as a whole, price competition was very far from being suppressed. This difficulty is compounded by Lenin's insistence on tracing the history of the labor aristocracy back to 19th century England, when there certainly were many competing firms. We must, therefore, look at the case where a particular country has a monopoly position in the production of some commodity, either in the world market or in colonial markets, but where there are many small firms competing with each other within the country concerned. The main point is that no single firm can afford to concede higher wages unless its competitors do the same. The fact that the firms in the industry have a monopoly as a group makes little difference when there is competition within the group. The 127. Only way workers can gain is by a general wage increase across the whole industry, and this can only be achieved by some force that operates at that level. A general shortage of labor in the industry is one such factor, which might be the product of its success in gaining control of markets. A strong trades union organization is another, and the intervention of the state is a third. Marx discussed the latter possibility in relation not to wage increases, but to statutory limitations on hours of work. Emmanuel's theory of unequal exchange follows the same lines, with trades union action as the driving force, see Chapter 9. Very much the same considerations apply where the industry has a technical lead over its overseas competitors, and thus an advantage in productivity. This was probably the main factor in the dominant position of British capitalism in the 19th century. Lenin also hinted, the text is not very clear, that profits from investment abroad provide a further basis for the bribing of the working class. This is much more dubious. In general, the firms that receive profits from abroad will not be the ones that employ the workers to be bribed in the home country. The profits from British investment abroad went mainly to individual rentiers, and it is hard to see any plausible mechanism by which the money was transferred to the labor aristocracy. Rentiers, it is true, often employed servants, but these were generally among the lowest paid sections of the working class. Butlers and housemaids do not make a very plausible basis for revisionist politics. It is true that there are many interconnections that I have not discussed, which provide some basis for working class support for imperialism. Protected markets, for example, may improve security of employment. Workers producing luxury goods have, at least, a short-run interest in the prosperity of buyers of such goods, and so on. These sorts of connections provide a basis for talking of national prosperity and of a national interest, in the way that Bukharin did, but to deal with them adequately would require a detailed analysis which neither Bukharin nor Lenin provided. Both Bukharin and Lenin correctly identified skilled workers as the better-off stratum of the working class, and therefore tended to identify them as the beneficiaries of imperialism. In fact, differentials between skilled and unskilled workers were of great antiquity, and it is not clear that skilled workers, as a group, did particularly well out of imperialism. To analyze the point further, 128 would require an analysis of the world division of labor. One could argue that the work done by unskilled workers is more easily transferred to establishments in colonies where cheap labor can be employed, and that skilled workers are more protected from this kind of competition. It should also be pointed out that capital export works counter to the workers' interests, at least in the longer run, by creating jobs abroad at the expense of jobs at home, although it may, in the short run, encourage the production of capital goods for export and thus keep up employment in the industries concerned. To sum up, Bukharin and Lenin observed that the living standards of some workers in some advanced countries had risen significantly, and that they no longer had nothing to lose but their chains. At the same time, the countries where this was happening were also those which were coming out on top in the struggle for world dominance. Our authors deserve great credit for recognizing that a national interest does exist, at least to a certain degree, and that sectional and nationalistic sentiments among the working class have a real material basis. There can be no doubt that stratification of the working class is a very important issue, but subsequent writers have not generally sought to explain it in terms of colonial profits or in terms of monopoly in world markets. 6.4 Ultra-imperialism. In the years before the First World War, the center of gravity of the socialist movement and of theoretical Marxism was in the German Social Democratic Party. The dominant figure, both in theoretical debates and in practical politics, was Karl Koschei. A tradition of Marxist thought grew up around Koschei, which was, in its time, the established Marxist orthodoxy, though it is difficult to remember this today, when, with the benefit of hindsight, we tend to focus on Lenin and the Bolsheviks. At the time, the various Russian groups seemed relatively insignificant. The leaders of the German Social Democrats had a long tradition of support for free trade, which they associated with low prices and, in particular, low food prices. When Hilferding built his analysis of 129, the rise of monopoly around the role of tariffs, and the connection between protection and monopoly, he was working firmly in this tradition, but when he argued that the rise of finance capital had unified the capitalist class and that finance capital had definitely seized control of the state, he broke sharply from the orthodox approach, which was still rooted in the idea that state policies were the outcome of a clash of interests representing different fractions of capital. Koschei and his school thought of imperialist policies as expressing the interests of finance capital and of certain monopoly groups, but held that some sections of industrial capital still retained an interest in peace and free trade. The Social Democrats hoped that by throwing the weight of the working class into the scales against imperialism and militarism, the balance could be tipped in favor of peace. Immediately before the First World War, Koschei came up with a further reason for optimism about the prospects for peace, in the theory of ultra-imperialism, that is, the idea that the major powers would agree to exploit the world jointly, rather than fighting over the division of the world. A similar line of argument had been advanced earlier by Hobson, as Lenin pointed out, using the term inter-imperialism. The importance of this argument in the theoretical framework of the Social Democratic Center was that inter-imperialist cooperation would draw its support from those sections of the ruling class who would otherwise have an interest in supporting imperialist policies, and would thus strengthen the political forces working for peace and weaken those prepared to risk war. This idea helped to lull the working class movement into a false sense of security on the eve of the First World War, and thus contributed to the debacle of the Second International on the outbreak of war. When the war broke out, Koschei transferred his hopes for peace to the post-war period. In a key article, published soon after the start of the war, he wrote, "What Marx said of capitalism can also be applied to imperialism: monopoly creates competition and competition monopoly. The frantic competition of giant firms, giant banks. 130. And multi-millionaires obliged the great financial groups to think up the notion of the cartel. In the same way, the result of the world war between the great imperialist powers may be a federation of the strongest, who renounce their arms race. Hence, from the purely economic standpoint, it is not impossible that capitalism may still live through another phase, the translation of cartelization into foreign policy, a phase of ultra-imperialism, which of course we must struggle against as energetically as we do against imperialism, but whose perils lie in another direction, not in that of the arms race and the threat to world peace. Koski 1970, 46. Koski argued that this policy of peaceful joint exploitation of the world by the united finance capital of the great powers would be forced on them by the threat they faced from the oppressed colonial peoples and from their own proletariat. It is clear, incidentally, that in describing ultra-imperialism as peaceful, Koski did not mean that exploited peoples or the proletariat at the center would be treated with kid gloves. He simply meant that the ruling classes of the major capitalist powers would not go to war with each other. The way this theory was posed, and the way it was attacked by the left, reveal a great deal about the concepts of imperialism shared by both sides in the debate. Koski argued that the stress might shift from conflict between imperialist powers to maintenance of a world system of exploitation. It is surely the latter, the worldwide suppression of colonial peoples by the metropolitan bourgeoisie, which is generally understood by the term imperialism today, but Koski was careful to distinguish it from imperialism as the term was then understood, and to give it a different name. The very suggestion that such a shift was possible aroused vehement hostility from the left. For both sides, inter-imperialist rivalry leading to war was the very essence of imperialism. As I suggested at the beginning of this chapter, the concept of imperialism has shifted its meaning between then and now. There are three different issues that arise in considering the theory of ultra-imperialism. First, does it make sense on a purely theoretical level as a possible tendency in capitalist development? 131. Second, if so, was this tendency in fact dominant at the time of the First World War, or, alternatively, was it reasonable to expect it to become dominant within a fairly short time? Third, does this theory have anything to offer in understanding the world today? There is no space here to deal fully with the second of these questions, since detailed historical and empirical material would be required. Those who criticized Koski at the time could, of course, only consider the first two of these questions. The central reason for left-wing opposition to the theory of ultra-imperialism is obvious. Lenin and his allies thought that a socialist revolution was on the cards for the near future, and they wanted to argue that war and misery were the only alternative to revolution. In the context of the First World War, idle dreams of the possibility of lasting peace after the war were a diversion from the real issues. Both Bukharin and, especially, Lenin wrote about imperialism primarily to challenge Koski's view, and to repair the damage done to the international socialist movement by the capitulation of the parties of the Second International at the outbreak of the war. As far as they were concerned, the intimate connection between capitalist development, imperialism, and war was the central theoretical basis of their stand against abandoning the struggle for socialism for the duration. No compromise on this issue was possible. Lenin vehemently rejected any idea of ultra-imperialism. Development is proceeding towards monopolies, hence towards a single world monopoly is as completely meaningless as is the statement that development is proceeding towards the manufacture of foodstuffs in laboratories. Imperialism, 530. Bukharin was more moderate. In the abstract a world trust is thinkable, but in reality it cannot come about. He advanced two reasons for this. First, any agreement between state capitalist trusts must be disrupted by uneven development. The strong will not in any case accept agreements since they will hope to gain more without. Second, if the proletariat became strong enough to prevent aggressive policies, as Koski hoped they might, they would be strong enough to establish socialism. Hilferding, who wrote before Koski's theory of ultra-imperialism was devised, put the same. 132. Argument, but did not come to any conclusion as to whether force or peaceful division of the market would prevail, though he thought that agreements were only likely to be temporary. The first of Bukharin's arguments rests on the assumption that national blocks of capital, each exploiting exclusive possession of a national economic territory, must remain the basic units between which any ultra-imperialist peace would be made. However, in addition to the reasons Bukharin put forward for the formation of nationally based state capitalist trusts, there is a counter-tendency, also arising from factors included in his analysis. For Bukharin, as for Hilferding, an important motive for capital export is the desire to penetrate the protected markets of other nation-states from within. Over a long period of time, this can lead to interpenetration of national capitals, with the same group of firms operating within each national economic territory. In this case, a struggle to enlarge one nation's territory at the expense of others becomes economically pointless. To give an example, there would be no point in Ford or General Motors seeking to extend their markets by sponsoring U.S. annexation of parts of the EEC, when they are securely established in the European industry already. In the same way, tariff barriers between different markets become a hindrance rather than a benefit once multinational firms are well established. As for the second argument, that if the working class is strong enough to compel the adoption of peaceful policies it will also be strong enough to overthrow capitalism, this seems an extremely schematic argument which does not do adequate justice to the complexity of political developments. All of our authors anticipated socialist revolutions in the advanced countries within a fairly short period of time. We have, in fact, seen the emergence of a socialist bloc, and of third world liberation movements which pose a massive threat to world capitalism, forcing the major capitalist states onto the defensive, together with the political absorption of the working class into a reshaped political system. It is clear that the orthodox objections to the theory of ultra-imperialism no longer have the same force. I am not arguing that Koskai's theory is correct as applied to our own times, only that the arguments that Lenin and Bukharin put 133 against him are not decisive on a purely theoretical level. The First and Second World Wars provide strong evidence that rivalry leading towards war was indeed the dominant tendency at that time, but here, as elsewhere, they allowed themselves to be drawn by the pressures of debate into overstating their case. 6.5 The Communist International. After the Bolshevik Revolution and the establishment of the Soviet Union, Lenin, Bukharin, and other communist leaders were faced with a new situation. Among many other issues, they had to take a view on communist strategy in underdeveloped areas, and on the relations between the USSR and colonial areas. Little of theoretical substance emerged, there was too much else to do, to spend much time on theory, but the positions taken by Lenin and, after his death, by the newly formed Communist International, had a lasting effect on Marxist thinking. During the 1920s, the Communist International discussed communist attitudes to anti-colonial movements, almost the first serious Marxist discussion of the issue. Lenin argued that communists should form a temporary alliance with bourgeois democratic movements, while remaining independent, and he also flirted with the idea that it was possible for backward areas to move to communism without passing through a capitalist stage. By 1928, after Lenin's death, the International reversed the traditional Marxist position, arguing that capital export and imperialism hindered development in colonial territories rather than accelerating it. See Szymanski 1981, 44-51, Warren 1980, 84-109. Warren, 1980, made this period the linchpin of his account of the development of theories of imperialism. There was undoubtedly a break between Marx's assessment of colonial expansion as broadly progressive, if brutal, and the wholly negative judgment on imperialism of most Marxist writers after the Second World War. Warren blamed Lenin for this shift in opinion, arguing that although Lenin paid lip service to the classical view, which Warren supported, see Chapter 11, the tone of his condemnation of imperialism as parasitic told a different story. As far as 134 imperialism is concerned, I disagree. It is true that some dependency theorists, see Chapter 8, have claimed Lenin for their view, but this is because they have been determined to do so, not because they found much in the text to encourage them. The extracts cited in section 6.2 above, in which Lenin argued that capital export expands and deepens the further development of capitalism throughout the world, make the point. Bukharin and Hilferding came closer to the dependency theorists than Lenin did. Warren was on firmer ground in claiming that Lenin's political strategy in the 1920s, and the shift of opinion recorded in the resolutions of the Communist International, marked a fundamental change of direction. It is important to recognize that support for national independence in colonies does not in any way conflict with the classical Marxist position. It is clear from Marx's writings that he saw the construction of a modern independent state as impossible until development had progressed to a certain stage, and both inevitable and desirable thereafter. However, once Marxists were committed to national liberation movements, it was fatally easy to slide into blaming foreigners for economic backwardness. The 1928 resolution of the Communist International was an early example of this, but it was not backed by any serious economic analysis. 6.6 Summary. Bukharin combined the analysis of the internationalization of capitalist relations of production, Marx, Luxemburg, with Hilferding's analysis of the formation of blocks of finance capital, to show why these blocks formed on a national basis. The competitive struggle continued in the era of finance capital, but it took the form of military and political rivalry between state capitalist trusts. Lenin's imperialism followed the same lines on a lower level of abstraction, providing a forceful descriptive account of imperialism. Both argued that capital export accelerated development in underdeveloped areas, though Bukharin was more cautious in his predictions. Both discussed how workers in imperialist centers gained some, limited, advantages from the success. 135. Of their nations, thus explaining the material basis of working-class nationalism, and both thought that inter-imperialist rivalry made inter-imperialist war inevitable. 136. 7. Baron. From theories of imperialism developed between 1900 and 1920, I turn to theories put forward after the Second World War, since the period between the wars produced no notable innovations in the Marxist theory of imperialism. The success of the Russian Revolution and the defeat of revolution in Western Europe widened the rift between Social Democrats and Communists, institutionalized with the formation of the Third International, the Comintern, and of separate communist parties in the various countries of Europe. The rise of Stalin in Russia was followed by the imposition of a grey orthodoxy in matters of theory, not only in Russia but in all of the communist parties. The victory of fascism in much of continental Europe further disrupted any serious development of Marxist theory. I will not discuss the textbooks of Marxism produced in the Soviet Union. They reproduced Lenin rather mechanically and tended, as far as imperialism is concerned, to draw on the weaker aspects of Lenin's writing, stressing the overripeness of capitalism and interpreting it in an underconsumptionist sense. See Kemp 1967, ch. 7 on some of these works. In the early 1920s, before Stalin had consolidated his power, there were notable debates on economics in Russia, but they were, naturally, directed mainly to problems of post-revolutionary economic policy. Marxist economics, understood as the study of capitalist, not socialist, economies, was kept alive through this period by a handful of writers working in isolation in the West. Maurice Daub wrote a number of valuable works, but had little new to say about imperialism. Daub 1940, ch. 7, Daub 1963, 311 ff. Paul Sweezy's textbook, The Theory of Capitalist Development, Sweezy 1942. 137. Is an important bridge between classical Marxist writings and more recent work. Paul Baron's Political Economy of Growth, Baron 1973, cited below as Peg, published in 1957, marked an important shift in Marxist theory, both in the problems to which it was addressed and in its theoretical content. Rivalry and war had receded into the background in the new circumstances of American dominance. Barron stigmatized monopoly capital as a cause of stagnation, in both advanced and underdeveloped countries. At the same time, he was the first major Marxist theorist to treat underdeveloped countries as worthy of study in their own right. Lenin, it is true, had written about the development of capitalism in Russia, 1974, but Russia was semi-developed rather than underdeveloped. Barron differed from his predecessors in treating the development of capitalism in underdeveloped countries as a different process from that which the advanced countries had gone through earlier. This approach dominated Marxist thinking about underdevelopment until at least the 1970s. Barron worked closely with Sweezy over a long period, a collaboration which culminated in their joint work, Monopoly Capital, 1968. It is rather unprofitable to try to determine which was the original author of the general line of thought that they represent. There is a consistent line of development from the theory of capitalist development, through the political economy of growth to monopoly capital, starting fairly close to classical Marxism, and evolving into something distinctively different. As Marxist economics revived in the 1960s, Barron and Sweezy provided an important starting point, especially in America, North and South. Monthly Review, edited by Sweezy and others, nurtured a whole school of writers. 7.1 Monopoly and Stagnation. Barron and Sweezy were, as remarked above, under-consumptionists, who thought that capitalist economies suffer from a chronic lack of demand because of the restricted purchasing power of the workers. Their whole argument is remarkably close to Hobson's, though they seem to have been rather unwilling to acknowledge the fact. I have 138. Already discussed Hobson's version, Chapter 4, so I will be brief. In the theory of capitalist development, Sweezy argued that continuous expansion in a capitalist system is logically impossible, if one takes account of various tendencies described by Marx. This argument applies at all stages of capitalist development. He also argued that it was unlikely that monopoly enterprises would carry out enough investment to sustain demand. The second argument is the one developed by Barron. They are combined, in a rather different form, in Monopoly Capital. Sweezy's first argument runs as follows: as capitalism develops, the share of wages and hence of wage earners' consumption in total output falls, while the concentration of capital into fewer hands means that a falling share of profit is consumed. Consumption therefore absorbs a falling share of total output. This prefigures the law of rising surplus in monopoly capital, and the falling share of consumption must be matched by a rising share of investment. Consumption and investment both increase over time, but if demand is to expand in line with output, investment must rise faster than consumption. Sweezy argued that new investment is only required to expand the capacity to produce consumer goods. This point is implicit, not explicit, and that there is a technically fixed ratio between new investment and the additional output of consumer goods produced, so the two can only expand in step. There is then a contradiction between the requirements that investment should increase faster than consumption, to maintain demand, and the technical requirement that they increase at the same rate. He concluded that demand will fail to match output, unless some way is found of absorbing output in unproductive uses, military spending, etc., or through capital export. The flaw in the argument, which is exactly the same as Hobson's, is obvious. Sweezy assumed that means of production are only used to produce consumer goods, but investment also goes into the industries that produce means of production. A lower share of consumption could be balanced by faster growth, with more investment going into industries that produce investment goods. There is no assurance that this will happen, of course, but if enough profitable investment opportunities exist, then the opportunity to accelerate accumulation will be taken. The prospect of profit drives capitalism, not the expansion of consumption. Rejecting Sweezy's 139. Underconsumption analysis leaves the rate of investment, itself determined by investment opportunities, to determine whether the gap between output and consumption will be filled. Sweezy had a further argument, distinct from the underconsumption argument, which predominates in Barron's political economy of growth, and in their joint work, Monopoly Capital. I shall concentrate on Barron's formulation, since it seems more complete than those in the other works cited. He argued that there are two motives for investment: to introduce new techniques of production and to expand output. A monopoly will hold back on the introduction of new techniques, because they threaten to make its existing equipment obsolete, while it will not expand output because it would have to cut prices to sell more, reducing its profits. He contrasted competitive capitalism with a capitalism dominated by monopolies. In competitive capitalism, any firm which holds back on cost-reducing innovations will be driven out of the market by the low prices of its competitors. Competitive firms invest to expand output because they are each trying to expand their share of the market, heedless of the effect on the total output and price. A firm which held back on expansion would fall behind its competitors, would end up with higher costs, and would lack resources to introduce new methods of production. There is a noticeable shift here from the classical Marxist position. The classical Marxists regarded the tendency towards monopoly as a factor intensifying competition, not suppressing it, although it is true that they were not wholly consistent in this. Barron and Sweezy, by contrast, argued that the competitive struggle virtually vanishes when there are only a few large firms operating in each market, since they will generally adopt a live and let live policy towards each other. Hilferding had discussed this possibility in a rather open-minded fashion, but Lenin and Bukharin had rejected it as part of their rejection of ultra-imperialism. There is something of a paradox here. While the classical Marxists, especially Bukharin, tended to talk as if each national economy was dominated by a single state capitalist trust, their thoughts were influenced by the fact that concentration had not gone that far in reality. The main form of monopoly was the relatively fragile cartel agreement between rather a large number of firms, liable to break down into furious competition. Barron and Sweezy, writing later, 140, stressed that there were typically several firms, not just one, in each market, but that they were few enough and established enough to maintain a stable balance of power. It is necessary, however, to evaluate the theoretical argument. Will monopolies in general invest less than competitive firms would do? I do not believe that Barron and Sweezy established this central point. Consider technical innovation first. There has been a massive debate on the effect of market structure on technical advance, and no clear empirical evidence has emerged of the superiority of competitive markets. Any greater incentive that small firms may feel to innovate is offset by their reduced capacity to do so. See, for example, Hay and Morris 1979, ch. 13, and references cited there. On the level of theory, the case is not clear-cut anyway. Both a monopoly and a competitive firm have an incentive to minimize their costs. There is, therefore, an incentive to adopt any innovation that reduces costs. In both cases it pays to introduce new equipment and throw away the old only if the total cost of production with the new equipment is lower than the direct cost of production on the old. Since the capital cost with the old equipment is already sunk, the alternatives are to throw it away, or go on using it as long as it gives any return at all towards the capital costs. Barron was aware of this, Peg. 198-9, but introduced other arguments resting on the risk of committing capital and the limited supply of capital to the firm. He argued that these will lead monopolies to hold back where competitive firms are forced to go ahead. One can argue, on the other hand, that large firms devote much resources to the deliberate search for new methods of production and new products, and thus have more opportunities to innovate, even if they are slower in taking up some of them. What Barron's argument comes down to is not that monopolies slow down technical change in the long run, but that they will introduce new techniques less wastefully and thus with less investment. Whether this helps or hinders capitalist development depends on whether, in the long run, capitalist expansion is more often slowed by lack of demand or by lack of resources to exploit the technological opportunities open to it. In other words, the way monopolies respond to technical change only leads to a shortfall of demand in a framework in which a shortfall of demand is a problem anyway. 141. The main weight of the argument thus falls on the claim that monopolies restrict the expansion of output to protect monopoly profits. This is a static argument applied to an essentially dynamic problem. For a given level of costs and of demand, there is a particular price and output which give the maximum profit. A monopoly will continue to produce this output, and will not invest for expansion, as long as the given conditions remain the same. To analyze investment, we must look at changes in costs and demand. The static model cannot help. A similar static model of a competitive industry can be constructed. Again, with given costs and demand, there is a determinate equilibrium output. Any expansion of the industry would depress profits and induce an outflow of capital. In this case too, the rate of investment is governed by changes in costs and demand, see Matthews 1959, 33 ff. The determinants of changes in demand must be sought in the economy as a whole. Expansion in one industry creates demand for investment goods, and also creates jobs, expanding demand for consumer goods. The expansion in demand, if not offset by contraction elsewhere, has a cumulative effect. Other industries step up investment, and this generates further expansion. This cumulative process will work through whether the economy is competitive or monopolistic, though not necessarily in exactly the same way. The same process works in reverse when demand contracts. As a result, a capitalist economy moves through a sequence of booms and slumps. The major factors determining the overall rate of investment over a long period of time must therefore either be forces that manifest themselves slowly but steadily through boom and slump, or forces that actually work through the mechanism of the cycle, through the relative strength of boom and slump and through the limiting factors that halt a boom or a depression. The desire of monopolies to avoid spoiling a given, static, market by overexpansion does not fit the bill at all. It has to be admitted that nobody has a really satisfactory theory of the determinants of investment, or their relation to the predominance of monopoly or competition in the economy. In default of any theory, we must turn to the evidence. Baron, writing in the 1950s, looked for evidence mainly to the period before the Second World War. The Depression of the 1930s, the deepest end. 142. Most prolonged in history, made it easy for him to find examples of the failure of monopoly capitalism. The long boom of the 1950s and 1960s suggests strongly that monopoly capitalism is not incompatible with growth. The long boom was a period of rapid growth in the world capitalist economy which far outstrips any such episode in the epoch of competitive capitalism. Baron and Sweezy should have realized this when they wrote Monopoly Capital in the 1960s, but they seem to have been misled by an excessive concentration on the American economy. It was, of course, Japan and Europe that were the main centers of growth. 7.2 Growth and surplus. The idea of an economic surplus goes back to the classical economists and the physiocrats, who thought in terms of a physical surplus, available to society or to the state, over and above the part of output needed to maintain the population and the capital stock intact. This surplus or net product could be used for accumulation, for military purposes, or for the development of culture. See, for example, Ricardo's Principles, 1951, ch. 26. Marx transformed the idea into an expression of class relations. Surplus labor is the labor that an exploited class has to do to produce goods for its exploiters. In a capitalist society, this takes the form of surplus value, corresponding to a surplus product, goods appropriated by capitalists for their own consumption, for investment, or for unproductive workers and hangers-on. Baron reverted, essentially, to the classical, pre-Marxist, definition, for very much the same reasons as the classical economists, to discuss the nature and causes of the wealth of nations. He defined economic growth as increase over time in per capita output of material goods, Peg. 128. To measure growth, we must have some way of aggregating the output of material goods, Baron discussed the issue, but decided to assume that increases of aggregate output can somehow be measured, peg. 129. The point is not the technical problems of measurement, but the fact that Baron conceptualized growth in quantitative terms, unlike earlier Marxist writers whose focus was on qualitative. 143. Change in the social relations of production. In some ways this represents a step forward, since ideas like the development of the forces of production and increases in the productivity of labor, which are central to a Marxist analysis of capitalism, are essentially quantitative. There is, however, a danger that qualitative changes will be overlooked and that socialism may be seen solely as a means to more rapid growth. Baron had a very simple theory of the determinants of economic growth. He listed a number of factors generating growth, peg. 129-31, but emerged with new net investment in means of production as the dominant factor. Since net investment is part of the economic surplus, he concluded that the size and use of the surplus is the key factor in economic growth. He defined net investment as the net addition to the stock of means of production, the definition used by mainstream economics. Marx, on the other hand, defined capital by reference to a specific social relation, so capital accumulation, for Marx, includes wages advanced to new workers, but excludes additions to means of production used in non-capitalist sectors of the economy. Marx included, under the heading of primitive accumulation, the transformation of means of production, and consumption goods, into capital by transfer from a non-capitalist to a capitalist sector. In Baron's framework, its only significance lies in the changes in the use of the surplus that follow from it. Baron's purpose was to argue that capitalism was, at one stage, a moderately efficient engine of growth, but that socialism would now do the job better, so he needed to conceptualize growth independent of social relations, in order to be able to compare growth in socialist and capitalist systems. This is, in a way, fully consistent with the perspective of classical Marxism. He was arguing that capitalism has become a fetter on the development of the forces of production and has thus come to the end of its historically allotted span. He defined the actual surplus as the difference between current net output and current consumption. Since virtually all uses of output other than investment in new means of production are to be counted as consumption, the actual surplus is equal to net investment plus any outflow, or minus any inflow, of funds across.